Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel. Gaze upon me. Become me.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL SG Season 10. We are in the double-digit mark already. We've got yesterday that is done and dusted together with Ryan, damn, Churros, along with Jays.
07.
And now we have us. My name's Abstract, with me here is Deadeye, the man who does not have Instagram yet, and still. Make one!
I have no comments on that.
Put it in the comment section and just spam the hell out of this guy to tell him to get himself.
Anyway, this is gonna be the day 2, week 1 of the regular season. Abstract. Looking forward for this one. As always.
Yeah. Every season and every week and every day, we have very exciting games lined up for you guys, and I'm pretty sure that you guys pretty much have already known what are the games that will be running through the entirety of today. We'll tell you guys a little bit more about that bracket, or rather we'll tell you more about the schedule shortly after our quick mentions to our sponsors, as it is of course powered by Moonton and Pulse Nova Entertainment, as well as our partner IT. So now you can see there's a QR code and also a redeem code, so make sure you guys be able to claim that. You can claim it on the IT's app, so you will be able to get yourself quite a bit coming in from that QR code. And if I remember correctly, you know, IT is a homegrown brand in Singapore.
Yep.
Since 2011, right? 2011. So this time they're partnering up with MPL SG, and there is quite a lot of things going on. You buy two of the collab drinks, and you can get a scratch card. We'll tell you guys a little bit more about what that scratch card is, okay? But we do have got one more thing we want to talk about, and that is going to be Rising Star.
There we go.
Yeah, so when it comes down to Rising Star, of course, this is going to be pretty much the same world, you know, Land of Dawn and all, but this is a Magic Chess.
Yes.
I, of course, dabbled in Magic Chess for quite a bit and a long time. I've been telling people that I can't remember which one was that, but basically, I played quite a bit.
I think this is a perfect time also to have an experience of what Magic Chess is, especially now esports has come into this platform. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah, so make sure you guys go ahead and download Magic Chess. Try out the game for yourself, and I'm pretty sure that you'll be hooked on to it like I was.
I haven't tried that one though. So since esports tournament is there, I'm kind of itching on how
you gotta.
Lodi, you need to teach me.
I'm not the one that can teach you.
Jay is actually playing, right? No. It was Churros.
It was Churros?
Yeah.
It's Churros
playing?
playing?
I think so.
Maybe we can all just like huddle up together, just play one game together, and just get trashed by one another. It's fun.
Loser is gonna buy some IT.
You know what? I think I'll just buy it, guys. I know I'm gonna lose, but of course I gotta tell you guys a little bit more about our official gaming chair partner as well. We do have the X Racer, okay? Because as you can see, we are sitting on a DX Racer chair. This is one heck of a very comfortable chair, and of course, I think that when it comes down to gaming chairs in particular, we mostly have like kind of like a lever motion for adjusting the back, right? But the X-Racer does things a little bit differently. This is motorized.
Yeah, all push buttons there, and you know I'm kind of big, and it kind of fits as well.
Yeah. So this is where you get really comfortable, because you gotta have to get comfortable for this one, because we gotta talk a little bit more about the tournament format. So let's take a look at that graphics, okay? So tell me a little bit more about this, Deadeye, because it seems like there's a lot.
There is a lot, and you know, there's some kind of tweaks right now in the seasons compared to last one, but we are now going straight ahead into seeded teams in the first 3 weeks here for a single round robin and best of 3 series. in conjunction for this one, we have also the qualifiers ongoing for this. The challenger teams rather vying for the spot for the challenger qualifiers, which will be held on the 4th week of our event.
Okay, so we already have the first part of the challenger qualifiers that is just concluded yesterday,
That is true.
right?
Yep.
So I remember seeing that it was Kings SG and Stallion. Team Stallion. Okay, so I don't know what their roster is just yet. Hopefully we'll be able to, get a little bit more information in the coming few days or the next few weeks. But there is still one more challenger qualifiers that will be happening on the 12th of October. So 12th of October is going to be next week on a Sunday. So once that's done, I would believe that that means that the seeded stage is more or less done, which will leave us with one final day on the 19th for the challenger bracket stage.
Now, remember, guys, seeded teams, yes, they do have the opportunity to fight in their way into the playoffs, but remember the least performing teams, the top two least, the least performing teams will be relegated rather into the challenger qualifiers, which is gonna be really important for this team to have the spot into the playoffs.
So the challenger bracket stage is basically the seeded stage's last chance qualifiers.
Yep.
Okay.
This one abstract. I'm looking forward for the matches for today. Evil and Kingdom Esports on our first match. And I do remember last stream yesterday, of course, Jays and Churros highlighted they are looking for the Kingdom Esports to actually have a big chance to win this season.
Okay, that is a very bold claim.
Yep.
I mean, definitely it does seem like the lineup is pretty stacked, but to be fair, Evil is pretty stacked as well, right? I mean, they haven't been changing too much. They have mostly been, using the same people and all. And what can I say? I would say that Evil is mostly very strong, same kind of consistency, and so on and so forth.
I know, but you are really comfortable at DX Racer gaming
A
chair.
little bit too comfortable.
Little bit.
I might actually just fall asleep, so I'm just going to get back up. Just give me like 10 seconds.
There you go. It's just push button out there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wait for it.
I love it. Okay.
Wait for it.
There you go. Looking forward for the first match. Of course, second match is going to be Flash SG and RSG. Last is Absolute Zero and Ignite Gaming as well.
Yeah, so honestly, I was gonna have to say that the first two teams, it is definitely gonna be a fun game. But the entirety of MPL SG, we gotta take a look at who is representing for where, because this is actually a really fun graphic to watch, right? To see, rather. For the northern region of Singapore, we have Absolute Zero and Ignite Gaming. The eastern part of the region is Evil and Team Flash.
And of course, on the west, it is going to be RSG, Singapore, and Kingdom Esports. And because this is the north here, these are community teams. Last season, Abstract, now they had a foothold here as considered as a seeded teams right now in our Season 10. East, Evil, and Flash SG, performing very well actually in previous seasons. They are very strong contenders as well. And on the west side is going to be Kingdom Esports and RSG as well, hailing their best performance as well in this card season.
Now, of course, when it comes down to these teams and, of course, the represented regions, we will finally be able to debunk. I wouldn't say debunk.
Who's
but
best?
Yeah, which region best region, right? Because I know, like, the Westies and the Easties are always be like, yeah, let's not talk about the North because Yishun is just Yishun, right? It's not part of the battle. It's always West versus East. Jurong best, Gem best. No, Tampines one better. That kind of, all that kind of jazz.
And speaking of which, not only the teams are trying to fight their regions, also the rookies are here right now to have their name unfold Season 10. Zach here from Ignite Gaming, Nomad here on Absolute Zero, and we have Kingdom Esports, Sherm, Susky, and Shura Style as well. However, RSG Singapore, new rookies, Panthy, PTBL, and Murphy as well.
Despite them being the rookies of MPL SG, I would still definitely say that quite some bit of them are actually known names in the community. Like Zach from IGE, right? I've known this guy for a long time, right?
Okay.
We have good conversation and all, so it's really nice to be able to see him in the MPL
itself.
Yeah.
Yes.
In the meantime, we've got like Panthy and PTBL as well, dominating a couple of these community tournaments as well. So it's always great to start to see the familiar names in community actually coming into play in the professional league.
Yeah, and speaking of rookies, man, the pressure is also against them here, especially having this esports team under their banner. They're not only just proving their name, they're also proving that they are really qualified to uphold the history of the achievements of the organizations that they are fighting with.
Especially when we are talking about, actually quite literally all of these organizations, right? When it comes down to Absolute Zero and IG, the main thing that they want to do is they want to stay afloat. But that is like just the borderline, right? We want to stay afloat, we want to stay in the playoffs, but ideally, they want to be the best.
Of course. Yeah.
Kingdom and RSG though, these two names, especially RSG, right? RSGSG is such a mainstay name. They have been in here for almost every single MPL, if not all the MPLSGs. So it is definitely a very big shoe to fill for our fellow friends, Murphy, PTBL, as well as Panthy, in order to be like, yeah, you know, it's a known brand, RSG is a known brand, we want to fill up the shoe good enough to make us and the organization, you know, right, play it right.
I agree, this is a great point that we are going to discuss for this one, Abstract, because RSG right now, last season, if I'm not mistaken, they're a top 2 performing team there, and now with a totally different roster here, Hoki will be somehow the experience among them, but the rest, I think, more on rookie style. Yeah, I agree. The pressure is there. I mean, to uphold the history of RSG here with the performance that we have seen yesterday as well, they have been struggling quite a while. But you know, this is still the first week. Same thing as the last season, if I'm not mistaken. RSG struggled early on, but then again they climbed up.
It's always kind of like a post.
Somehow. RSG.
Back then, back then in the previous seasons of MPL, there will always be like the break, after the break. Oh, no, I wouldn't say the break, but it's more of mid-season.
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 Correct.
There will always be the transfer window.
Yes.
Every time after the transfer window, and
there you go.
Like, oh, look, the entire team changed.
Yeah.
What happened? Remember gear?
Exactly. The moment it stepped in,
Yeah.
totally RSG just molded into a different beast.
Yeah, that was one of the most iconic moments of MPLSG, I gotta have to say, right? A single player that changed the entire dynamic of a team. And this is something that could be a very known factor into all of these teams, right? Because there's so many rookies now.
Yep.
So many rookies in RSG, in IG, AZ, and even Kingdom Esports.
Yes.
How much of a change with all these players coming in and out would, apply to these teams? Well, only in week 1, day 2.
Understand.
We're still kind of figuring out how these teams are gonna fare.
But we have to take note also the time window, because we only have 3 weeks for the seeding teams to actually vie their position into the playoffs. So this is really crucial for them and how to adapt quickly as well.
Yeah, I mean, with that being like, if you're talking about adaptations, right? Week 1 normally is more like, we're gonna play our own game, but it also gives us a very good idea, right off the bat, right? Clean slate. How are these teams doing? Like, especially for yesterday's game, for example, I would say that Evil played just like how Evil will play, right?
I agree.
But Team Flash is the one that surprised me. Right, they definitely do have a couple of changes in there.
Yes.
Not exactly the same Flash, but I would still say that with Hades as well as Curtizi, I would say that the Curtizi effect is always going to be there. Very consistent mid laner that generally be able to kind of keep Team Flash afloat. With Bear joining in them, I think that there will be a lot more sharp edges kind of round off. I think that Bear is in a right place this time. But if whether they're able to gel together well, play together well, that is something that I definitely want to see by today's games.
Yeah, I understand that Bear is actually one of the rising stars in the community teams, right? Now he has been in one of the top teams, which is Flash SG right now, pressure is against him. Right, I can somehow give this kid a little bit of time window to adapt himself, but Bear has been proving himself in the community esports tournaments here. Has been a rising star, and it's pretty normal for a new guy stepping into such a big stage, big pressure as well. But this kid deserves a break as well. But let us see on how it goes against their fight later on, if they're going to prove how they adapt pretty quickly as well against the other teams.
Yeah. So, man, I know. I've known Bear for quite a bit of time. He's a very bubbly, fun guy.
He is very down to earth as well.
Yeah. So I would really want to kind of keep an eye on his career here, especially since he is quote unquote I would say taking over, or I would say the protege of Diablo to a certain extent.
See,
yeah,
see what I,
right.
See what
That's
I
a
mean?
huge shoe to
Shoes to
fill.
fill in, yeah,
You know,
exactly.
when Flash SG announced their lineup, the comment section is all about Diablo, Diablo, Diablo. Where's Diablo? Where's Diablo? Where's Diablo? That is I would say that's a really rough part for Team Flash, knowing that the most influential player is Diablo, be it impactful in game or is it just because of his looks?
No, I mean Diablo already proven himself.
But
then again, the meta maker with under EXP, especially the Benedetta as well, with the revitalized kind of the patch, that meta.
Yeah.
He did that one. Everyone's looking at Diablo, but then again, you mentioned the pressure coming in for Bear as well to step in. Not only Bear, of course, many teams right now, especially RSG Singapore, also having this new roster, feeling the same pressure also for these rookies.
Yeah.
So we can say that this is still the week one, but then again, time is running out as well, so they need to adapt quickly.
I definitely gonna have to talk about something else
Yep.
because players are players. We always want to zoom on them, but later on we'll talk more about the players. Right?
Sure.
We want to look out for the real narratives and all. But let's talk about the patch update. Okay. So when it comes down to the patch, we have battlefield changes, right? Battlefield changes. So it's kind of like a random map draw between these four. We have Flying Cloud, Expanding River, Broken Walls, and Dangerous Grass. I don't think we need to talk too much about Dangerous Grass today.
Yes, especially yesterday's matches. Almost all of the matches is going to be Dangerous Grass here. And, Dangerous Grass really adapts very well for those assassin kind of type, surprising heroes here. You have some kind of roaming capabilities as well to enable them to have the vision control. Remember this current patch as well. Vision for roam gives them additional gold and EXP. So many brushes in the map. They have plenty, of course, of surveillance ways on how to have this gold into to flow into their side. So hopefully we can expect some Flying Cloud, Expanding River, especially Expanding River, man. As a roam player, I love Expanding River.
Gotta go fast! Gotta go fast!
Because of course it enables so much movement across the map. I believe this
I hate
meta,
it.
right? I love it. This current meta, man, it really benefits to composition who are really aggressive in the early to mid.
It actually changes quite a bit of ways for the XP laners, for example.
Yeah, I agree.
Heroes that doesn't have that good of mobility in the
True,
rivers.
true.
They don't really care. I can run.
Yes.
I can run. Let's talk about the team standings as of now, right? Because this is the team standings as of week one, day one, the conclusion of that. We've got Kingdom Esports as well as Ignite Gaming that is actually at the top of the leaderboard with a total count of 3 points as they managed to get their flawless victory.
Yeah, and we've seen also Evil taking down the biggest giants here in the competition yesterday against Team Flash for now. But this is a hurdle everyone is looking forward to beat, actually. So Evil did that, of course, against Flash 2-1. And Absolute Zero and RSG Singapore, unfortunately, in the yesterday's performance, they are on the lowest tier right now. But again, day one. Now we are now moving forward for the day two. It is going to be in the first series, going to see Team Evil against Kingdom Esports. Now we are going to go to talk about Kingdom Esports here. Churros and Jay's hyping this one up because of the Lolzy luck. The Lolzy effect. No, I was surprised as well with this transition. You know,
Right?
Yeah.
I thought that he would be, you know, pretty comfy in Team Flash.
Yes.
But I would say that, yeah, JPL and Lolzy, the both of them have very varying playstyles. In fact, I think that they are kind of like polar opposites. So technically speaking, I think it's relatively fair to say that Team Flash, they will want something more methodical, a little bit more on a calm, composed way. We will take our chances when the time is right kind of thing. So that is kind of like a JPL, right? Keep looking around, okay, time right, I'll go in. But Lolzy is hyper aggressive.
Yes, he
The
is.
moment that you have it, you go for it.
He is. You can see the veterancy of this player and how he really rotates around the map. And you know, Kingdom Esports will go up against this team later on, Team Evil. Been seeing a fan since season 8 here from this team, and what I love about this one, because Gear, Aether, Sailor, Van, Powerful, except for Aether, of course, they're pretty solid. They have been the same roster except for Aether on the previous season, so you can see the chemistry coming in from this team.
Now, of course, I would say that Gear and Sailor does have a bit of history, right? Because they have played together for quite some time, so having the both of them together is always going to be fun to watch. While in the meantime, Powerful have always been piloting the entire name of Evil. Whenever you think of Evil, you see Powerful.
Yes.
Right? That is
His head.
The book. It's kind of difficult for you to look at Evil and just be like, okay, there's no Powerful. Like, that's not evil. That's not evil.
He's actually just the trademark already for
Yeah,
Team
honestly,
Evil.
Powerful is evil. Evil is powerful. But you know what else? We've got Kingdom Esports. One of the other kings that we got to talk about. But this is not King News.
It's a different king right now.
This is KG. Is it KGE this time? Or KE?
Kingdom Esports.
Yeah. We got Drinsanity, Yawn, FMM, Grant, as well as Lolzy. Of course, we talked about Lolzy. We have kind of painted that picture on them quite a bit as well. I would say that Yawn also one of the junglers that we have constantly been seeing around MPL SG2, but he has been hopping. But FMM, let's talk about hopping. Let's talk about hopping. Let's talk about cycle. Okay?
Yeah.
Now he's playing as what? A mid laner?
Mid laner.
Did you know?
Did you know? Here you go, guys. Hear it.
Did you know this is FMM is actually going in circles?
Enlighten us.
Elaborate, right? This season 10, he's a mid laner.
It's true.
Previous season, he was a roamer.
Yes.
And then season 8, he was a gold laner.
That's the thing.
And then the previous season, he's a roamer. And then the previous after that, he's a mid laner. So we are going on around. Fly cloud! Not dangerous grass. Not dangerous grass. Not dangerous grass.
I think all of these map changes, the big effect for me is Flying Cloud. Why? Because they have a high ground advantage. It's going to be easy for the flanking maneuvers and to react as well for those siege attacks. This is, I think, one of all the 4 map changes, Flying Cloud gives you the comeback potential.
Whenever I think about Flying Clouds, there is just one clip that will replay for free in my head.
What?
MPL MY Nets.
Oh. Oh no!
I will forever remember the Harif just plummeting to doom. You cannot forever replace that footage in my mind. But
oh my goodness. No, that's a big blunder indeed.
oh man.
But hopefully we're not going to see that one, and hopefully players have been
They've learned mistakes
Yeah.
from the other people's mistakes.
but that was a grave mistake in that kind of situation. And hopefully that grave mistake we will not be witnessing here, because this is the first time we're going to see a Flying Cloud in our match here, Abstract.
Yeah, I'm not too sure whether that is necessarily going to change anything about their roster. As compared to many of the other
I understand.
Battlefield changes, right?
Yes,
It actually can
yes.
change what EXP laners you're using.
Yep.
I would say the Flying Clouds is more of a quality of life. It would
Quality of life.
QOL, straight up QOL.
That was deep. Quality of life. Okay.
My life is of quality. I fly with the clouds.
Nice. But again, as I was saying, it's one of the four. I agree with you, Abstract. Out of four, it's not really impacts the team compositions as such, but it impacts the comeback potential here for the team. So is that going to be easy for the teams to actually siege all throughout here, because you're going to look out for these flanking maneuvers once the flying cloud will be used?
Yeah. So do they even bother about high ground, heroes? That's kind of the thing, right? You have you kind of have the reach.
Yep.
You will be able to make your way to, I would say unorthodox places, but I'm not too sure. This game, the first Flying Clouds that we'll see in MPL SG Season 10 is going to be played out by Kingdom Esports as well as Evil.
Yep.
Between the two of them, tell me about your predictions for the series.
And I was saying a while ago here, Abstract, I was a fan of, and still is a fan of Team Evil, especially right now for all the reasons, for all the rosters here. Team Evil has the same roster except for Ether. So it means when it comes to roster changes, they're still pretty solid. They have the chemistry here, and we have seen how consistent they are playing. As you mentioned, of course, they're playing Team Evil things there. And with this consistency, I think they are proving themselves to be one of the teams that can grab the title in this season. Current season. However, of course, Kingdom Esports pretty strong as well, and this is also for Lolsey to prove himself not only in the background as an active player right now, that he is really capable of being a rogue.
Is he the magic charm, the lucky charm?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
The Lolsey luck.
Lolsey luck. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more if they win this game.
That's the
next
thing.
week. Yeah, next week we're just gonna mash that in. We're just gonna
If it's
sell
really
that bit a
true.
little bit.
Yep.
But this is Evil after all. I mean, okay, wait. So is it 2-1, 2-0 for you? What's that gonna
2-1. 2-1 in favor for Evil. For me.
Okay.
Yes.
How
about you?
I kind of want that bit to happen, So I kind of want that bit to happen. So I kind of want to see that 2-1 in favor for Kingdom.
Oh, okay. I love it. Oh, is this now? Okay, this is now our official draft here, Abstract.
Yep.
So,
Join
Angela,
Your team
I think this is the first pick. Usually we see right now here, Angela, current patch, cooldown reduced to 20 seconds. Insane. That's why it's always been banned, but now it's pretty much open here, and Evil will take advantage of this one. And look at how the response coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports, Chip, as well as Yes and Shin.
Okay, so they even locked in the Lunox coming in for their third pick. So Lunox, understandably, when it comes down to being able to melt down tanks, is pretty darn annoying. We also do have an Esmeralda on the opposite side. So at this point in time, it doesn't really quite suggest as to how they will want to play into the later stages or what they are exactly going to be looking at as of now. But I definitely want to say that that Esmeralda would do a pretty good job in the XP lane, since there is no CC to be found for now. You can't exactly deal with the Esmeralda that much, but there is still quite a fair bit of XP lanes we can play around with.
Yeah, that is true, especially against the Chip as well. Chip's teleport, remember, Chip is pretty viable in this current patch as well. It's going to be easy for him to teleport from one lane to another, thus giving him gold opportunities as well to give vision into his team. So it is one of the conditions coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports, having Yisun Shin on the jungle as well. Most likely, Lunox and they can have also the counter here on the top on the EXP. We've seen here Ruby, however, is pretty much open as well, especially they have Lancelot on the other side coming in from the side of Team Evil.
the hunt begins.
Okay, it's gonna be bad.
Yeah, your foul mouth.
There you go, unfortunately.
So taking a look at all the XP lanes available, we gotta have to talk a bit more about KE's potential picks, right?
Yes.
Gato Kacha is still available.
Nope. Banned already.
Yes, sorry, I'm blind. Excuse me.
For the Kingdom, this
Lapu?
one, yes,
yeah.
I know he's pretty good as well.
Yeah,
Lapu.
So Lapu is one thing. Allah's ban, CC's ban.
Alice. Okay, we have a revamp Alice in this current patch as well. Remember the ultimate last patch? It's now going to be a passive coming in from this hero. So just a Crimson stacks, and it will be activating it, and they will go for it here. So to be honest, Alice, doesn't have really the damage capability, but the sustain is insane here, Abstract. So with this revamp coming in from the Alice, it's going to be easy for her as well to rank up those Crimson stacks, gives the HP vamp coming in from her side, and the ultimate right now gives out incredible crowd control. However, they have to look out for that long cooldown of his over skill 1. So it's really going into some mechanics coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports.
So that means, okay, so Alice picked once, won once, if I recall correctly. So, wow, I don't know about this, but Khalid.
Yeah, this is great.
Okay,
when I give the word.
Khalid and a 1-1.
Wow, this is great. Khalid right now, again,
Very divey, huh?
Very divey, which again, in this current patch enables the team composition who love to dive, who love to be aggressive. Plus this sustain coming in from the Angela is insane, and another Bane!
Bane gold!
Bane this time around will have his flicker.
Okay.
Okay.
He's got his flicker. He's got his flicker.
Yes. So now, gold, Bane, mid, Lunox, Alice,
Okay.
EXP.
It's gonna be a Mage Bane, right?
Yes.
They have 3 magical damage dealers.
I was saying, I think many players right now are considering magic build because again, magic damage enables early to mid. So this patch enables those teams who are very aggressive in the early on. Snowball effect actually just give so much credibility for all the teams right now in winning matches.
Yeah, so do what they can for the early game power spikes.
Yes.
Mages generally have got a great power spike once, like especially mid laners, right? Level 2, that's a power spike. You will be able to do magic. Get it?
Wow.
Get it? Do magic. Do magic. You know, I'm so sorry. But yeah, they get themselves powered up a little bit early and then try to end the game before, what, 15 minutes?
Hopefully.
Yeah. Unless you are able to really get a snowball well enough to
Correct.
kind of force the opponents to a really tough spot, whereby 17 minutes game end is still okay because they haven't, the opponents haven't really quite gotten the critical mass, but it varies from game to game.
Yeah, and remember, there's a Flying Cloud right now, so Flying Cloud is also the combat potential or the high ground defense, so hopefully we're going to see some kind of tricky strategies on how this teams are going to use. But again, for the side of Team Evil, I love their compositions here, especially with the Khalid and Angela here. Sustain is insane. I think this is a battle of sustain, and burst damage.
Right, but what else am I going to be looking out for from the KE side? Like, we've got the dive, we've got the sustain, but what does KE have got to do to kind of deal with that?
So I can see, of course, KE right now, they don't have as much crowd control needed, especially catching Aether on the Lancelot. This is one of the advantage coming in from the side of Evil, because Aether right now on the Lancelot, he has so much dashes here. The only crowd control that he can rely really is for Drin Sanity here to use her ultimate, but that is very tricky. It's channeling spell.
Oh, demobilize onto Lolzy. Zayla, the first blood queen being Angela, will actually be able to get the first blood onto Lolzy. Small little dent in the side of KE, but it's not going to be that big of a deal. Well, in the meantime, up in the top lane, 4 men coming in from Evil, just going to be dropping themselves onto the Insanity. The rest of the members just going to be flowing back in. Sayla takes the first death, and for coming in next is going to... Actually, that's not the first one. There's a total of 3 deaths coming in for the side of Evil.
Oh man, Evil, that was a great opening here, but then again, Kingdom Esports did dirty on the counter-attack, triple on Yawn.
This is slain the turtle.
Plus now the turtle as well. We are talking about the snowball effect, the meta of being aggressive in the early stage of the game. And now Kingdom Esports just did that dirty against Evil. That was super.
KE is like, yeah, you can take Lolzy, no problem. We don't care. We'll take 3 others.
Oh man, the quick response coming in from Kingdom Esports here, recognizing how they bounce back on the early stage again. But remember, of course, this is still under 3 minutes, having Khalid as well as the Angela, especially now the older ones are up. This is going to be interesting how they're going to fight in a 5v5.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, this is literally an entire village just going to be jumping in. Powerful. S10L as FMM will be able to slay him down pretty darn easily.
Yeah, that's the beauty of having a chip as well. It's going to be easy for all the team members go into a team fight there. Surprise attack and recognizing here coming in from the side of Lolzy. Now, on the top side though, we haven't seen the gear going into such 5v5. We need that AoE damage coming in from gear. However, still, surprisingly, it is Lolzy dictating the tempo despite having his death on the first minutes of the game.
This is gonna be tough for Evil in terms of the effect, right? Because both powerful as well as gear is actually kind of like a skill shot crowd control. With powerful being the only one that is a true stun, everyone else is either immobilized or root in this case, falling star move as well as the puppet strings from Sailor. So in terms of initiation, it relies a lot on Khalid's flicker plus ult to really land something in order for gear to follow up. So there is no way for them to kind of go either or kind of situation. It must be powerful style.
Oh man, look at first here.
This is Van goes straight down to the hands of Yon, but it doesn't mean the powerful really wants to come in and cut them off, try to hope that they will do something. The Mena will still go down, but at least Yon will take an L from that as we do have some skill to manage to go for a passive of trade. Powerful hops onto his sand, runs away, leaving Gear all alone, but he does have a choke full of shields for him to be able to do much, popping and forcing FMM going into brilliance, while we also do have the hard gun that will be targeting right on Gear to keep him alive a little bit longer, but fortunately, this will only let FMM off the hook.
You can see that one now abstract. It is the beauty of having a magic-based team composition. The damage in the early stage of the game really hurts so hard. You have seen that one, but is there. However, now in the turtle pit, it is Evil trying to zone out your Kingdom.
Have here moving on the outside, allowing Aether to pick up the turtle easily. But you have to do have the bounce on that for everyone else who does it as well as the baby shark. It's not exactly that baby, but Aether is just gonna be all around place, almost getting F. There we go. He will be able to get double, but at the cost of his own life, giving one triple kill instead. Van pops back in. He has to kill down onto Lolzy, and they both teams they will survive with just 2 men left on the battle.
Oh man, abstract. It really benefits here. The brawl, the team fighting, all this mayhem that we are now seeing, especially between this composition here. Magic-based damage, your AoE is coming in the side of Kingdom Esports. On the other side, too, we have the Assassin here and the Stealing coming in from the Van later on. But so far, right now, when it comes to early to mid, snowball effect is in favor for the side of Kingdom Esports. But look at this one. Van, once the optimization will be in his 1-1, it's going to be difficult for Kingdom Esports to stop him. Again, crowd control, yes, they do have the Lolzy, they do have Drin Sanity here, but without the so hard crowd control, they can only rely for this bash coming in from Lolzy.
There's really a lot of damage in the early game that Kingdom Esports can play for themselves, right? Even when it comes down to Lolzy, that guy, Chip, has got a lot of damage right in his sleeves. So, honestly, you gotta be really afraid of Kingdom, but surprisingly, Evil is actually doing a really good job actually just holding out, right? Because, yes, they are 4-man down for the entirety of the game, but when it comes down to the economy, they are not that far ahead. In fact, they are just, what, 200 gold behind only.
Oh, below. They're going to dive here. Pain is somehow
dead. Indeed. That is a good dive. After all, it is similar that managed to pop off a hard guard, giving a thick amount of shields, but a little bit of a fight back coming from FMM, popping into Brilliance, be able to get that 1 kill on the Van. Very, very valuable. Back to the top lane though, Drin Sanity, Lolzy as well as Yon. We're hoping that they will be able to do something this year, but this is an Esmeralda that we're talking about. Being able to just charge up on the shields and just be alive for an extended period of time. Just kind of pulling Drin Sanity over to the western part of the Turtle, and now down to the southern. At least he does have the flowing blood to allow Drin Sanity to run a little bit farther away, just so that he would not be cut in between of the entire roster of Evil. Teleport! An extended team fight continues. Aether gets himself the turtle. The entirety of Kingdom Esports, unfortunately, would not be able to do much to stop Aether.
Yeah, that's going to be a sacrifice coming in from Gear here. They have successfully taken the turtle in that situation here with Kingdom Esports again. They have the damage that you have mentioned, but Evil is not backing out. Still, they have been performing very aggressively here against the side of Kingdom Esports. We have to look out for the late game situation here, Abstract. Ven is still a 1-1. It is going to be scary indeed for this hero. However, of course, oh, the ultimate has been used here. This is going to be an opening for me on the side of Kingdom Esports to actually push through.
Honestly, this game is as balanced as we can think about. But there we go. That is going to be the shortcut. It's just going to be popping the rest of the members from the side of the kingdom to immediately pop gear off. This guy, he has been, you know, unbeatable to a certain extent. You know, okay, 2 for 1. He's been dying, but he's got a lot of shields and he has been buying a little bit too much time in favor for Evil.
And fortunately here for Evil, they have been picked again and again by Lolsey. Perfect timing on his vision game. The teleports is indeed giving so much opportunity for Kingdom Esports also to have those pick of plays. Now Evil on the other side, they don't want that to happen time and time again. I'm not sure if they're going to drag this game out. We have seen the damage coming inside of Peter as well. They have to push through. They have to go for the pick of plays, but Kingdom Esports is giving it away for free.
The fact that now they're going to be pushing down to the top lane as much as possible. Vander gets a kill down on Lolsey and might be able to come back a little bit more, but he's actually getting a bit too big for his shield. But never mind, because right on that fact, we got Powerful just going to be coming straight in with a great ultimate. They'll be able to hold everyone down to the ground. Aether picks up 1, picks up 2, and will be able to wipe out the entirety of Kingdom Esports in one fell swoop.
Oh my goodness, that was a beauty there coming in from Evil. Perfect timing for the crossbow tanks and the big bam boom on the raging sandstorm. A 3-man stun just sweeping away against the side of Kingdom Esports. And look at how Team Evil is now rising on the kind of plays. That is one of the books there.
That is not a defense, but that is an engagement. But the rest of the members coming from the side of Kingdom Esports wants to go for a little bit more as the shortcut has been brought in. They managed to get a kill down on the Aether shortly after taking the Lord.
Oh man, Kingdom Esports, that was really a big blunder, I can say, for this team. But then again, they tried to bounce back on that surprise attack coming in from the side of Lolsey. Unfortunately, here Evil still managed to go back. And now this is now the Lord into their favor. Oh, Kier out of position.
But he's gonna be fine. He's still got a lot of shields for himself to work with. Lolsey is already down to lower than half HP, and Ven will be able to get a kill down onto him immediately. With a double kill that's just gonna be credited over to Ven. Almost getting a kill down on the Grant instead. But Insanity, now in the midst of the entirety of Evil, he still managed to get himself running away with a quick little flicker. They're just gonna be putting themselves right underneath the T2 turret. They fight back. They managed to do a lot, especially for it comes down to Alice. Now Yawn picks up 1. There's 4 men left from the side of Evil. The entirety of Kingdom Esports wants to push the rest of the members from the Evil back. But now Ven picks up a kill onto Yawn. A little bit too much for Kingdom Esports to handle.
Wow, so much action we're seeing here. It is a beauty to see 2 teams rolling it out on the first game of the series. And Ven, right now, we can see the potential of the carry 1-1 in the later stages of the game. Once the crossbow of tanks pops up, especially on a 5v5 situation, it's really difficult for Kingdom Esports to pick off this carry all throughout. And we've seen the damage coming in from Ven. Plus the malefic gun right now being secured coming in from this player is gonna hurt so much.
Oh man, let's talk about our itemizations, shall we? As when it comes down to economy, we got the 1-1 definitely super rich, man.
Yes.
Got a lot of kills, 7 kills to his name already so far. He does have the corrosion scythe, the Windtalker, Harsh Claws, and still building up to the next one.
Yeah, I thought he built Malefic Gun there. There was an icon there.
There we go, Malefic Gun.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now Malefic Gun has been secured. Great range. And damage as well. Now Kingdom Esports, they have been very aggressive in the early stages of the game, especially Lolsey on his teleport plays. Now it has been mitigated. Evil right now, very much prepared, especially right now that Ven is so much farmed on his 1-1. They need some pickoff. You mentioned about this Abstract, they need some crowd control here, but it's impossible to stay for Ven, especially with that the heals and the ultimate coming in from the Angela, just proving so much sustainability as well. It's difficult for them to burst down.
I kind of feel as though for Kingdom Esports, it also seemed a little bit counterintuitive with the way that they play, right? Because it is a chip after all.
Yep.
The moment you pop up with a shortcut, everyone wants to swarm into the portal. But that is well, ironically, exactly what Evil wants you to do. Because we have Gear and we have Powerful. Both are playing an Esmeralda and the Khalid respectively. So they kind of want everyone to be in a very small space at the same time.
That is true. That is true. But they have to. That's why they have to rely for the side of Kingdom Esports burst damage. They need to end it quickly. Once the prolonged team fight goes in, it's also in favorable for the side of Team Evil to do such a thing. So, however, right now they need some kind of flanking maneuvers here. We've seen that one coming in from Lalzi in the early to mid stage of the game. Look at this one. Lalzi trying to have this flanking maneuver, but it's not going to be easy for now. Look at the formation coming in from the side of Team Evil. All flanks has been secured. Defensive line being pushed as well.
As now the Lord falls below half HP, but none of these teams are too interested in trying to get into critical health. For now, Evil finds Drinsanity, but they're not exactly putting too much emphasis on to bring Drinsanity down, knowing just how annoying an Alice can be. Everyone is just kind of floating around.
And I've seen also FMM trying to push the waves on the bottom side. However, Angela is in the base just in case for this push to happen here. But remember, the global ultimate, all the flicker has been used here. This is big, and Team Evil, what is the shot call here? Oh no, they're trying to prolong the dance.
Yeah, I mean, it's understandable. That flicker is kind of necessary because he was a little bit too far off, right? Van could have gotten a free ultimate the moment that Longzy goes a little bit too far off. Well, in the meantime, I do really like the fact that, yes, they are using Angela. But hold on a second, Aether gets the lockdown once again! And now we've got FMM that even dove all the way down to the bottom. You don't even care about the portal as the fight is ongoing still between Kingdom Esports as well as Evil. They want to hold Evil down as long as possible, but unfortunately there will be a lot that will be marching down in the middle lane, so they can't even do anything from that point. Well, Ven picks up a triple with 4 men down for the side of Kingdom Esports, leaving Drinsanity all alone. The entirety of Evil will now march down in the middle lane, while Drinsanity hold down the entire lane of creeps in the middle lane, while still having a lot of help to work with. But there is still a Lord that will be marching in. Drinsanity can't do anything else about this Lord. As such, they will lose the T3 tower right in the middle lane, but right enough time for Longzy to come back in. This will be more than enough to push the entirety of Evil away, maybe. But now, Drinsanity, he hold himself a little bit long enough, but Longzy has got no help to work with. Evil comes in with the Lord, just gonna be knocking right in onto the core, but it's not quite enough. Wait, it is enough for them to end it.
Oh man, Team Evil, there you go. That is gonna be the first game secured coming in from this team, and what an insane opening game we have, Abstract. It was brawl all throughout, sustained game, burst damage, and everyone is out there trying to get the win.
Oh man, oh man.
Wow.
Aether though, I gotta have to leave it to Aether. This guy has been nibbling these retributions. Yo, if not for the Lord, I don't think that they will be able to end a game like that.
Yeah, it is. And I believe that the flicker coming in from the Bane as well has been one of the prominent things that the side of Team Evil on that Lord dance have, of course, analyzed in that situation. Because without the flicker, it's going to be difficult for Bane to really burst that ultimate. And the risk also coming in from the side of Kingdom Sports is FMM, who's way back on the bottom of the bottom lane there. So basically, it's just 4v5 in that situation.
Yep. I mean, to be fair, both teams have got global presence for the two guys down the bottom lane, right? Angela has got a hard guard, and we've got a shortcut that allows the Lunox to get into the action. But to be fair, at that point in time, did Angela die? I think Angela lost to the Lunox, right? Because I think Lunox just dove right into Angela's face. So as much as possible, that Angela didn't really do too much in that fight.
The shield was there.
The shield was there still, so there's still some impact in the main fight altogether. But all in all, that doesn't seem like a fight that Evil could have won if not for, I think, Aether. I would still say that Aether made a very big retribution. That was a make it or break it kind of thing. Because if not for the Lord marching in the middle and getting themselves mega creeps, I think that FMM doesn't even have to port in. You can just stay down in the bottom lane, destroy the entire T3, and might just end the game.
True. You can say, of course, they're saying that in this current meta, I mean, the assassin somehow going down, but the Lancelot, of course, proves that this dashes is pretty good as well with the clutch plays.
Yeah.
Give so much, and the MVP, of course, no other than
Yeah.
it is gonna be Van here on that 1-1. Still 1-1, very viable here.
Very viable.
And I thought it is gonna be fighter gold lanes here, but having a 1-1 left open, it only shows the late game. It's just very scary.
Still does a lot of work, and especially since this is, I think, sub 13 minutes, if I'm not wrong about that. But he's gotten quite a bit of farm. Remember that
Yeah,
defense up in the top lane for T2? Man, that was big and powerful. Came in pretty amazingly as well with that, with that
Yep.
ultimate as well, right? That Raging Sandstorm.
Yeah, that was beautiful play. One of the books. I think that was the play of the game, if I'm going, in my opinion there. But don't get me wrong here, Abstract. Especially during the early to mid, Lolsey has been giving some incredible shot calls there on his teleport on the chip. He was been giving opportunities for his team to actually go for the pick of plays, go pressure across the lanes, until that Raging Sensor play.
Oh man, oh man. Now, of course, it is, you know, when it comes down to equipment, we have got, you know, okay, actually there's not much to talk about, to be fairly honest, because Evil, they have got a lot of items that really just helps them out. And when it comes down to Ven, he even did manage to pick up the Athena shield, knowing that there are, 3 magical damage dealers over
Yes.
on Kingdom Esports. So it makes very good sense. In fact, Ven even half built onto the Rosalis robe in order to get more of the magical reduction
Yes.
in the early stages. So you don't get popped that early by the magical damage
Yeah,
dealers.
especially with Bane here in the gold lane. We know how he can burst down anyone here
Yup.
for the Divine Glade. We've seen the damage as well. But again, when it comes to a 5v5 already, especially looking at later stages of the game, the 1-1 still outplays everyone. Once the crossbow attack will commit in that kind of situation. Look at the damage here coming in from the side of Van here. He is the highest with 8. No, actually it's Gear.
This guy is just right in the face of everyone the whole time. But look at Dritsanity, dude. That guy have got 200,000 damage taken. Just a tad bit more than Gear, and that's totally understandable. This is just the power of XP laners, right? Nowadays, XP laners, they're taking more damage than roamers.
That is correct.
It's
and
very
roamers
different now.
And roamers right now taking so much gold than gold.
Honestly, I think it's shifted, right?
Yeah.
Roamers are no longer the tanks. The roamers are just like information givers.
Information gainers,
Yeah.
yes, I love it. And also utility givers as well.
Yeah. The,
Yeah.
the entire thing has kind of shifted now.
Yep.
XP laners, as long as you have got good kind of lockdown and perhaps even sustainability, I think that those are generally really good XP laners in this current
Yep.
meta.
Yep. Okay, now looking back, our matchup here, Team Evil versus Kingdom Esports. We're looking for a great series of throughout for these two teams. And indeed, man, so much brawl. I think looking forward for the second game here. That was Flying Cloud. So you have mentioned, of course, Flying Cloud was really not affect the map
that
overall.
big,
yeah, we haven't seen the comeback potential as well, just because no one was there. Once
Yep.
that was wiped out. So no one going to utilize the Flying Cloud at that moment in that situation there. But again, on the next game, maybe we can see some expanding rivers. This is what I'm looking out, actually, especially how aggressive these two teams here are right now. Plus the expanding rivers, this could be a total mayhem, total chaos in the Land of Dawn.
Aren't you excited to see Dangerous Grass?
Really? You love
Aren't
the
you?
dangerous? Okay.
No.
No. Dangerous grass. Actually, for the surprise attacks here, with Lolsey takes advantage of that one. Lolsey loves to have surprises there. I think it will favor Kingdom Esports and how they played out.
Honestly, I think that previous game was kind of like a pub fest in some sense. They're just kind of brawling at one another
Yeah.
as much as possible. I drop my portal. I send my entire village after you. If whether you can respond to that or not, that is that's the whole question, right? Throw a dice. Is it a 6? Is it a 1? Just kind of gamble it off.
Yeah. So me personally, if they ban the 1-1, having that team composition, I think they can win for the side of Kingdom Esports. It's just the outplay coming in from the 1-1. So many things, especially during the mid to late. Lolsey tried his best to pick up 1-1, but the heart guard pops off. The crossbow of tank pops off. Once the 5-man in the teleport, what can you target? One was in the air, just
Yeah.
popping up everywhere, and then the outplay mechanics coming in from 1-1 is just hits different here
Yeah.
against the side of the Kingdom Esports on that team composition.
Just gotta like target for days, right? It's a lot easier because I feel that just because of the portal, it becomes a lot easier for Evil to pull off their strategy when it comes down to the Falling Star Moon or the Raging Sandstorm, because everyone is just together already, right?
Understand.
And when it comes down to the 1-1 being Van, he also just have to focus on whoever's right in front, you know, pop your weakness point and I fly up to the sky. So in terms of playability, I would say that Evil, given that game and the opponent's roster, it's a lot easier for them to play. Well, in the context of Kingdom Esports, they have to portal, they have to go through, they have to identify the situation in that short span of time, who goes for whom, where goes to where, and whose HP is the lowest, how do we, you know, catch on the right person, the right time kind of thing. And let's not forget, they don't have instant gratification kind of heroes, whereby they can just see, lock.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like Alice going into the portal, okay, boom, everyone immobilized for a while.
Kind of one-sided linear kind of team composition, is it? But yeah, I can say, of course, but the burst damage, I think they had kind of worked that one in the early stages of the game, but then again, yeah, as you have mentioned, unlike, of course, for the draft coming in for the side of Evil, they have been countered very hard. So, of course, Esmeralda, remember Esmeralda was picked on the second phase. Chip was picked on the first red side there. So it was the response coming in from the side of Evil to take that Esmeralda for the counter attacks here, for the shields, for the AoE as well, stun coming in from the Falling Star Moon.
What do you think about the Alice pick in this case?
Yeah.
Like, for the Alice, just kinda comes to me as whereby the teams, or rather the XP laners, they don't care about each other. We just want to play to the mid stages of the game and support our mid stages. It seems like there is absolutely no threat from one XP laner to another.
So far, we can see that. The objective coming in from the Alice for me is just to zone out everyone here. I can see that it was a 3 against 1 against Alice there. Did her job in that aspect, but again the damage was not there. So basically just to take the attention of everyone there, just like a Phoveus, you can see, but Phoveus hits so hard when it comes to the damage aspect here, but Alice in a different, she has the utility, the stun right now on her ultimate, plus of course the sustainability here, but she has to rely the damage onto the other players here. That is the Bane for one, but then again, without the flicker, it's not going to be a surprise burst damage here that we can expect here coming in from the side of the limits the damage potential coming into the side of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, I'll say that probably is just about the reach of the Bane, right?
Yep.
When it comes down to marksman, at least you're ranged. You have decent reach the moment that you enter the portal. But the good thing about a Bane is that, well, you enter the portal, you have survivability, you will be able to move faster as well, so that it will compensate for the amount of compensate for the lack of reach. But it does seem as though in this case, in this game, even if the Esmeralda as well as the Khalid, they run right in your face with their ultimate, they get hit by the Bane, but that's kind of their job.
Yeah, of course.
Soak in the damage, and because of that, the Bane no longer have to reach to go to the backlines to deal with Van. So ultimately, Van had got no targets, or rather, Van is unobstructed.
Yeah.
He's literally the apex predator of that game.
I agree, totally agree. And that is actually the #1 target coming in from the Bane is Van, but you just mentioned that one. It's really difficult to reach, so maybe Dangerous Grass can optimize the Bane in that same kind of aspect. You know, he has the surprises attacks from that one, but I'm not sure if this is going to be still the team composition. I can say they can go for a Bane again. Just at least ban the 1-1. 1-1 is still very much OP, especially in that kind of situation here, because the stacks coming in from the crossbows dang is give the momentum or the surprise attacks will be negated here for the side of Kingdom Esports. We've seen, of course, Kingdom Esports very aggressive. Team Evil knows their stuff as well. With that composition, they can go for the counter attack.
Okay, so here's 1-1's stats for now, right? Pick ban of 100%, so that is a total of 7 games, not inclusive of this one, right? And have got a total of 33.33 wins. So it's not that amazing, actually.
But looking at the other regions, though,
I mean, yeah. 3 picks, 4 bans.
Yep.
one win. Eventually we get there.
Yeah.
With
Eventually,
more
eventually.
inflated
Yes.
numbers. With
I
a little
understand.
bit more inflated numbers.
But that's why I'm also surprised, because I'm expecting all the side lanes right now more on a fighter, flexible heroes like Harith. I haven't seen Harith actually been picked out. I have seen also Lapu-Lapu on the EXP as well. CC on the EXP, you haven't seen that one. We're still in the traditional marksman gold lane here, and still it's viable, I can say. But there's so many much more potential, especially for the side of Kingdom Esports, that they had secured already the Yisen Shin on the jungle, right? They have the Alice on the EXP. They have the gold here. Lunox, is it?
Gold is Bane.
Sorry, Bane
Yeah,
there.
Bane,
So
Lunox,
as you can see, man, we have this transition already that it's not going to be the traditional marksman already on the gold. So it's more on the momentum of being aggressive, because when you have a marksman on the gold, you need some time to run. And remember, this current patch, passive gold has been reduced. Passive gold has been reduced. It gives also the opportunities to actually benefit rather teams who are very aggressive across the maps, meaning having those early kills, having those early objectives right now. It's not going to be staying on your lane forever there, especially the passive gold and the gold coming in from the minions as well has been reduced.
There's also another thing, right? Oh wait, hold on. Yeah. Random map draw is Broken Walls. Okay.
Okay, I was expecting hopefully expanding
rivers.
Yours is dangerous grass, man. There we go.
It's
You
funny.
Meet in the middle. It's gonna be broken walls right now.
Tell me a little bit more about Broken Walls.
Broken
actually.
walls right now. They have changed the map. They have some of the walls has been minimized. I mean, the area that it covers it becomes smaller.
Okay.
There are also walls has been, of course, giving a pathway in between. So there are so many things that the players can really reroute their way across the land of Dawn here. So it benefits for me. Those roamers were very also aggressive. As you can see, the maps here, expanding rivers gives you movement speed. Broken walls gives you opportunity to have this early route, shortest routes to come from one lane to another.
Oh, okay. That means that Johnson will be a good pick. Johnson, no.
He is the icon there on the broken glass.
No more walls to accidentally crash onto.
Yes. Anyway, Fanny is one as well. Fanny is gonna be easy for her to actually latch out and
I feel
then
that's harder, right? Because there's lesser walls now.
Well, if you're a Fanny user, you are mechanically gifted already. So.
I think that's a very big difference, though. Because they are so used to knowing where the walls are. The moment that they come into broken walls and then they shoot out their cables, there's supposed to be a wall there,
my own path.
and it misses. So they're just grounded. Can you imagine that?
Yeah,
right?
Can, of course. Yeah, of course. Being an open-minded one, but of course you
Open-minded.
you need to really read or have knowledge of this current patch if that's the case.
Yeah.
Not just use the flying cloud and then. So broken walls here benefits, of course, those shortcuts to those aggressive heroes here. Gonna expect, of course. Again, Khalid for me, Show.
Because I saved my
of course,
nation
Angela is
falling
pretty good.
apart.
Yeah.
And there you go. There's gonna be a Yisen Shin. What's great about the opening of a Yisen Shin here, Abstract, is it gives so much flexibility already on your side lanes. So because you have the marksman already, possibly again Harith, Bane on the gold here. On the other side, of course, Lapu-Lapu you have seen. CC as well is one of the great, but it has been banned already. Coming in from the side here,
The end of one
Esports.
thing is the
They
beginning
will
of
take the
another.
Esmeralda.
Okay, they will still play around that Esmeralda, but in the meantime, they are still. Oh,
My tail's been itching for a
Oh,
real
Kalea. Okay. I love this, right? This is a lot more of a pick-off comp than what we have seen in the previous one. The previous one is just kind of like the entire village just drop on you lah.
Yes.
The whole kampong boom here. Here's my kampong.
Kampong.
Here's my
Yes,
kampong,
yes,
right?
yeah.
But this
That
one-
is true.
Yeah, so now I think that KE, the one thing that they want to look out for is someone that have, same thing, like burst damage.
Yep.
Being able to make full use of Kalia, because
Mm-hmm.
you can of course land the suplex, but if you don't kill anyone within of the suplex duration, then
Mm-hmm.
what's the point?
I agree. That's somehow that is one of the downside of having a Kalea right now because it's combo dependent. So you need a certain
not the
burst
only
again, a
one
certain
bound by this
combo to
Payback.
pull
Your
through
team is picking.
to utilize the Kalea pick here. On the other side, though, again the Forza and the Phoveus, I still love these two heroes. Damage wise here, early game as well. So it also benefits the side of Team Evil that the 1-1 will not be secured here for the side of Kingdom Esports.
Okay, but 1-1 is still available if
Yep.
they really want to go for. Regardless, this is a lot more area denial coming in from Evil. So just trying to go straight in for a dive comp for KE might pose a little bit of a threat. But they do have Kalia to pull people in.
Yes.
They need some reach.
And
they
the
need
combo.
some burst.
Yep.
So Lunox is still a pretty decent pick here if you ask me.
Yeah,
I am
Lunox is
sovereign of
pretty
the
good
abyss.
as well, but
Obsidia!
new hero.
Oh my god.
OMG, I did not expect here that we are going to see in first week a new hero popping up here in our clean composition. Obsidia, ladies and gentlemen, is a new hero which relies so much on her bone shards, the bone stacks here, Abstract. So Obsidia, she has the damage capability. With the conditions that her stacks is really full. Remember, her stacks can only be gained through attacks on heroes, not on minions. So she needs to be very aggressive here all throughout the map, which benefits, of course, the Kalea. The Kalea has the pick-up potential. So for this pick-up potential, gotta expect, of course, Obsidia will be across team
Magic is
fight
my
here.
life.
But she
Your
will not
team
stay
is
on her
banning.
lane in this moment in time. So Obsidia also shines for a damage rack as long as her itemizations are in check. But you need time there, Abstract. This is the thing. You need time to scale this hero.
Well, that's all marksmen, right? So so it's not exactly a condition. It's a forced wait, technically it is a forced condition. Because when it comes down to other marksmen, like Bruno, for example, it is a marksman that scales in the in the early and the late stages of the game, right? The more you get the kills, and then
Sir,
you just kind of
what's
pop
your
on like
command?
crazy.
True. Your
But
team
Obsidia, even
is
if
banning.
you do get, early game kills and all that kind of stuff, you still
The
don't
hunt
get yourself
begins.
into
Your team is
critical
banning.
mass. You need time because you need to keep
Yes.
hitting over and over and over and
Yes.
over again.
Yep, that is. We can see that right now, the side of Kingdom Esports, they want to be team fight oriented on this one because you need those stacks to be racking up here all throughout the time for the side of Obsidia. But it is really interesting here. Having the Kalea right now only shows that they need to be very aggressive here for the side of Kingdom Esports. On the other side, Team Evil here again, burst damage is there, especially with Yes and Shin on this first pick. We know that Yes and Shin, despite of course the nerfs
Your
coming
team
in
is
from
picking.
this hero, still it has the momentum build up potential coming in from this hero. They just need a proper crowd control for the roam. We've seen the Cho pretty much open here as well. And remember, Obsidia also doesn't have really had the dashes. She has the movement speed though. She had the skill for the movement speed. Remember, it's a movement speed. It's not a dash. So walls there.
Alright,
Yep. But it's a broken wall.
But it's broken walls.
Yep.
So it doesn't really exactly matter.
Yes. Okay then. Okay then. Okay then.
Okay. So it kind of makes sense here. It kind of makes sense here. You still will be able to kind of keep circling around over and
Yes.
over again when you are using your Hunt of Bone.
Yep.
So I do kind of like that idea.
Yeah.
But what exactly is going to be the next thing? Because Obsidia is late game.
Yes.
But you gotta have to look up for the early game.
Kagura! That's your burst.
That's the burst.
burst.
That's
Yes.
fair. That's fair. You'll still be able to get yourself really deep into the fights, especially since we're looking at the Farsa coming in from Evil. Both, when it comes down to Farsa versus the Kagura, I will say that when it comes down to lane prio, Farsa is definitely gonna still be faster than the
Yeah, I
Kagura.
agree. And it's much easier to execute, man. So compared to a Kagura, you really need some high mechanical mastery here to pull out those outplays coming in from this hero. But then again, this is the burst. You have mentioned, right, Abstract. This is the burst damage that the side of Kingdom Esports needs.
This is a Kagura that's gonna be played against Zayla.
See? Oh yeah. Now
So,
that you mentioned it.
yeah, so during I guess the resurgence of Evil, or one of the first few times that of Sayla's career, he played so much Kagura that we literally look at Kagura and be like, that's Sayla.
That's Sayla. Oh,
That's
okay.
Sayla.
All
So-
the shows here, she
and-
knows how to counter.
Yeah, so FMM, you're kind of digging yourself a little bit of a grave, isn't it? Playing a Kagura against a Sayla. That's bold plays.
Bold plays,
Bold
plus
pick.
also Kingdom Esports in general having the Obsidia as well into their team composition, and it's a risky play, but we'll see on how Kingdom Esports is going to work this one out. But look at Team Evil response to finalize their team composition here. The Grok as well as the Bruno. Now the Grok is one of the most devastating roamers right now, having early game damage really racks up, plus broken walls as well.
born
There's
with
walls everywhere
talent.
here. It's going to be easier for him also to pop up this ultimate.
Magic.
Another magic-based damage team composition. See?
Okay.
I think we can see the trend here, Abstract. I mean, it's all brawl here. It's all damage. It's all momentum, early game aggression.
Yeah, okay, so at least Kalia and the Guinevere can kind of play around with one another in some sense, right? Because Kalia does provide knockups. Yeah, Kalia does provide a couple of knockups, but I can't see that as a true combo with Guinevere. It's more of like a, it's nice to have kind of situation. But otherwise, I still wouldn't say that Guinevere in the jungle will be able to provide that kind of early game lead that they would want against this lineup, which does have a Yisushin and a Bruno, both of which are amazing in the early stages of the game. You give them the opportunity, you give them the time, and that is generally when they are going to be popping off.
Yeah, this is the second time you're seeing the Guinevere in the jungle as well, so I'm not sure if this is really the meta
Welcome
here,
to
but
Mobile
remember at the current patch, Guinevere is going to be easy for her to stack up or to have her skill, passive skill enhanced. There are only 2 hits, and 3 hits rather. There we go. You can have already the enhanced basic attack coming in from this Guinevere. So all this damage going to be rocked up in the early stage of the game.
Damn, so technically when it comes down to Guinevere in the lane, she does kind of sound pretty darn annoying if she just needs 2 basic attack in order to go for the enhanced basic
one.
attack.
Yep.
Aggressive
Play we're seeing here now. Well, see? Taking it all up.
There's already a congregation of 4 members down in the middle lane. It's not too big of a problem for Lolzy though, despite losing quite a bit of health, it is totally fine. But that is going to be one of the first iterations of our broken walls.
Yep.
When it comes down to Pit, the
Shortcut,
name kind of named it itself. The wall is broken.
And we've seen also the Insanity here is going to be easy for her to respond as well in the mid on such a little wanderer aspect in the game. But this is the hero we're looking out for, especially during the later stage of the game, the Obsidia. I'm not sure how they've been able to push this one through, but remember, Obsidia having those stacks, fully stacked Obsidia plus itemization in check, it's going to be difficult for her to really shut down. You have so much attack potential here. Remember, each bone shell has 7% attack.
Oh, good lockdown. Right onto FMM. Trying to get himself away with the Esports, but of course, with the Rashu Umbrella Flea allowed FMM to get himself in a pretty good spot.
Right.
HP is already all the way more than 50% HP, so he's gonna be fine in the middle lane while they focus down to clear these waves as much as possible. So far, Kingdom Esports, they have always gotten themselves some great lane priority in the middle lane, focusing on to keeping Sayla in check in the middle. He does hit level 4 though, so you gotta have to watch out for all of that Vasa's feathered airstrike.
And speaking of which, now this is still going to be the turtle chance. FMM has the poke as well. Look at the position here. It's going to be 4v4, and here right now going to go forward.
There we go, and the airstrike just going to be landing on the Insanity. Just got himself all the way to the northern part, while Lolzy as well as Yon just going to be keeping himself right in the center of the battle, being the anchor. But unfortunately, Lolzy will lose his life first, while the rest of Kingdom Esports swims away.
Yeah.
While Aether, he goes down to 1-for-1 trade.
Oh, look at this one. Very aggressive.
Wow, I don't even know that gear was there, but he's still gonna be slamming all the way through into the opponent's territory. And Insanity, he might actually die here, but with a good amount of shields, he's still gonna be fine. Powerful is right around the vicinity, and despite that, the suplex happens, but it's not quite enough to be able to do anything to clear because this guy is alive. Lolzy overstayed his welcome in his own place. But it is a 3v1 after all.
Man, this trio, man, this is just insane. And this is the ultimate coming in from the side of Grant here, just providing so much damage on her bonus shards. But then look at this one. Early game still is going to be Van racking up so much as well. But you can see that one, the trio we are seeing coming in from Evil, powerful. Sayla as well as Gear. This trio has the chemistry as well, being very aggressive, trying to invade as well. Kingdom Esports is just a burden here for the other team.
You see the Grunt is a little bit impatient when it comes down to the bone energy. Really want to get those bone shots stacked up. As such, he's gonna take a little bit too much hard shots off of Ven. It's kind of like a 1v1 for now, but Longzy joins into the fray. But at least Grunt will still stay alive.
And I thought Kingdom Esports will prioritize the gold lane here, Abstract. I think they need to babysit more the Grant here on the Obsidia. Without the window or without the space here, it's going to be hard really for Grant to rack up her accusations. But then again, Kingdom Esports here still going to go for the mid. They need to go for the objectives here, but this is going to be easy, especially powerful here. There's so many walls across the map here. It's going to be easy for him to pack his to rack up his passive as well.
Yeah, so with the lack of bone shots in the early game, you always want to be brawling, right? So as much as possible, Grunt wants to join into the battles, even if he's dealing, mediocre damage. At least he's still building up to the later part of the game. The entirety of Kingdom Esports is just going to be hovering themselves around in their own jungle, while Insanity opens things up a little bit. The entirety of that is going to be the flicker of the lifetime that we want to see from the side of Longzy. Pulls right in onto Aether. One of the junglers dead for the side of Evil, so that is going to be retribution that's gone. However, Evil is still very strong onto the front line. They are the vanguards, and they will still take the turtle down and away from Kingdom Esports.
Man, very unfortunate there for the side of Kingdom Esports. I can see the intention there coming in from the side of Longzy to go for a burst damage and pick off, but it's not enough. Evil, so much damage on their other side. They still need additional firepower here for the side of Kingdom Esports. Grant, so far, Joker here needs some itemization. Look at the top side here. It has been secured by Fan already for that outer turret.
I still feel that Guinevere doesn't really come into play that well with Longzy, or rather as a... I don't know. I feel that it's
combo.
Yeah, it's not exactly the combo. I would love to. Can extend it. Yes, I think that the main thing is for Kingdom Esports, they want to extend the crowd control duration of Longzy's suplexes, and then follow it up with Yawn going in with the Violet Requiem. But aside from that, buying time in the team fight essentially just grants more bone energy, which translates into bone shards. So I don't know whether that is exactly what they want to do. Extend fight in the early stages just so that they can just kind of pop off for Grunt. We'll see how that goes. But in the meantime, that is going to be the Violet Record that's going to be popped on to Powerful, getting themselves one kill. However, Gear is not going to let them off the hook that easily, as he constantly goes into Demonic Force to just push the rest of Kingdom Esports away while he takes control of the jungle.
And look at the resources that has been expended coming in from Kingdom Esports just to pick off Powerful in that sequence, man. It only shows here that they need so much damage yet for the side of Kingdom Esports to not only pick one, but only the rest of the side of Team Evil. Sales positioning on the far side is immaculate as well. There's no one for the side of Kingdom Esports to actually go into the flanks here. And look at this one, just they are being zoned out of control time and time again coming in from Sayla.
Yeah. So Evil has got great objective games thus far. Literally all of the turtle. Well, we'll see about this one. But even when it comes down to the turret takes, he has also gotten all three turrets. All the inner turrets, or rather, all the outer turrets are already taken out. So Evil, they would want to take this turtle down as much as possible to have a perfect objective game. He flickers in, immediately to the suplex, but he will go down first. There's going to be a 1-for-1 trade at this point in time with the rest of the members coming for the side of Evil to push the entirety of Kingdom Esports away, all the way to the south, to the northeastern part. Grunt is still hiding within of the brushes, hoping they will be able to build a little bit more bone charges. But that's not going to be the way. It is some free kill that will be credited over to Sayla with the Feathered Airstrike.
Oh my goodness, here Abstract is the same result. We have seen the same initiation coming in from Longzy, but in fact is a deja vu. Have been countered immediately here by Powerful's ultimate on the Brock, and the rest here for the Kingdom Esports is in. Not enough. Their firepower is not enough. Rather, in that kind of situation, they are trying to target your Aether. Mission complete on taking him down, but but then in the rest of Team Evil punches back so hard that Kingdom Esports had no intention to actually prolong the turtle dance.
Who's going to be the main annoyance? Or rather, who's really the main annoyance of Evil? Sayla? Van?
Man, Sayla has been incredible here, and powerful has been the counter as well. Van is just the insurance here in the later stage of game, but then again, so much space has been given to him, and Grant cannot even 1v1 him on the lane. But then again, we will not discount here Grant. He doesn't have any deaths yet, and that is a good thing for the side of Kingdom Esports. They need just him to scale.
We'll see when they will be able to get himself into critical mass. In the meantime, it's fight from two fronts, in the top and the bottom lane. Van hoping that he will be able to get himself running away.
What?
He's going 1v2! Almost getting away! He did!
What?
Van takes a kill off of the head of Lolzy. And look at for FMM! He takes another one! Now he's going 1v1 against Yorn, but unfortunately he will fly up into the sky and allow the Violent Requiem to land. But that is the perfect trade because it allows Aether to swipe in for the kill. All 5 members down.
Oh man, if you have Drin Sanity on the other side, it's a Ben Sanity on the kind of sequence. It was great, man. That was impressive to see how Ben kept his composure to go for a 3v1 situation. And man, I can say in this moment, Abstract, you have asked me who is the nuisance here for the side of Team Evil. At this moment in time, Ben just proving his point that he's not just late game insurance right now. He is the man right now to be looking out for.
He literally proved you wrong at the very same minute, dude.
Oh my goodness.
The very same minute.
The timing coming in from this guy.
10 minutes into this game now, we are looking at 6,000 goal lead in favor for Evil. This is gonna be a tough fight for Kingdom, especially since they know that it is not acceptable for them to give Evil a free Lord for this upcoming take. As we do have the rest of Kingdom Esports mostly gonna be in the northern part of where Evil is. They are circling around and hoping that they will be able to encircle them. But there we go, Lofty immediately going straight into flight. Unfortunately, that is gonna be the Purify that has been used by Van, so he's gonna be safe and sound, allowing for a refrag, or rather, it's just gonna be a counter take against Lolzy. Takes him down, and now, with the lack of the initiation from Kingdom Esports, they yield the Lord.
Man, it's really difficult for a Kalea, for Lolzy to penetrate through. Again, it's the same sequence here, just a single powerful ultimate there, follow up with Sayla's feathered airstrike. Everyone coming in from Kingdom Esports has been smashed into pieces, no response whatsoever. Even FMM here, he is Kagura here. We know Kagura has some dashes, has some flanking potential, cannot even go through here behind enemy lines.
Yeah, so I think that with both Sayla and Van being one of the, or rather, they are literally the main problems of Evil. They are the damage dealers after all. I think Aether does give a lot of damage too, but I think that the vision game is also another thing that we gotta talk about, right? Kingdom Esports ultimately, they don't have an answer for Sayla when he pops off into the feathered airstrike. They don't have the burst to really deal with whoever they want to catch. They need to make sure that Purify is off cooldown. That's another layer that Kingdom Esports gotta think about, because it's understandable. Kingdom Esports, the main name of the game is to crowd control someone to death. And that comes into Magical Thumb, or perhaps even when it comes down to the Tsunami Slam. But speaking of Slam, it's gonna be Evil just slamming themselves right in the face of Kingdom Esports, allowing Aether to get a kill down on Lolzy. The Initiator is now down, while the Lord marches itself right over to the core. The rest of Evil marches to the middle lane. Get it all down, bring the Ballista in, the Kingdom Esports, and now just going to be holding down and trying to wave clear as much as possible. But luckily, it's 12 minutes and 11 seconds in. It's a new batch of creep wave that will be allowing them to fight back.
Oh, look at the damage here coming in from the side of Van already on the Bruno, hitting so hard already and powerful, just giving so much space. And here, also popping his ultimate. Nothing Kingdom Esports can do. This is the last hurrah!
New wave in the top in the middle lane. In the meantime, Sayla pops out with a feathered airstrike, but unfortunately that's not going to be lasting for too long as Van allows himself to get a kill out of Lolzy. But for now, Yorn hoping that he'll be able to take things down, but no! It's a 5-man wipeout in favor for Evil!
Oh man, the evil magic is here once again! And look at that siege, no one died from the side of Team Evil!
Oh man, 2-0 victory!
Oh man, my prediction is wrong, but then again, It's 2-1, right?
It
I predicted
is.
2-1, but still,
It's still
Evil.
a win, though. A win is a win.
So meaning they exceeded my expectations here.
They did.
Oh my goodness, Team Evil. There's different thing, and no, I know, it is still a week 1.
It's
still a
week
week 1.
It's gonna
But you know the opening surprise
opening matches is always, you know,
dictates the tempo on
Yes.
how our regular season will go through here. And Team Evil just proves that they're ready here. This is the solid team. Actually, Season 8's roster, for me, Team Evil, that was the best roster for me. You have incredible gold lane here and jungle on that role. Plus, of course, Sayla and Powerful is still there as well. But here, Season 10, same roster, great chemistry already, except for Aether. It now solidifies this chemistry already coming in from Team Evil.
I still always have my eyes on Aether, man. Objective gaming, macro gaming coming from Evil, absolutely amazing. And now, Van, MVP of the game. Once again, 8:1:8 for the total KDA with a total of 956 GPM. Boy, oh boy.
Remember the 3v1 outplay there?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
This guy.
You thought that Bruno was the one being hunted,
Yes.
but the hunter are the hunted.
Yeah. This is incredible in this game already here. And big shout out as well to Powerful and how he really utilizes the Grak as well in that game. Man, the Grak just giving so much counter attacks here. Once Lolsey goes in his Kalea, the counter attack coming in from the ultimate coming in from Powerful as well just disrupts the combo coming in from the side of Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, this is a really tough game for Lolsey and Yorn,
Yep.
right? Because given their picks, they need to look for opportunities. But given the opportunities, we've got Van and Sela that picked up Purify. Powerful is naturally, or rather, the Grok is naturally immune to crowd control. Gear, as long as he's in the sky, he's untouchable and he can't be crowd controlled, right?
Yep.
So that left with Aether.
Man.
Did they even attack Aether? Well, I think that it was, you know, in different cases, right? They look for different opportunities. They identify who is the problem. Given the itemizations here, you know who is the real problem. With Van with a total of 12,000 gold to his name. That's a lot, by the way. In 12 minutes and 53 seconds, I think both games ended around the same time. But this game was a little bit more dominating in the early stages.
Plus, of course, we have seen the team composition coming in from Sonic Kingdom. He's a small magic base here. Look at the activations here. The Radiant armor is there. The Athena shields as well. So it's going to be easy for the side of Team Evil as well to negate those initial burst damages coming in from the linear composition from Kingdom Esports in this situation. But man, again, Guinevere jungle, unfortunately, it doesn't
Tank
have the match
jungle.
combo coming in from Lolsey as well.
Yeah, they're lacking a lot of damage, actually. I think that's the main problem about Kingdom Esports lineup, right? They want to extend the periods of the fight as long as possible, just so that they will allow Grant to stack up on these bone shots. And this is an all-in game to hope that Grant will be able to help them win the game in the late stages. But that comes into a point whereby they lack the firepower or the potential to win in the early game, or rather keep them afloat in the early game.
Correct.
They have the Kagura, but is it enough? Damage dealt 27,000. Not nearly as enough as what Insanity is able to pour out.
And look at Grant's damage dealt here, 18,000, way below from Powerful's Grok there,
Exactly.
which is 20k. And you know, you need Obsidia to really go into the team fight, have these early optimizations to really utilize this hero. But then again, we haven't seen that with kill participation. Participation is only 20% as well. So unfortunately here, it didn't work with the team composition from the side of Kingdom Esports. Man, Team Evil was really, really good. I mean, the chemistry is there already. The aggressiveness coming in from Team Evil is there as well. Looking forward and how they move forward into the regular season.
There's just no answer for Sayla. And that allowed Evil to kind of lead in the early stages of the game. That's mostly the thing. But wait, let's take a look at the match highlights,
There
shall
you
we?
go.
This is the entirety of the matches from game number 1 to game number 2. Most of these games are in the early stages. for game one, it's a lot of back and forth, I would say.
Yep.
Doesn't really go anywhere.
I've seen also the Kingdom Esports trying too hard to pick off Van here on the 1-1, but look at this outplay again. This is just insane. One of the books, man.
One of them.
Oh man, the Raging Sandstorm was so perfect, and the reinforcements coming in from Team Evil on time as well to go for the pickup play.
And of course, the ending play.
Yep.
As much as Lawsy really tried to, that's the most that he could do as a chip, right? What's a chip without his friends? Chipless.
Chipless. Wow. Okay.
That's so bad.
Chipless. Okay. Then again, there's this outplay. This is the 3v1 that we have seen in this side of the situation. The composure coming in from Ben. This is to be commended on this player here. Boom! 1-3-9-2!
Oh, yikes. Disgusting.
Ouch.
Yeah, this is
Ouch.
absolutely disgusting.
Oh my goodness.
If he had one more dash, he would definitely win against Yon, but unfortunately he needed the dash to get a little bit closer over to Van, either way, or FMM rather. So that was all absolutely wonderful. And of course, the game-ending play, what can we possibly talk about? It was just Evil doing their evil magic over to Kingdom Esports.
Yeah, looking forward for Team Evil this season 10 already. Hoping the 2K could grab also the title. They haven't yet gotten the MPL championship, right?
Evil?
Yep.
Nope, but the closest was
second.
It was second.
Second, season 8.
Season 8.
That's
Okay,
the
so
thing.
they were like fourth. I think they had fourth. They had
Last season, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
They have been to anything and everything except for first place.
Oh my. So hopefully, let's see. But then again, Kingdom Esports, they have free also new rookies, right? But Lozzy is there as a veteran to lead them the way. Again, it is still a time for the growth, for the chemistry to build up. But then looking forward for Kingdom Esports as well to bounce back on the second week.
Yep. So hopefully that we'll be able to see a little bit more from. I want to see more from Kingdom Esports, to be honest.
Yep.
I think that they're probably just thirsty.
Yeah.
Probably.
But too much heated up right now. If it's heated up, what's next?
Cool yourself down with IT.
Yes, exactly.
Redeem your code down over at the bottom side of the screen, right underneath of Deadeye. Just take your phone, snap onto that QR code, and redeem in the IT app. And do remember that when it comes down to the IT app, or rather the our entire partnership with IT, we also do have got a point whereby you will be able, if you buy 2 of their collab drinks, you will be able to get a scratch card. And there are multiple things that you can win, but with the number 1 prize, that is that you will be able to support the champions of MPL SG all the way in Jakarta.
Nice. I'm looking forward to that part.
Does it count if we scratch ourselves and we just kind of go? If we get the win and we go over? I would love to buy like just like
one dozen of.
Yeah, I mean like we have a lot of crews here, so
Yeah,
just literally
yeah.
like just. Actually, I should tell them to buy it. I take the scratch card. I did not say that. I did not say that.
Oh yeah.
You know, sometimes.
Thank you, production.
Yeah, we'll find a way, okay? IT, yeah, we'll take the scratch cards. We'll talk to you guys in a short bit later on. We're coming in for game number 2 very soon.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, With a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs, though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage. all leading up to the playoffs. The where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. The where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only 1 champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to
abyss shall move.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL SG Season 10. We've got game number 1.
Yep.
Series number
Done and
1.
dusted.
Match number 1. Yeah, match number 1 done and dusted. We are moving on to match number 2 now, which you can see down below bottom is Team Flash versus RSG. That's coming up. My name is Abstract. With me here is Deadeye, who does not apparently have Instagram just yet. At this point in time, as you speak. The both of us gonna be your customer today.
I love you, man.
Hey, I love you too. That's my standard introduction. For
I
you.
know. Anyway, we're now going to see, witness rather, an incredible matchup between Team Flash versus RSG.
Yeah.
Two teams who really dominated the MPL Singapore title.
Yep. So there is definitely some changes when it comes down to
Yep.
the roster, as you guys probably have seen from yesterday's game. So let's take a look at Team Flash. Who do we have that is rostered in for today? If we look closer on the XP lane, Hades on the jungle, Katizi in mid, Vanix in gold, and Jade that is gonna be the roamer.
Alright, this time around it's going to be Closer on the EXP. Yesterday it was Bear, of course, showing his performance. Right now, Closer joining us here against the side of RSG. And we still witnessing the impressive trio coming in from Team Flash, which is Curtizy, Hades as well. They have incredible rotations across the map. And Vanix, of course.
Lord Vanix.
Lord Vanix.
Lord.
Forgive me, I'm just a peasant.
Now on the opposite side, we
Yep.
have RSG SG that will be coming up, that will be facing off against Team Flash. With Taurus on the XP lane, PTB on the jungle, Murphy in the middle, Ash onto the gold, and Hoki that is onto the roam.
Remember, of course, we have introduced the rookies joining us here. And again, they had somehow a challenging opening day, but now they are going to face against, again, the biggest giant in the league, which is going to be Team Flash. Remember, they have bigger shoes to fill in into the team organization, and let us see what is going to be their performance this time around against the reigning champions.
Yep. Both teams, in terms of organization-wise, are two very established organizations
That is
that
true.
has been around for the longest time ever. And now, they gotta have to still show that they are the team to look out for. Well, before we even talk more about the teams, we are going to go for the map draw. And it is going to be... I tell you, it's gonna be dangerous grass.
Alright, first time, finally. Okay, I'm looking forward for this one. Expanding rivers, especially for aggressive roamers, benefits as much because it is going to be easy for you to go from lane to lane. Not only roamers, of course, totally all the players going to benefit this movement speed coming in from expanding rivers.
Yep, the flood is now dawning upon us here in the land of dawn. We've got nowhere to be safe because there's just puddles of water everywhere. And it's a slipstream.
Slipstream.
Slippery, be careful.
Yeah.
Make sure you guys, when you are running, please mind your step and not fall. That is to everyone that's watching the stream while you are on the go, okay? Mind your step, watch your step, don't fall. I know
Safety
that,
first.
yeah, sometimes the games gets very exciting. If you need to, just stand still and watch the game.
And speaking of which, speaking of water, of course, everyone is hydrated here with IT. Same as us as well.
We do have our two little cups right here.
Yep. I know you like it as well. So let us now go into the expanding rivers here. Abstract. First time going to see an MPL SG Season 10 regular season. And I'm looking forward for aggressive roamers here. We haven't, we have seen the patch coming out, but I haven't seen any Natalia's, Hilda's yet.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Aggressive. We're highlighting the aggressive roamers, those vision givers.
Yeah.
But not necessarily. It's to be honest, in paper, staple picks, right? But
Yeah.
teams are not considering this one when it comes to competitive scene.
Well, Hilda is still supposedly a really strong pick, right? I mean, especially if we're talking
It is.
about, dangerous class.
Especially that one.
Especially dangerous
Yep.
class. But still, I think that a movement speed that will allow the Hilda to just run completely haywire is something that we gotta have to look out for, right?
Correct.
Hilda can already bump from one lane to another really fast.
Yes.
And with expanding rivers, it's gonna be even faster.
Exactly. Baksha as well. I mean, we haven't seen that one being picked here by the teams. But speaking of picks, bans right now are showing up in the screen. It is going to be Zushin here, Arlots for the side of Team Flash. On the other side, though, RSG going to take out the Fanny here. And of course, Fanny's still a threat. You know, we've seen Hades doing as much here. Very consistent on Assassin Heroes. They are not going to give it away.
Yep, so with all these 4 heroes that's already been banned, we have Gabaxia that will be joining into the banning pool as well. So far, we have seen a pretty good showing of, well, when it comes down to being piloted by Ven, the 1-1 as well as Bruno sounds pretty darn good. And I wouldn't be too surprised if we are starting to see some of these marksmen actually thrown into the banning pool as well.
Yep.
But there are still some other heroes that have been seeing quite a bit of pick rate. Esmeralda for today, for 2 games is going pretty darn strong, and Yi Sun Shin has always been first pick, first ban, or rather first pick coming in from the blue side.
Yeah, one of the most contested heroes indeed, Yi Sun Shin, if not pick being banned there. And speaking of picks as well, I'm looking forward for the Harith, to be honest, on the gold lane as well. Just benefits so much, especially going to bully or control the lane, but Uranus is being taken out. You don't want those chain heroes here for the side of RSG to be picked on the side of Team Flash. And speaking of which, Yi Sun Shin is pretty much open, but I'm not sure if Team Flash is going to utilize this one, but it is one of the meta heroes right now.
Yeah, so I'm not too sure whether Hades is gonna run the Yi Sun Shin, but I would like to believe that.
Okay,
Because I saved my nation from falling
actually gonna go
apart.
for that.
Yep.
It feels like Yi Sun Shin is really too good to be true
It
right
is.
now. 100% pick ban rate with a total of 7 picks.
Yep.
It does seem to be that way. So honestly, that's kind of crazy.
Yep, it is, and not only he is one of the meta. This hero also opens up a lot of versatility or flexibility on the team composition. We have just highlighted this one on the previous series as well. If you have a Yi Sun Shin in the jungle here, most likely you have some fighter or flexible side laners as well to be utilized by the team. So you already have the marksman, you have already the here. Most likely the Harith can be picked here with the side of Team Flash. You can also have the flexibility of the Lapu Lapu as well. But then again, the Chip is also been recognized here with the side of RSG, which is great. Again, Chip is one of those roamers as well, can easily go lane to lane with a teleport spell, can ramp up his economy with that vision game.
Yep, so once again, this is entire Kampong just dropping in. RSG doing RSG things, right? And putting a Kimi into the mix. This is something that we will love to see, you know, the triple marksman kind of thing. I kind of miss that. But unfortunately, no more Yi Sun Shin available for RSG. Feels kind of like a denial pick for RSG. I'm not too sure whether they will even bother to go for that. But regardless, with Yi Sun Shin in here, we can actually play a lot more into the early stages of the deck. So Katisi just playing the Farsa, totally understandable, and closer with the Esmeralda too.
Yes, and speaking of the EXP, right? Yesterday it was Bear, now Closer will have his time to shine. Now Esmeralda as well. Speaking of which, a similar kind of pick and bans sequence here. Once Chip has been picked on the other side, it is going to be the ultimate response from the opposing team to choose the Esmeralda as well, because of course teleports provide shields, so Esmeralda has the falling summon and the passive to actually negate those shields as well. So pretty counter against the lineup coming in from RSG. But of course, having a Chip right now in the composition, you need the team fight oriented hero as well. And there you go, Choi with the burst damage, AoE, speed as well, benefiting the expanding river.
Magic.
Again, right?
Magic.
Again.
I sure hope that it's not going to be a Mage Bane in the goal lane once again.
Most likely, yes. I think it's still
Shush.
viable.
Shush. Shush.
Yeah, but it is still viable.
It is still definitely going to be viable, especially since it is Fasa on the opposite side, right? So honestly, when it comes down to having a Bane, it will always be kind of like a ticking time bomb. Or I wouldn't say
My
ticking time
tail's
bomb,
been itching for
but it's
a
just a
real
ticking
fight.
time until the Farsa have to dismount from the feathered airstrike. So there is a time sequence involved, but that is provided that Khaleesi don't use up all of the artillery strikes by then.
And speaking of strikes here, Cho is pretty much open as well. The only threat here I can
Jay's
see
Cho?
here. I have seen Cho from Jay. He usually is using the Kufra's, Dr. J's, the Franco as well. Yeah, become the architect, as they have dubbed this player as well, making some plays. But looking forward for the picks, especially for hyper aggressive rotation roamers coming in from Jay here. But Esmeralda, Forza, yep, but you need that hard crowd control as well coming in from Flash SG, especially here on how you would be able to stop Joy, and also the backline here coming in from the Kimi as well.
Yeah, so honestly, right now at this point in time, I'm just kind of wondering, what's gonna be the thing that we should be looking out for, right? With the next two picks coming in for Team Flash and RSG, what are they lacking? Team Flash at this point in time, they do have a little bit of immobilization, but not exactly a team-wide crowd control. RSG side, they have pretty good early game, but crowd control-wise is also in a bit of a toughie, right? Team Flash, they do have the Esmeralda they can play into the shortcut already, so it will be great when it comes down to their aroma. They can look for something along those lines once again. Since Gadokacha has already been taken away, which is actually a pretty good answer for RSG for themselves to pick. But I guess they just don't want such a large AoE effect for Team Flash to play around. But there's still Khalid though.
Yep. There's still Khalid. They can go. I haven't seen Badang as well.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one, Badang as a roam or. But anyway, let us see. This is the beauty of having a Yes and Shin, right? You have the flexibility as well on the side lanes. You can go for Harith though. Harith has been taken down here. Harith is pretty good as well against Chip's teleport. You can use the Zaman Force there on a 5v5 team fight. It's really incredible. But anyway, on their team composition, it still lacks that hard crowd control that you have been mentioning here, Abstract. Can only rely for that falling star moon, of course the stun coming in from the Yisen Shin as well, but you need the ultimate crowd control skill here coming in from Team Flash.
So with early game kind of pivoting game is gonna be the Farsa, then slowly the next
Franco?
one. I think Franco is kind of like a far cry. I would like to believe they are not exactly a very. I mean, they can play pick off. They can definitely play pick off. Oh,
Okay.
okay, Benedetta.
Yep.
Benedetta with that. I think that is okay. I think that that's still
Okay.
pretty okay. This kind of fulfills their crowd control, one of their crowd control thing, right? Petrify into the Electro Final Blow. Pretty good answer to immediately just zip right into the face of Farsa. That is one of the answers that they can look out for. What are some of the other ways that they can look into this? They have a lot of damage over time then, right?
Yes,
because
that is
of,
true.
Because of literally Joy, Joy stance, Electro Final Blow, the smaller talents that
There you go, the Badang.
Oh, but
Okay, Badang has been picked because they need Lapu
Lapu,
as well.
oh my goodness.
Okay, two fighter sidelines. That's what we are expecting when you have a decent Shin in your team composition right now, which actually Team Flash solidifies their defense here to protect Khaleesi on the Farsa, because there's so many things coming in from RSG to go into the backline. So there's so much mobility, plus the expanding river doubles down this aggressiveness, this lineup coming in from the side of RSG. However, burst damage wise, they can rely, of course, for Joy and late game insurance for the Claw.
Okay, this is quite a late game roster for the side of RSG,
It is.
which is kind of scary considering the fact that in the early/mid phase for RSG, they actually don't have an answer for Team Flash. With the amount of crowd control coming in from Team Flash, the Badang, the Badang coming in, even when it comes down to the Bravest Warrior from the Lapu Lapu, I think that just the two of them plus the Farsa is actually already gonna be pretty darn scary. While RSG might not have a really good answer. answer. They can all enter into their shortcut, but what can they do after that?
Yeah, we witnessed this one in the previews, right? Even though the shortcut is there, if the opposing team has a great wall or a great defense, it's still gonna be a challenge for the cheap lineup to penetrate through. So this is one of the challenges here coming in from the side of RSG, unless, of course, this is a Claude that we're talking about, late game Claude, having incredible items already with the BMI. Now he can rip through there onto the back lines. But remember, crowd control wise, it is still in favor here for the side of Team Flash.
So with that all said, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Game number 1 between Team Flash and RSG is well underway. Both of the junglers have decided to start off at the orange buff. As such, they are going to be popping up in opposite sides of the map with varying amount of, it kind of shows off what kind of playstyle, or rather what kind of direction that they are trying to go for, right? With the Joy that will be going over to the XP lane by the end of her route, and then the Yizushin going into the gold lane by the end of their route. It seems as though Team Flash, they want to stir up some aggression just so that the Lapu Lapu will be able to kick off online a little bit sooner. But speaking of which, that's kind of scary.
Yeah, it is, and this is what's going for the side of RSG as well. To remember, of course, seeing the jungle path here, but with expanding rivers later on. So we're still expecting incredible team fight gonna brawl out together with these two teams. Now, late game, it is gonna be Ashley right now on the Claude. We have seen, of course, the current meta right now still shines on the flexibility of the side laners, but Claude is still very viable when it comes to the lane. He has the reach with the PMI. He still can go for the carry role on the later stages, especially with this heavy lineup coming in for the side of Flash. As you saw fighters here, as Naga, Sadang, and also the Lapu Lapu, and the Claude can rip through there on the late game.
Yeah, so this really just depends on RSG just heading over to the late game, right?
Yep.
But they don't have a way that will allow them to spiral out of control or even kind of bridge themselves from early to mid to late. The best case scenario that I can think of is Hoki dropping shortcuts by by the first turtle. That requires him to be at level 4.
Yes.
So everyone just goes in and they wreak havoc. But that's the question, right? The moment everyone goes in, I will see Joy just zooming around. It takes time before she will be able to go into her ultimate. Benedetta, couple of dashes, or maybe just straight on Electro Final Blow, then that's instant gratification. That's Benedetta that checks the list for being good after shortcut. Claude can't do anything unless you wait, right?
That is true.
Kimmy, a little bit far, but
she needs the follow-up coming in from Chip.
Yeah.
She's not the one who can really rip through.
Yeah,
You mentioned, of course, Benedetta. It's either Benedetta or Joy, especially during the early stages.
So Joy can't, Claude can't, only Benedetta can, and Kimmy needs time to pop off, right? Kimmy needs time to really get the charges up before she will be able to rip through everyone in a piercing fashion. So literally, only 1 out of 5 that can make full use of, or rather 1 out of 4 can make full use of the shotgun. But speaking of which, it does seem like we won't be able to see that shotgun going on for now. But at least we know that the turtle will go down first, with the first blood going over to the hands of Closer, bringing Torrens down. The fight continues on in an extended fashion. Murphy stays alive with just a sliver of health. Hoki flickers away just to ensure that they don't give any more kills to Team Flash.
Wow, I didn't expect that Hades would be able to get that turtle buff into his team, but then again he did. And I can see that RSG Singapore here was just too late, and they need PTBL to be on time when it comes to the team fight in that situation. I can see, of course, especially during the early stage of the game, it is going to be the Taurus here and Joy, PTBL, who's having this damage already flowing through into his team. On the other side, the real threat here is Kartizi for me. With that Feather Airstrike, he can really burst through anyone here, but he is susceptible. That's why he needs Shay as the protection on the team fight.
Yeah, there's not really... honestly, when it comes down to the lane priority, there's a lot of things that each team can't, or rather RSG can't do. You can see down in the XP lane, the Benedetta have got nothing that she can do against the Esmeralda. Esmeralda is just bad crazy, right? It's just going to go crazy on you, get shields, whatever hit that you have. It doesn't do anything. But in the meantime, for the gold lane, it's understandable that the Claude will have the reach to deal with the Lapu, but Lapu also do have the reach to throw all those swords right back at the Claude. Yeah. So relatively similar in terms of playstyle, or rather, who can leave the lane first. Normally, it will be the Lapu.
Yeah, for sure. But as the game goes by here, they have to take their eyes on Ash here on the Claude. So we're not seeing actually any harassment of Cold Lane. It's just doing what it seems, especially with a teleport coming in from Hoki here, is gonna be easy for this Claude to go into the team fight. And speaking of which, I think we are seeing some brawl here on the bottom. Expanded River already is here. Now the movement speed will benefit both two teams. Who will initiate this one first? But then again, we're seeing Flash SG actually here controlling across the pit.
With them just pulling out the turtle, the rest of RSG they're not exactly too interested.
Yeah.
Turtle down. Hoki is around the vicinity though. And probably not create a shotgun and give Hades that free turtle.
Right, surprisingly, so that was the call coming in from RSG, and I thought they are going to go for Brawl that time around, but unfortunately that was not, they are playing it safe right now. So, okay, they're going to go for the late stages of the game, they'll pressure them, but look at Danix right now, out of position though.
Yep, but it does Brave with Warriors himself right out there, while in the meantime, we do have Katini just popping off with defensive airstrike, putting Hoki down to the low amount of HP, while Hades gets to kill down the Taurus while he was stuck on over to the wall because of Jay. But speaking of which, Jay goes down to the hands of PTBL. PTBL continues onto the onslaught, getting a single claw down over to Hades, and that is 2 kills for PTBL.
Wow, the tankiness here coming in from the fighters of Flash SG. Unfortunately, of course, they have underestimated the power of a Joy. Joy really thrives on those kind of close quarter combats there. And Flash SG right now just had been 2 casualties onto their side in that situation. So far right now, 3 kills. Rio 1 here for the side of PTBL. It's going great actually for the Joy here for the side of RSG.
Now Murphy did manage to pick up the Blood Wings, so that is a good amount of shields that she will be able to get for herself. However, let's remember that shields is also going to be really good for Esmeralda. Yeah, so closer, yeah, he's got that. But that is crazy heck a lot, man. More damage for Katizi, right? Just pushing Ash away. That is a free turret all the way at the top lane. This will unlock Phoenix.
Oh, for sure, indeed here. And this is what we expect. Her TC has the firepower here for the side of Flash SG. And RSG Singapore on the other side still relies for the time for Ash to go to go online here in this situation. For now, RSG's playing it safe actually. And I thought expanding Rivers with this kind of lineup, they have to be very aggressive, but speaking of which, Closer is the target.
Trying to get it away. Like the final blow narrowly missed the mark, while Closer hoping they will be able to catch enough shield to get himself right out of dodge, which he will be able to. Just crazy amount of movement speed, that's one thing.
Yep, and no ultimates here for Joy, no ultimate as well for the Vendetta. It's going to be easy turtle right now for Flash.
And now we do have got Hoki that's just going to be stuck within the walls, and such is going to be the first one down, while Ash is just going to go blazing to it to get himself right out of dodge.
Oh, actually they are doing good pressure first here in the middle lane. They transition here for the turtle right now, and RSG has been zoned off here in the skirmish play. And RSG with 2 safe play style right now. It's also rocking up the momentum here for Flash SG. It's somehow a double-edged sword on the strategy right now we're witnessing coming in from RSG. Will they be able to carry this one out from Ash? The pressure coming in from this Gold Raider right now is there. Curtis is here.
Oh, okay. Definitely going to be tough. As you can see, Ash just got sniped out from the Oblivion. Well, in the meantime, Bravos Warrior is just going to get a stun down on the Hoki right underneath the Taurus nose. Not going to do anything as for now. The middle lane is also been wiped out. Team Flash is not able to get a push down the middle.
Oh man, this is Flash SG. They know the strategy here coming up from RSG. They don't want this late game already to be rocking up here on the opponent's side. And look at the damage coming from Curtisi right now. He knows who to target, and that is Ash. Ash right now with the damage, it's gone.
Taurus built up a malefic roar. I thought that Taurus might actually go for the tank style solely because of the constructed blast, but I'm wrong. I do actually like the fact that you went damage first, but Malefic Roar for first item is not what I'm expecting. Was expecting a little bit more Hunter Strike, you know, Fury Hammer first, and then into maybe just a Bloodlust Axe, but Malefic Roar.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting to be a defensive build, not an offensive one here for Towers. But then again, he wants
already
to go
on the
for the
player
burst.
sees.
Okay.
Okay,
Captain
that's right.
sees Malefic Roar, damage build, burst as well.
That's okay.
He's target, bot line as well.
Yeah, so full on assassin style on the
Bam.
side of Taurus. He does have Petrify as well, so at least the Electro Final Blow would do quite a number over to Kha'Zix the moment that she is within, or rather he is in the Electro Final Blow. But down at the bottom lane, look at the amount of damage that Vanix have got in his shoes, man. Just immediately pushing Ashe away from such bad spot. BTBL just gonna be pushing himself, or rather pushing closer away. Fortunately, closer was not able to steal away the ultimate buff, while middle lane is gonna get a siege down to the T1 turret. Close, but not close enough.
Yeah, look at how the rotation's coming in from Flash SG. Beautiful game sense indeed. They go to full pressure here to top the bot and transition as well here in the middle lane. Now RSG is scattered around across the Land of Dawn. They cannot even contest this Lord Dance anymore here. It's going to be freely given here to the side of Flash SG because of their pressure, their macro plays across the map.
Ashe as well as Murphy, both of which have picked up a new item for them. This might be a
No
boss fight
way.
that we're looking for. Ashe all the way down to the bottom lane. He does have global presence after all. As such, himself as well as Taurus just going to be joining into the midst of the fight. But unfortunately, Ashe, when it comes down to place, does not have much damage onto the side of Jay. BTBL takes the Lord for himself. This is great for RSG SG. So now they would definitely just want to get themselves a bit backwards a bit. They did manage to bring Hades as well as Kha'Zix down, two of the core members of Flash SG. This will get the Lord pushing down in the bottom lane.
Wow, I did not expect that one, Abstract. All eyes was actually at BTBL, but it was Hoki making it happen in the team fight. In the Lord Dance, rather. That's cheeky play on the teleport, and they managed to steal here BTBL and the clutch Lord to take. And now Flash SG miscalculating in that situation. They thought they had grasped already the team fight, and it is now the time for RSG to bounce back with this great take a Lord objective here against Flash SG.
And the Lord advantage is going to be a good number to RSG. All the T1 turrets are now down. Flash will now deal with the Lord that's marching down to the bottom. This is more than enough, right?
Yep.
Because we are almost at an equal amount of, or rather it is an equal amount of turrets that is left for both sides, right? So at least in the middle lane for RSG, they still have the T1 turret, and that is actually a very good thing.
That is correct, and I thought the middle turret already been taken down, but nah, still standing here with the sliver held on the turret. And now RSG. I thought they have been pushed against the wall, but look at how they recovered on the team fight already. And now Vanix on a fighter on the Lopulapu. We've seen the damage already here, but remember, as long as Ashe here on the god has the proper optimizations here, can burst through anyone here against the side of Flash SG.
Yep, T1 turret finally went down. At this point in time, Team Flash, we gotta have to look out for Kha'Zix still. Should be
That
the
is true.
main damage dealer of the team for now. As for RSG SG, I would like to believe that Taurus does hold a very strong vantage point as the main damage dealer because of their blade that Heptasis, Malefic Roar, as well as Sea Halberd. So that is crazy amount of damage. Technically speaking, Joy can still come into play with a total of 3 kills to his name and a total 7.4 thousand gold.
Jay? Oh no?
Just gonna be jumping in from behind. Not being able to land anything on the Hoki, but that is going to be the defended aspect that's gone. But Ashe!
Oh, wow! Oh my goodness, that is gonna be a big blunder there, Abstract. Now our RSG without the gold laner, they are now going to push through, putting pressure here against RSG.
Like hot knife through butter.
Yes.
Ashe wasn't even able to do anything, just crumble under the despair.
Okay, Taurus is really out there on the opposing lane. They'll be able to come through the defense. Where is the defense?
It does seem like Taurus will be able to take one turret down, but unfortunately they will lose the bottom lane T3 in the meantime. Hoki hoping that he'll be able to run himself away, but unfortunately Hades will be able to land the flagship right down under him, bringing him down.
Taurus?
Murphy with just a sliver of HP. Taurus! The Electro Final Blow! That is more than enough to be able to take Jay down and almost get a kill down on Vanix as well as Hades.
Oh man, Taurus here. He is really the saving grace, but is he?
And it's gonna be stunned. Stun again! That's a chain stun that we want to see from Vanix and Kha'Zix.
Oh man, the damage ranking up already here for the side of Flash SG already, but mission accomplished. Even though they had defended here for the side of RSG, it is still going to be inhibitor turret gone on the bot side here. And now Flash SG transition here for the Lord takedown right now. They have the numbers advantage as well. Positioning wise, It is going to be Flash SG taking it. But remember, RSG managed to take a steal later. Hold that thought.
Okay, not in a good spot at all, but he's still alive. Never mind, he's dead now. The shotgun did manage to pull right out, while PTBL just gonna go straight in over to the ultimate to get into one kill. Murphy himself gets one as well.
What?
The 2-man down is ready from the side of Team Flash. 2 for 3 win to make it 2 for 2 because Taurus now back into the fray. Closer, he is still alive, but it's literally 1v1 between him and Murphy. But Jay joins in the fray and managed to give one more love tap over, and that is more than enough for them to do enough damage. Taurus, eye for an eye, gets himself away, stun and stun.
Oh
and
my.
Taurus, he was just alive, and now he's dead again. But PTBL is not gonna let his fellow teammates go down without a fight. As such, he went back into the fray, hoping that he'll be able to get killed onto Jay. But Jay, sneaky little boy.
Indeed, but then again, let us go back into the lore dance there. I wasn't expecting Ash to die so early, and I thought his Blazing Duet also racking havoc on the damage, but nah, Flash SG still managed to provide, soaking up all that gold laner damage rather, and now Flash SG here managed to take advantage of the situation. Now no contest whatsoever here on the Lord. RSG is in the first of defense here. Oh, Hoki again!
They were trying to do something here, but unfortunately came in a little bit late, and everyone else is just together! RSG, they are never mind. It seemed as though they were in a dire situation, but right now it is Team Flash that is in dire situation. Now, Vanix hoping that he'll be able to get himself away. He is in Bravest Warrior, but he's still taking a little bit too much pot shots from RSG. Taurus went a little bit too far, as such punished by Hades.
Oh man, Hoki once again with a risky play there on Conceal Teleport 1, but then again Flash SG secured the Lord this time around. And look at the Taurus damage, PTBL still managed to go back at that moment in time. But RSG here, they want some brawl, man. They want to fight.
They want to fight it all out, man. 12 kills in total for themselves, while in the meantime Team Flash has got 16 kills in total. Only a 2,000 gold lead, that's not too bad after all. The only problem for RSG is the fact that they don't have a T3 turret at the bottom.
And with this inhibitor turret gone on the bot side, still super minions will be the advantage here over the side of a Flash SG. And remember, this is again a Claude, a late game hero. But the positioning coming in from Ash is not that great when it comes to the skirmishes that we have witnessed so far in the recent fights against the side of Flash RSG. He needs to proper time his Blazing Duets, his BMI here, because he is the favorite target right now coming in from Flash SG. Without Ash, on a 5v5, they have to rely for PTBL at this moment in time. Taurus as well for the damage, but at this moment in time, Ash will need to step up.
Actually need to get the timing right as well.
Yeah, I agree.
Understandably for how Lapu Lapu plays, his stuns don't come out immediately.
Yeah.
There is, of course, a very long time before you actually do that, right? Throw the blades, dash forward, and only then goes into Bravest Warrior. Then you slash, slam, then you stun. Usually that is the pattern. So if Vanix don't see Ash, he's probably going to go for that combo and just wait for the point in time that he really needs a stun and stun Ash down when the Blazing Duet is happening. He does have a flicker to reposition himself just so that he will be able to hit Ash. I'm not too sure how easy that will be, but if he does land, Ash will have to use the Purify.
Yeah, he must do that. Yeah. And we can only see also Vanix has the trigger discipline or the veterancy coming in from this player as well. He's not just clicking mindlessly here for his skill set to push through. But anyway, we have some pause right now here. But at this moment in time, it's still not over for RSG here at Abstract. They can still have a fight. We can see how risky Hoki is on his chip as well to go for the teleport plays anytime soon with the combo coming in from Joy as well on that AoE damage. But looking forward for Ash as well to step up. As you mentioned, of course, his positioning is key in this situation here.
So at this point, we know that RSG is in a tougher spot, right? What exactly is something that we need to see or we need RSG to do? They have late game insurance coming.
They have.
We are already 17 minutes in. We are almost at the critical mass for Claude. So would it be an execution that RSG gotta have to wait for to do correctly?
We have seen, of course, Hoki doing the concealed play, the funky maneuvers. I have no questions about that here. But the only threat here is they need to pick off Cartesia first. Cartesia dealing the most damage here in this team. Of course, without Cartesia, They have the crowd control set, but without the follow-up firepower, is not going to be enough for a Flash SG to break through anyone here against the start of RSG. Remember, of course, Ash is timing as well, need to synergize well on Hoki's shot calls.
It all boils down to Benedetta then. Taurus really need to get an Electro Final Blow right to Katisi. But understandably, Katisi is not just going to give his position away from
That is true.
That is true. The tough call. The moment you go into the shortcut, or if you were to play a long route and just walk all around the place, you're very likely to see either Esmeralda, Lapu-Lapu, or Badang first. They are all the way in front. They're all very self-sustainable, except for Badang, but he's a tanky boy. So you wouldn't want to elect the final blow your way out of that. Even if Badang were to kind of slam your face with the face crack and face break, Benedetta is someone that can get out of that very easily.
Correct. Eye for an eye, can go for an active final blow, or can go for a flanking with a different route though.
Yeah.
You can go for a surprise attack on the rear side against Flash SG. But of course, as the game goes on, we are also not to discredit Hades here on the ESM Shin. Also did great damage dealer here. Great follow-up as well with synergy on the Curtisi burst damage. But these two are glass cannons. We really remember that. This is why maybe the Benedetta here going to go for a damage build.
Yeah.
Because of that purpose. He wants to pick off those damage dealers to the back lines. So this is one of the objectives here for the Benedetta. And also PDBL just trying to take attention about the rest of the Flash SG at this moment.
We have a lot of back line plays for RSG. They have a lot.
They have a lot.
They can threaten the backlines pretty badly. Like even if Yushin and Faster is on a completely opposite side of the fight, one is the north side, one is the southern side, they can literally just split up and one person deal with another. And worst case scenario, Benedetta dies. But that also takes a lot of attention away from the Claude, which is supposed to be the guy that cleans up shop.
And this is where Ash now steps up, especially during the later stages of the game here. And unfortunately, for the recent skirmishes we saw, he blinks in out of position there. He was targeted by Vanix on the Lapu-Lapu, which should not happen. Lapu-Lapu shouldn't reach him. That's the point. So as a Claude there, he needs to position himself very well here, either target BMI on the backline. But again, this is easy to see in paper, but very challenging here on how Flash SG positioning themselves as well.
Yeah, exactly. I think that the fog of war is always the problem for the players. They can't see what's going on. It's a lot easier for us to say, oh, he's just right there. Why can't you position to the northern a bit because he's right there? But they can't see. So this really just boils down to the roamers, right? Which is Hoki in this case. But as a chip, you're not exactly a hero that goes around and give a lot of information, especially where an entire team is. How are they positioned? You want to play more of an ambush thing, right? Coming into the back and immediately just drop a portal right on the backliners of Flash SG, for example, and let the magic happen.
Speaking of which, we have a position coming in from Hoki here. On the teleport, or I think he found his way in against the Badang here, but no teleport been committed yet.
Yep, because it is a Badang after all. You don't want to drop a portal right in front of Badang. I think that's the worst case scenario.
Expanded reverse right now here. Look at the zone coming in from closer as well. Hoki, all eyes on him, but the conceal hasn't been used yet. But 50% health for the Lord.
Yep, one of the main threat for Team Flash SG is already right now in the fountain. So now they have no chance to fight for the Lord. Just because of a single play from closer to push Taurus away. But now the fight continues. Why are they fighting? I don't know. But RSG, they are fighting. They're going in straight onto Team Flash. No one's dealing with Katisi just yet, but at least the playing duet coming in from Ash finally made its way over to Katisi. More than enough for them to do the trick. It's 2-4-1 at this point in time. And RSG is winning. But until now, because now Ash is dead. They're still Vanix, they're still closer. They will still storm their way through if they are able to find a 2v3 win. But unfortunately, it is going to be a little bit tough because Taurus is, after all, a damage dealer after all. Team Flash is going to be going straight right into the face of Murphy. Vanix gets one kill. 2-for-2 right now, or rather 2v2 right now. Immortality is just going to be popped. Closer gets one kill. Just going to be left with Toki is running away. Vanning, he should be able to get a free charge in all the way from the top side while Closer deals with Hoki.
Are you kidding me? That prolonged team fight there. Abstract. I think I just witnessed 3 falling star moons in a row. And
Was it really 3?
How long the team fight is. And it was incredible to see. They were to finish the game.
PDBL doing whatever they can to sing and song and dance for the team in order to deal enough damage, but it is not. Team Flash takes game 1.
Oh my. What was that? That was kind of...
That was a forced fight.
That was
That was hands down a forced fight.
Yes.
That was not a fight that is going in their favor.
my.
But that is also a that is also a fight that Team Flash played extremely well micro, right? Because they seem like they are losing. It's a 2v3, but Vanix thinks, Lord Vanix thinks, Lapu thinks.
Lapu things as well. But man, they were zoned out incredibly there on Lord. They cannot even penetrate through. That was a free Lord for the side of Flash SG. But then again, they decided to force the team fight on the top side. But what was the call though? I mean, I have seen also Taurus very late into the team fight as well.
Because he was poked out by Closer. That was a very big opportunity for Team Flash to just take the Lord for free. Because now the main threat in the backlines is no longer there.
Yeah, I can see as well that one of the teleport has been used, right? Ash instantly targeted Curtizi, but Curtizi actually just dashed already 3 or 4 feathered airstrikes already, even though he was dead.
Already dead.
Exactly, and the damage was there. And the Prolonged, I was surprised actually how they managed to survive and deal a lot of damage, wipe out everyone against the side there of their opponents, the RSG.
Yeah, super prolonged team fight.
Oh my.
I will at least say that yes, Ash managed to get the kill onto one of the main damage dealer. That's great. But of course, MVP, we gotta talk about this, is Closer that is onto the Esmeralda.
Stepping up this time around, and I love the Esmeralda pick, especially against ship prioritizations here for their opponents, and we have seen how incredible it is for the Esmeralda to dance her way through in a prolonged team fight. The shields are insane. It's not going to be it's really also great for Closer to zone out everyone on the floor dance as well. Big impact coming in from this guy.
Yeah, so what can I say, man? Closer, he made that play. He made the play, went over to poke onto Benedetta. That's the big thing. Still survived all the way from the start to the end of the fight. Received so much damage, dealt so much damage as well.
Yeah.
This Esmeralda is just a pain to deal with.
Oh, unfortunately here on the other side, RSG relying so much here on the Claude scaling, especially during the later stage of the game, but it was great for Flash RSG actually recognizing the threat here. They don't want Ash to scale through. He was the favorite target here coming in from the side of Van, is coming in from the side of Curtizi as well. There's just so much here coming in for the damage department for the side of Flash SG. RSG on the other side though, we've seen Taurus as well doing his best to go for the flanking maneuvers here, but then again, he's been zoned out coming in from the J. They know how to position themselves, they know how to recognize how the team fight also prolongs here, and it was great for Flash SG to execute properly here when it comes to a 5v5 brawl.
Yeah, so itemizations wise, this is pretty much late game territory. Yeah, everyone have gotten the exact items that they wanted. It is a pity though that Taurus did not get a full item. He's got all the damage items that he needs. Doesn't really have a lot of survivability, which is probably one of the main reasons why, you know, it's suffering a little bit against Closer. I thought that maybe having fourth item of damage is pretty good. You should be able to deal a good amount of damage to Katizi or perhaps even Hades, for example. Don't really have to go full damage, in my honest opinion, because he's having a lot of problems dealing with Closer.
Correct. Has been can go for a flex items here, at least soaking the damage initially here for the side of Taurus. But you know, yes, they have incredible itemizations here, but it cannot last long in the team fight. What's the use here? But speaking of which, damage department here in Netherlands is going to be closer here, having the most one. His AoE is Falling Star Moons. Again, the last series, if I'm not mistaken, 3 Falling Star Moons now. Very long.
3 Falling Star Moons.
This is just insane already here. But on the other side, though, unfortunately for RSG, late game insurance here coming in from Ash. His positioning is tall here against the side of RSG.
Yes. Oh man,
my goodness.
This is kind of crazy, right? I mean, this is game number 1. Team Flash went all the way and even gave RSG the opportunity to play super late game. Okay, I wouldn't even call it super late game, but late game enough for Cloud to actually reach critical mass. But there is definitely a point where it's just kind of like a push and pull kind of thing. Oh crap, I'm about to lose. Oh, boom. Vanix.
Yeah, Vanix again. Speaking of Vanix, I think this is the kind of season or the patch that he now transitioned to fighter heroes. Usually I see him on the marksman, of course.
Yeah.
Now, since the patch benefits the flexibility of the fighters on the gold lane, we are now seeing some fresh new hero pools coming in from this kid.
Yep. I mean, completely out of topic, right? But the context about, you know, flexibility, gold laners. If only FMM is playing gold lane this time. Right? In this season.
Yeah, correct.
Right.
But now it is a mid lane of speaking of FMM is just
completely
cycle.
off topic,
FMM cycle.
Yeah,
But
cycling.
speaking of cycle, of course, now we are expecting, of course, the flexibility of the hero pool, of the adaptability rather of the players here. We're seeing that right now firsthand from Lord Vanix himself using Lapu-Lapu on the gold lane here, which is great actually, because if the team cannot adapt here, the current patch, they will really feel the challenge and how to crawl back into the meta game here. And we've seen Flash right now. Of course, Closer now on the EXP. They're also experimenting how the chemistry works here. Yesterday it was Bear, now Closer is it. Remember, Bear yesterday did a great game on that Lapu-Lapu as well in the game 1. So now we're seeing Closer here. Very good game on the Esmeralda.
Yep. But of course, it's not exactly the end of RSG just yet.
Yep.
They still have a chance. In fact, we can always see a reverse sweep going on about. Despite the fact that RSG is full-fledged of rookies, I would still want to see them being able to topple the Giants, because for Team Flash, they definitely look huge in terms of name, in terms of popularity, in terms of their prestige. But honestly, how crazy would that be if RSG, which is mostly a rookie team, just kind of takes 1-2 games off of them?
Hopefully, of course, RSG, however, right now, I can see, do you feel the jitters coming in this play? I can only see somehow they need to have some chemistry first. I can really tell that the shot calls, it was dictated by Hoki. Most of the teams here, because the chip as well. But then again, on how they execute this team fight wise, I think they just have some kind of finesse here. Like Hoki was there very outside of the team composition, like he flanks on the bottom right. But then again, if everyone was zoned out here, I'm not sure what was the call out there, because Hoki was really trying to go for the conceal and teleport as well, but the rest of the team is just running back with the zone coming in from Closer.
I don't know, but maybe I feel that because of the fact that they drafted a chip, it feels as though they believe that, you know what, we can throw macro out of the window, because it doesn't matter if whether we are not close to Hoki, because the moment that he outs, we are all in there together. So it kind of feels as though that they are just like, okay, we just expand ourselves and just get as much information as possible. When Hoki finds the opportunity, we'll go in, technically blind, then we'll do something about it. It's kind of like, it feels as though, but I don't know if whether that's going to be the case, but feels as though for RSG is kind of just play around with instincts and intuition.
So far.
Intuition, right? Just go in, let's see what's going to happen.
And I also noticed, let's go back to the map changes there, the expanding rivers, right? Expanding rivers also benefits teams who love to control the early game. Because once you control the map, like the objectives, outer turrets there, the opposing team cannot really utilize the expanding rivers already. So far, the expanding rivers gives so much benefit to the other team who really grasps the early game dominance there. So we've seen Flash SG there try to control a across the map here, and you can see they're everywhere here. Just even though Chip Hoki has a teleport, they literally control the map here. The Land of Dawn coming in from the side of Flash SG. It just feels they have their teleport of their own with this movement speed.
Yeah, it's just kind of fly everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, speaking of movement speed, right? It kind of feels as though I'm not too sure about the math about this. Maybe not math, but the raw data about that. But drafting a Benedetta in expanding rivers kind of feel a little bit counterintuitive to me.
Right, because she's relying to her dashes.
Yes, that is right. So because of the dashes, you don't get like you don't get sped up animations. So technically speaking, it feels as though for other heroes, they can catch up to the Benedetta just by running.
Yeah,
because
that's
of
true.
Because of the animations, right? So might as well just kind of run.
Instead of like a few delays.
Yeah, I don't know whether it's true or not,
Uh-huh.
but it feels as though like there's a certain form of clunkiness whenever you're just running fast and then shing, run fast, kind of thing, right? It feels as though.
yeah. Somehow, I can agree with you there, because literally we see Benedetta not walking all throughout the game, using her dash instead for that mobility wise. But yeah, as you mentioned, of course, it benefits those who love to go for a roaming aggressive path. Like, I haven't seen, the Hilda, or when it comes to EXP, I'm looking forward, of course, the Lapu Lapu was there. Lapu Lapu was really great, but it was used on the gold lane. I think this is the first time I'm seeing a Lapu Lapu on the gold, not on the EXP, but it is one of the flexibility right now we are seeing from Flash SG. Only shows also the transition coming in from Vanix himself to use this heroes, but I haven't seen the Harith though. Harith's pretty good, to be honest. Harith benefits expanding rivers as well.
You think so?
Yes.
How so?
Because Harith right now dominated the lane before the patches, dominated the lane. The next thing you do is going to go for a transition on the turtle pit on the early objectives here. But with the expanding rivers, it's going to be easy for you to respond on these such team fights. You can even invade the jungle area there. Because literally, Harith is one of the early to mid heroes who can dominate the lane. No questions about that one.
Right.
But
just because
with
of
expanding rivers,
yeah, Synchrophasion is generally one of the more annoying abilities that a marksman can have. You can poke the enemies while clearly do a lot of damage to a creep waves as well. It's kind of on the same part. Would it be in the same part? Nah, I don't think it's on the same part with Irithel. There's higher reach for Synchrophasion as compared to Irithel's the crossbow attack thing. So okay, I can see what you mean. Win lanes, start running.
Yes.
Win lanes, start running.
Be aggressive. And I am also not seeing the Julian one as well. Because, again, my opinion for the Skyrim patch benefits really those aggressive heroes. So, having Julian level 3 can, even Suyo as well can benefit on that one. But
oh my god, we completely forgot about Suyo.
Yeah, he's gone. He's out of the picture.
That's a hero?
Yeah. But remember the moment he was a meta back then?
Picked every time. Picked every time, we were so bored.
Exactly. Level 3 can really burst down anyone already. Expanded rivers also benefits the one. So we haven't seen that one, but still we're seeing somehow teams kind of in between with the previous to the current patch right now.
Yeah. So what else are we... Okay, so for today, we also haven't seen Ruby just yet.
Yeah, that is correct.
Would have thought that the Ruby gold lane instead of the Lapu gold lane. But to be honest, the Lapu gold lane seemed to work out pretty darn well, right?
Yeah, I didn't expect that one. I thought that was...
Yeah, it seems like there is a pretty good amount of damage onto it, right?
Or maybe because it's Vanix.
Vanix. Lord Vanix.
Lord Vanix, sorry.
It's a Vanix factor. Okay, let me take a look at... Let me take a look.
As you can see, it's Lord Vanix who is on the gold lane, and how he be able to... Because he knows, of course, the Claude doesn't deal so much in the early game. But if it's going to be Harith against Harith against a Lapu, Harith could probably still dominate the lane.
Okay, so let's go down and take a look at what kind of items Vanix has, because it seems like he's got quite a good amount of damage, right? It's just a Hunter Strike, War Axe
items there.
Hunter Strike,
Defensive items.
Yeah.
Oh,
and
Warx.
everything else is defense. Everything else is defensive.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Queen's
Correct, correct.
Wings,
Queen's Wings, yes.
Oracle, as well as the armor.
Yep.
Honestly,
That's the thing. I mean, Lapu is in the meta, man. Lapu is still one of the strongest, if not CC, on the EXP.
damage dealt 41,000.
Yep. Oh, that is big indeed. That is big. As a fighter, Lapu Lapu is pretty good. But
Yeah.
you know, with this team composition that we are seeing right now coming in from RSG is pretty good as well. But I'm not expecting really for a Tarish to be fully go of a attack build here. He's being very squishy in the later stages of the game already. Cannot really utilize this kind of optimizations like, against the side of Flash SG.
Yeah, so what kind of changes that we are hoping to see for the side of RSG? Is it more of a lineup draft thing, or do you think it's just communication and
Yeah.
and execution?
Yeah, that's one thing I just noticed. Maybe the chemistry first coming in from this team. Again, hokey shot calls while everyone is out there. I mean, that was one thing. When it comes to the composition, I think composition-wise, they can have their own strategy there. But then again, the item build or the intention coming in from the team of RSG is not put into the full execution there against Flash SG. Or maybe they're just against the Flash SG here is more experience against them.
Yeah, I think experience really counts a lot, right? Ultimately, it is veterans versus rookies.
Yep, I can say that one.
Yeah.
Abstract.
At least I would say in the previous seasons, you know, Bray and Bray kind of made things a little bit, I would say, not that rookie-ish. Back then we also got CS and Closer, so it's
Yes.
really a little bit more on the veteran side.
Yes.
But this is almost a total revamp of their roster. And I am very interested to see how are they going to change things out, or rather how are they going to, you know, how well are they going to fare against Team Flash. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, so far right now, it's going to be a pressure here for Melon as a coach because we have witnessed Melon
what's
as an
your
active
command?
player.
Your
I'm not
team
sure if
is
this is going to be the first time for Melon to actually coach a team here, but so far now coaching most of the rookies right now coming in from RSG. Pressure also into the backlines. Unlike, of course, here over the side of Flash SG, Cartesi, Hades, Vanix here, they have the experience all throughout internationally as well. And Closer and Jay here, despite, of course, new to the roster, they have the experience themselves also in the competitive scene.
Yep, so now let's take a look at the bans. So more or less the same thing, right? Juicin, Fanny, we've got an Arlet as well as Bansia that has been thrown into the banning pool. So far, nothing that is kind of like a respect ban per se. So we'll slowly get ourselves to that. We've got Angela that is thrown into the mix as well. So Yin Sun Shin has always been first pick or immediately banned out. Doesn't seem like Team Flash is particularly interested in the bannings of the Yushin.
Yeah, expecting, of course, Yishin Shin will still be up for grabs here for RSG, if not being banned here over the side of Flash SG. So now, with the Yishin Shin, it opens up here a lot of flexibility in the team, and expecting, of course, Chip right now pretty much open as well for the other team. So usually this is the sequence we are seeing here, Abstract. First pick, Yishin Shin, the second pick will be either the Chip there on the opposing time, but anyway, we're waiting here for the teams to come in, but looking good right now coming in from side of Flash SG. Remember, of course, yesterday they have been taken back by Team Evo, and now against RSG. If they win this, of course, still I can say Team Flash is still pretty dominating here in this league.
I would still say that Team Flash is a scary one.
They are.
I mean, let's be honest here. We have the mainstays from the Vanix, Katisi, and Hades joined in by Closer, which was RSG, and then we also have Jay, right? Jay has been bumping from places to places.
Yeah,
he's got vast amount of experience.
He is.
And on one of the seasons where they were so close to becoming champions as Flash, I mean, he was there. Jay is not new to Flash. He has been in and out.
Ah, I see. So he is the return of the prodigal son.
I guess you can say it that way.
There you go. Welcome
tail's
back
been
to the
itching for
family
a
here.
real
And speaking of
time.
which, Yisun Shin is not being banned here. So it's pretty much open here for all of the two teams here, but RSG has the advantage to pick it priority in this moment in time. But so far right now, Team Flash on the other side, match point against RSG.
So, Yuzushin is very likely going to be the first pick here. Without a doubt, right? For RSG.
For sure.
For sure. I
For
think it would be a
sure.
very big mistake for that not to happen.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Again, unless they have some things in mind here for the side of RSG.
I don't know though.
They're
They
thinking
don't
so
seem.
much here.
Do they have an answer to the Yuzushin in its previous game?
With this blade,
Oh.
sweep away all evil.
It's gonna
They
be
are
Lance here.
not playing Yuzushin, but they did not ban Yuzushin.
Yep. So
they-
Yisun Shin,
Sounds
Ruby.
like they don't care about the Yuzushin then. Like, they don't care that Yuzushin is annoying hero and all.
Okay, you can use the Yisun Shin yourselves here, but is this a risk that RSG is willing to take here? And of course, Flash RSG on the other side. Remember, Yisun Shin is open. They can have a Ruby here as well. It's one of the staple picks to counter attack those dashy
They call me a
assassin
hero
heroes.
because I saved my
Focus
nation
has
from
not been
falling
taken
apart.
away as well. And Uranus
Your
instead,
team
it
is
will be the
picking.
priority here for the side of Flash SG. Okay.
Oh. Okay, so Uranus and Yuzushin. So Esmeralda seems like it's gonna be
Yeah.
the next understandable pick for RSG. This becomes a lot more of a divey composition, which actually allows them to play that chip again. Actually, if they really want to.
Speaking of which, Chip is pretty much open as well. But will RSG take that
join
Ruby
me
themselves?
in my
But no,
dream
it's gonna
world.
be Lunox here once
Ask
again,
me to
and
dance.
Esmeralda, as you
Your team
have
is
mentioned, of
picking.
course, Abstract. So the flexibility coming in from the Lunox here can be on the mid and be on the gold as well. So let us see Flash SG. They're going to go for a Ruby this time around. I'm not sure if this is going to be the priority here because they need some lockdown here against Lancelot this time around against RSG.
Yeah. So okay. So Lunox is great. Having a Lunox picked up so that they can really deal with the Uranus. Well, in the meantime, Esmeralda has always been a pretty viable option for XP lane. Even if there isn't a Uranus on the opposite side, it's still a very good pick. So this is kind of like a double trouble kind of thing going on. So I do kind of like RG's draft for now. I
Yep.
do like it.
Again, magic, magic, magic,
Payback.
and then magic. All magic here. This is the magic meta, ladies and gents. We are seeing here now burst damage once again for Curtizi here. Very stable pick coming in from this guy as well. And now this is going to be the time for Flash SG to actually ban out here. Lapu Lapu. They don't want this one. Esmeralda, however, of course, are we expecting a gold laner marksman
Who
here
said
for the
there
side
are
of
no
RSG?
shortcuts
Of
in
course,
life?
Lancelot
I
is now being
literally
picked.
invented
Chip
one.
has been taken down. Moskov usually been the priority coming in from the
that's
side
true.
of Vanix here.
Yeah, Moskov is actually one of the
begins.
high
Your
ban pick
team is
heroes
banning.
as well, so that could always be an option. I do like the fact that RSG have decided to go for the ban onto Ruby though. I would like to believe that the next ban will also be a Lapu Lapu as a respect to Vanix for a pretty good play in the previous game. As such, it would actually not make any difference between game 1 to game 2 if the Lapu actually still stays.
That is true. That is true. And now, Flash SG here. Most likely is going to be taking out a traditional gold laner marksman.
Fight.
So,
Fight
no,
for the
instead
ultimate
it's going to be
answer.
Hilda here. So,
Hilda.
it opens a lot of RSG to go for a traditional marksman. Because, of course, if you have an assassin already, you need that Lady of Insurance unless they want to be very aggressive in the early stage of game. You want the magic, magic, magic here. Harith, go for Harith.
Harith.
They go for Harith though. But so far right now, Curtizi still has the advantage of this is going to be a mid Lunox here. And the pokes coming in from Curtizi is still going to be an advantage for him.
Yeah, it's still gonna be pretty annoying And lane priority is still pretty darn good. Between the Esmeralda and the Uranus, lane priority actually goes over to RSG. So it's kind of like 1-for-1 for now. The only other difference is gonna be, I guess, gold lane. How do they want to do with this? I'm pretty sure that both teams would not want to care too much about the XP, since Katizia is gonna leave lanes a lot earlier. Perhaps they can play a lot more of an aggressive gold laner, which still tells me that it is gonna be a Lapu gold lane. And for Team Flash, when it comes down to Roma, someone aggressive as well. In this particular game, I don't think that having crowd control is too important. It's good to have some crowd control, but it's not a super important one.
Or if they are going to prioritize the crowd control, maybe Jay Franco once again, and just to stop the Lancelot here.
Sand rises when I give the
Khalid.
word.
Okay, how can we
Khalid is
get a
aggressive.
Cho also? Yep. Khalid is very good actually as a roam right now together with Cho. So remember, this is an advantage for aggressive roamers actually to go across the map to have additional gold feed into them. So they have the crowd control that you have mentioned here. Great synergy with the feathered airstrike as well. So on the other side, RSG, will they go for a transition on the gold lane though?
Actually, Khalid might be flex here. Do you think it's possible? Remember back then when we still had Khalid, first item, Blade, or they have to cease into the Malefic Roar. Those are the scary days of Khalid. Crazy amount of damage. So technically speaking, it is not out of the picture for them. Odette!
The Swan Song is going to be played here
they need crowd control.
in this game here. But okay. It's gonna be tricky though. So okay, Swan Song is not CC immune, right? You can't interrupt this Swan Song. You can't interrupt the Swan Song. Period.
It's a statement. You can. Okay.
Yeah. So.
But she does have a dash. She does have an extra dash.
Sure.
But that is also a gold lane Lunox then.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's a gold lane Lunox. Now you have the range coming in from.
Okay.
Again,
they need to deal with. I guess it makes sense. They need to deal with the Odette.
Okay, but the Grok here, especially with the broken walls right now, benefits so much for this aggressive roamer. Damage-wise, especially during the early stages of the game, here coming in from RSG is just way good. I mean, against the side here for this Flash SG, they do have the damage capability as well, and the mobility-wise for Flash SG. So basically, it boils out to who initiates first here. I mean, more relies on the Grok. If in my own opinion here, Grok with the ultimate on the Odette, it's gonna be scary here. But remember, there's so many things that the side of Flash SG can retreat to. I mean, they do have the mobility, they have the counter as well. Remember, Deadly Catch, interrupt also channeling spells, which is the Swan Song there.
I'm having a tough time to really understand which one is a better draft, because it kind of feels very similar per se. They have kind of the same idea as to where they want to go. They will always have an XP laner to open up the map and just kind of like, touch gloves with the opponent's XP laners. And there will always be one mage that's hiding behind, waiting to be able to unleash hell on their opponent. It's an either-or, right? And in the meantime, the gold laner is just... I don't know, they're just there. Maybe that's a little bit of a difference, right? Ash onto the Lunox will wait for the opportunity, or maybe go in and immediately kill Uranus. Well, in the meantime, Vanix on the Bane has a little bit of a difference, is that he's waiting for Odette to appear with the Swan Song. So both the goal laners are kind of on a waiting game kind of thing.
So on how they be able to utilize or the timings on their skill set here, and how they execute, of course, when it comes to a team fight as well. When it comes to the later stage of the game, and for sure Flash SG here has greater advantage here compared to the side of RSG. But when it comes to the early to mid, they can utilize, of course, the power of their burst damage here. Remember, Grok's very strong here with his ultimate, as well as the power of nature that we can witness over.
Fortunately, Jay wasn't able to get the steal of the orange buff. but that's fine. Jay has got some crazy movement speed, so just walking away from Murphy as well as Hoki is not a problem at all.
And remember, this patchman benefits really the aggressive roamers, the collision game, surveillance, gold flowing in, and so far Kurtizi having the advantage to clear the waves easily here in collaboration coming in from Jay as well on his Khalid. But so far, look at his roaming path here. He's just out there behind enemy lines waiting for the rest of the Flash here to be very aggressive as well.
Top lane though, Taurus, Hoki and PTBL, they're preparing themselves for the turtle fight. While Hades and Souls Jade is just hovering around the plate. They don't have anything that can really deal with Hoki at this point, but in terms of damage, I don't think that they have anything.
Yeah.
They gotta have to win for TZ.
Rich.
As such, there we go. They do have something indeed, and after all, Hades is that something.
Yeah, perfect timing there for the level 4 Feather to Airstrike coming in from Kurtizi as well. And now there's going to be the bounce back coming in from RSG.
PTBL is hoping that he'll be able to jump himself around to Jay, but unfortunately, it does seem like he does have the quick send guard that allows him to stay alive a little bit longer. It turns around with PTBL and Murphy going down.
Oh man, I expected RSG to actually dominate this game here against the side of Flash RSG, but no. It is still going to be Flash here, just proving the way here to be the very strong early game composition. Look at the damage again, just flowing out from the side of Flash SG. They've been bursted down. Correct me if I'm wrong there, Abstract Murphy wasn't in that team fight.
I don't think that Murphy was in that team fight. So it's something a bit big for us to see if that actually does happen. 3v1, Hoki only received half damage. To be fair, Hades wasn't going all in for the damage. Otherwise, he would be a little bit too big. So, good call.
Alright, right now Flash SG is going out here against RSG Singapore this time around. So I'm expecting, of course, Hoki to be the very aggressive grab this time around. But nope, it was Jay. Dr. J here is just dictating tempo here, and rest of RSG has been spotted with this incredible surveillance movement coming in from Khalid. Bottom side though, Panics here. And as well as Ash, silently as you have expected. Also, all is silent gold lane.
They are just doing their own thing.
Yep.
XP laners, they're fighting their own game. Middle lane, they are choking out. They're just like, what the heck?
It's really a mid lane priority all throughout here. All the games. Where it is!
3-man! There we go! Murphy was stunned, but it doesn't matter. Oh,
wow.
He was in Swan Song. He's stunned, but he still continues.
Really?
I think I saw that. Stuns does not deal with him. I completely forgot.
Oh. PTBL.
Oh, Jay, you are in a dire situation, but never mind. Ash goes in with Power of Chaos Darkening. Does have quite a bit of damage, but he actually didn't do anything to Closer at all. As Closer slowly walks his way right in the face of Ash. Quick send guard over to the side of Jay. This is still in the midst of everything. Both teams, they are just touching gloves with one another, while Kurtizi pops open with the Feathered Airstrike.
Alright, so this is going to be a zone out coming in from Flash SG here. Again, another turtle takedown advantage here for the reigning champions, and now outer turrets simultaneously been secured coming in from Flash SG. Talking about macro plays here, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Flash SG now dictating tempo with 4 kills, and now putting pressure onto the top side as well. All turrets here, except for the mid lane, has been secured.
Okay, high level control effects can stop Swan Song. Alright, okay, we'll talk about that in a bit. As Taurus now currently finds himself in the top spot. Taurus!
And they have a singer, they have a dancer as well, dancering his way here on evading the Feather Airstrike.
Oh man, it would be funny if Taurus is actually using the what was it called? The Muse, that Muse skin. I'm not too sure whether it was actually using that, but that would be fun.
Speaking of which, wow, it's actually Lord Varix dominating here against Ash on the bot side on the Lunox gold lane matchup. And now Flash SG with his 4-man rotations here from this team. They have just controlled the land of Dawn here early to mid, and now giving so much space here for Vanix to push through on the bottom side.
It's a about 4,000 gold lead in favor for Team Flash. They've managed to bring down the top lane and the bottom lane T1 turret.
Oh no.
Closer flickers. Closer has flicker? Oh, okay.
And he survived, of course. Me and Flash SG. That is just a statement right now that RSG still needs a lot of damage to burst down closer. Closer gives so much, of course, space as well as information. Same as Jay here. Look at him behind enemy lines. Doesn't care as well. Catch me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it won't be able to touch Jay at all.
Nah.
He's still not exactly super tanky. He's not exactly super damaging as well, but I'm pretty sure that he's built out his Thunderbelt to be able to get tankier in the later stages of the game. Flash, they really want to focus on the middle lane G1, but it's gonna be a little bit tough.
Oh, Starboard
tries to get himself away. He enters onto Taurus, but it does seem as though he does have the quick stand guard, so he's gonna be A-okay. Closer buys a bit of time between Hoki as well as Ash, while Hades finds himself at the side waiting for a snipe. Completely misses the mark, as just kind of pushes the rest of RSG SG a little bit further behind, but still no bueno for T1.
Indeed, and this is one side of the game. Look at a feathered airstrike there.
Not gonna be ending just yet. The damage over to the side of Hoki will only pick off just a chunk, but not a death over to that side. PTBL puts his face right in the face of Katizi, leaving him with just a sliver. Taurus was hoping that he will be able to clear him off with that falling star moon, but a tad bit too late. So now he focuses, rather refocuses his attention over to the Uranus, pushing the both of them up to the top lane. Wet Noodle fight once again and don't really care.
It's just funny to watch here, man. RSG just trying their best to catch Day, trying their best to catch Closer as well, but cannot do so. Movement speed, sustainability, these two heroes, Khalid as well as the Uranus, is just insane here. The RSG cannot do anything about it.
No one's dying.
No one's dying, man. And speaking of which, it is actually Taurus been taken down.
This up, but now once again, two of them crumpled down together. Both Taurus as well, or rather, Taurus, Murphy, and Hoki. They all went down almost together at the same time, with Vanix and Jay keeping the exit for Ash.
Oh my goodness, the burst coming in from Vanix on that Bane, follow up with the falling Star Moon. They're gone.
Absolutely disgusting.
Oh man, magic, 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 man. The magic meta is here. The burst is insane. Flash SG is going to blitz their way through as well, taking out inner turrets here against RSG. And the single inner turret standing is on the top. And they are not going anywhere here, Abstract. They want to stay, they want to fight, they want to kill.
Oh, Murphy.
Oh my goodness.
Murphy and Ash. Yes. Both of them just took 2 pot shots from the artillery strike and they already got 1/3 left.
OMG, sheesh indeed. Oh, so RSG here, what can they do? I mean, they have Hoki. They can go for an ultimate here for the knockoff, but the damage is enough there. It's just simply Flash SG too much to handle here at this moment.
I mean, that's a rough part, right? Because Hoki is quite literally the only answer for Katizi to immediately stop that, to stop their ultimate by a flicker and a wall charge. But you kind of need that for initiations too.
Exactly. I mean,
the other way is PTBL just rush right into the face of Katizi, but there's also a chance of him dying. And he needs to focus on logs as well, right? So we'll see how that's gonna go, because the rest of the members from RSGSG seems like they want to push closer away, while the rest of Team Flash is focused on to zoning.
Oh man, speaking of zoning here, completely obliterated here by the side. Oh, Flash SG, they're going to go for the concealed J on the other side. Okay, waiting for the right moment to bounce in. Remember, they have just taken Lord, and look at the damage coming in from Hades as well. Indeed, OUCH.
That's on an Esmeralda, remember that. That is on Esmeralda. If you're telling me it's on Ash or it's on Murphy, I'm like, okay, understandable, but that's on Esmeralda.
Oh, better dash once
I see a flicker! When it comes down to Murphy, he got himself right in the face. He's saying, you can't deal with anything, Hoki can't deal with it, I will deal with it. Flickers on forward with the Swan Song, dashes on forward. That is a 1-for-1 trade between the mages.
Oh man, the deadly catch first again, coming in from Vanix, just obliterate Murphy out in the line of dawn. Now it is going to be the siege, the Lord coming through the middle lane.
And now the middle lane, T3 turret will now eventually go down. The Raging Sandstorm, Jay, lands on the 2 as they continue to crumple themselves right on over to RSG, demolishing whatever that's right in front of them. However, Taurus is a little bit too thick for them to handle. And such Team Flash, they might want to slowly make their way back because PDBL is dealing in quite a lot of damage over to the side of Phoenix. But now Jay is moving himself all the way to the westward. He will still go down to the hands of Taurus. Good defense coming from RSG. They managed to defend the post 3 in the middle lane. They're going down. But unfortunately, there's two creep waves that is marching down from the top lane and the bottom lane. So this could be a barren wasteland. It is once again yet another fast S coming from the side of Kati's bin, and she can get a kill down on the Hoki. As they continue on forward, it is going to be RSG with 4-4. No, wait, that's 3 men left. As Ash is now down. Murphy could still do something. PDBL now shifts his attention over to Hades. Gets himself that 1 kill. Dashes on over. Good amount of punches. He's now safe and sound. There's still creeps marching in from the middle lane. Murphy needs to do something about this because Closer is just going to be wrecking down havoc. And now the shots is moving in. How long is this fight going to go on for? Katizzi with the feather air strike pushes the rest of member for RNG away. Hoki is recycled back in. Phoenix gets a mega kill onto Hoki. And now they are still swarming like ants. This is never ending because Jay is coming in again. Another wave of Crips, the middle lane is coming in once again. And they're initiating again. Finally, they will end the game after a long, long cycle.
That was 4 deadly catches, bro. 4 deadly catches on how long the team fight was. I commend you, Lodi Abstract, for having such a long PvP sequence in that one. OMG! Woo. Team Flash, ladies and gentlemen, flashes their way through there. 4 deadly catches. Remember the cooldowns of this coming from Vanix. That's why you're my Lodi.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Speaking of which, back into the game.
They're not letting me stop. They
Not
don't
letting
want me to stop.
Correct me if I'm wrong. There's no turret been taken down by no
RSG,
turret for RSG.
No turret, yeah.
It's
And-
all being aggressive coming in
And
from Flash.
In fact, for the longest time ever, for 10 minutes and 30... Okay, so about 10 minutes and
30 seconds.
30
Yep.
seconds,
Yep.
right? 35, 40 seconds.
Yeah.
0 kills for the side of RSG.
Oh my.
So, who made all of this happen? Definitely the MVP coming in from Closer.
Oh
Uranus.
wow.
Dang.
Uranus Closer once again, back-to-back MVP here, showing his impressive EXP performance on the side of Team Flash against RSG this time around. Man, the zone, they cannot kill. Not only Closer, of course, Jay, give credit also to Jay on his lead, but Closer, man, many things we have seen from this player, zoning away everyone here. Even though, man, all magic based in composition here, he is still one of the players that really dominates the zoning control.
Okay, what can I say about that, right? RSG, they did what they could. It kind of felt as though there will always be a sliver of hope for RSG because they have an impressive front line coming from a Hoki.
Yep.
They have impressive damage from Ash and Murphy in PTBL too. And Taurus is just an annoying little ant that is just running around all the time. So honestly, it kind of feels as though it is more about the mid lane control and the macro game coming from RSG. They are unable to get themselves turret takedowns, and they are just losing by the minute. It's kind of it's death by 1,000 needles from the Flash SG.
Somehow I agree with your statement there, Abstract, especially the mid lane priority, that one. They have so many clearing waves here, especially Jay and Curtizi on the combo as well. Now Jay was everywhere as well. You know, Rapid Boots was the game here. It's very quick already. It's very hard as well for the side of RSG to catch him through because there's no really hard CC until RSG will really commit all those ultimates coming in from Hoki, coming in from Taurus, but not enough follow-up damage. We've seen Murphy going to follow up with Swan Song, but then again, it's going to be easy for Flash SG's composition to run away. No hard controls whatsoever we can witness here for the side of RSG, except those ultimates from 2. Oh my goodness. But Vanix, I have to give credit coming in from this guy here. The burst damage, the deadly catches, and the lane dominance as well against Ash here on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, so in terms of damage dealt, this is what I want to see, right?
Yeah.
All around, it's always the XP laners that always deals a lot of damage. So Esmeralda doing Esmeralda things, still most amount of damage. PTBL being a focused style hero, dealing 33,000 damage is still pretty amazing, considering the fact that Murphy is playing as Odette, massive AoE from Swansong, only dealt 31k damage.
Yep.
So imagine 33k onto one person, or multiple different persons in single instances.
But I have to give credit here as well. The power coming in from the side of Vanix here. Man, the burst damage, I really surprised. I thought it was Gertizi having the most damage in that sequence, but it was Vanix all throughout. This is how great the burst build Bane is in this current patch. And look at it here on our match highlights in the game 1 here, being aggressive all throughout here. We've seen the power coming in from the side of a Flash SG. They have just been dominant, especially Curtizi here. I can give credit on his performance, even though of course he is the target. He dishes out a lot of damage feather to airstrike against the side of RSG.
Yeah, so ultimately game number 1 is definitely a lot closer for RSG to kind of play around with.
I agree.
While game number 2, it was a lot tougher for RSG.
Oh, this is a highlight there.
Yeah.
The sustain.
Yeah, the sustain all the way, right? Closer and Vanix, they were ultimately just playing a 2v3 fight, and they still managed to get back up, mostly because of just the amount of sustainability that they have within the mix, right?
Yeah.
Remember, that is a Lapu Lapu that has a War Axe, a War Axe Thunderstrike, as well as Queen's Wings. So with the Queen's Wings, damn, you've got some crazy amount of damage reduction, 40% damage reduction if I
Yes,
correctly.
plus his passive as well.
Yeah.
That is really a double down in that situation. But here, the game 2, man, this is just one-sided game here. Purely dominance by the defending champions here, Flash SG. This is just RSG Singapore cannot do anything about this one. They cannot even pick anyone here until, of course, the last defense. But it was too late already. 4 deadly catches. That's how long the team fight was. Approve. Then I approve of the cast coming
I like how you counted that as 4.
I was counting. I went 1, 2.
How long would this last?
3. The game 1 was you were casting with the 3 falling star moons. Then now here
It was 3 and 4.
falling star. Now 4 deadly catches. And
Are you
how
telling me
long?
the next game there will be 5? We're growing, huh?
We're still 1 match away there. I'm like, whoa.
You know what else doesn't grow? My height.
No.
I'm sad.
Nah. No, it's still melody. It's still melody. But that's why we need to freshen up with my 1-1 IT. What do you got?
Kadita. Mine's Kadita. So, of course, when it comes down to IT, they have some crazy, amazing, kind of art onto their bottles. And of course, we have these two drinks, which is actually the collab drink, right?
Yeah.
So as long as you have these collab drinks, or if you buy these 2 collab drinks, you can actually be able to get yourself a scratch card.
Yeah.
So at this current economy, most of us like kind of scratch cards and kind of stuff, kind of surprise, So with the chance, the top chance that you'll be able to fly over to Jakarta and support the MPL SG champions in the international stage.
Nice. Ooh, I like it. Where's our scratch card though?
I can draw one for you.
Trip for 2. That's
Trip for 2?
Yeah. Hopefully. But then again, congratulations to Flash SG here. Great performance here day 2. And fortunately for RSG Singapore, this is their twice in a row defeats their matches.
That would mean that they would tentatively be at the bottom of the bracket.
Yep.
Right.
Unfortunately, yep.
They 0-2'd for 2 series.
Yes.
That would depend onto Absolute Zero. I think that would depend on how Absolute Zero would fare, right?
Yep.
Because IAG is the one that England Gaming is the one that won against RSG.
Yes.
2-0.
Yeah.
So
correct.
IG is not in that difficult spot.
Yep.
Well, in the meantime, we also do have got who's the other team again? Evil
Episode 0.
and- what was the first match again?
For you mean
Today.
the RSG Singapore? The first one?
Evil fought whom again?
Evil versus Kingdom Esports.
Our Kingdom. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a sweep coming in from Team Evil.
Yeah. So
Not biased. Not biased.
bias. But okay, with the conclusion of the second series today, we still have one more series to go. So don't go anywhere too far. We'll be right back with you.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Though where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: Seeded Stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket Stage, all leading up to the playoffs, where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded Stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger Qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket Stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this. 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay. Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood.
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me. Keep your throne, or be destroyed.
The Abyss bows to no one.
For the Abyss!
These wretched spawns reek of its corruption.
Your sovereign has a god to kill.
I see. Desperation. I come to crush my enemies. I reap. The strong rise. The weak crumble. My will is absolute. The abyss shall kneel.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking four-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
Does the Lord of Lava also crave the Sovereign's blood?
Fool! The tyrant's remains will only bring doom! Under her brutal dominion, our warriors were corrupted into foul bonds of decay! Sovereign of the Abyss, Obsidia. Her curse still flows within the Sovereign's blood!
Such loyal little puppets, aren't you?
You are merely a puppet, no different from my spawns. Bow to me.
Season 9 closed with Team Flash making history, achieving a record-breaking 4-peat. But legacies don't guarantee the future. This season, with a new format and new challenges, every team must fight harder than ever. This is MPL Singapore Season 10. The regular season has 3 key stages: seeded stage, Challenger Qualifier 1 and 2, and the Challenger Bracket stage, all leading up to the playoffs. Where only one will rise and claim the victory. Seeded stage. 6 invited MPL Singapore teams will face off together in a best-of-3 round robin across 3 weekends. The top 4 teams will advance to the playoffs. The bottom 2 fall to the Challenger brackets. Challenger qualifiers. At this stage, community teams are divided into 8 groups and fight each other in best-of-3 round robin. From each group, the top 2 teams will qualify for the Challenger brackets. However, in Challenger Qualifiers 1, the advancing teams must first battle against 2 MRO teams where only the top 2 teams advance forward. Challenger Bracket stage. In this stage, 2 relegated seeded stage teams will fight alongside top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 1 and top 2 teams from Challenger Qualifiers 2. They will battle in the upper bracket for a spot in the playoffs. For the teams that have been eliminated from the upper bracket will get one last chance in the lower bracket to fight for the final ticket to the playoffs. The top 2 teams from Challenger brackets will join the fight in the playoffs. The stage is set. It all comes down to this: 6 teams, only one champion. Who will rise and claim the MPL Singapore Season 10 crown? This is our pride, our passion. This is MPL Singapore Season 10.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to MPL RSG Season 10 with the conclusion of match number 2. We're moving on to match number 3 now, and that is going to be Absolute Zero going up against Ignite Gaming.
Yep.
My name's Abstract. With me here is Deda, who doesn't have Instagram, and the both of us is going to be your caster for today.
Yes.
And
of course, wow, it's expanding errors.
Expanding hairs. Dangerous.
Dangerous.
This is the grass.
Dangerous grass.
This is the grass.
Thank you also to our production team and IT because I feel refreshed
Very,
today.
very refreshed.
Yes. Speaking of which, now this is the last series we are going to witness here. Abstract. It's going to be exciting because from community teams now making the foothold here in Season 10, it is going to be Absolute Zero versus Ignite Gaming.
Let's talk a little bit more about Absolute Zero first, okay?
Yep.
With Vendetta on XP, Fate Cutie in jungle, Regina, that's gonna be on the mid, Salus, that's gonna be on the gold lane with a little bit of that, what's that guy's name called again?
No-Tail.
No-Tail.
Yeah.
No-Tail phase and Nomad,
No-
that is the Roma.
Wow, Regina feels like he's immaculate.
Yeah,
He's a saint.
yeah. I think I have a crush on Regina now.
Yeah. He's
My
a
wife's gonna
saint.
kill me.
Nice boy, Regina. Okay,
Regina.
it's only Jays who has difficulty to say R, right?
Really?
R.
R.
Oh, see. Jeez.
It reminds me of that Hollywood actor. I can't remember. Ronnie, right? Ronnie. It's like, are you the kind of Asian that can't say the R? It's like, what are you talking about? My name's Warnie.
Warning. Oh, Jays. I hope Jays is in stream right now.
Quiz. Let's take a look at Ignite Gaming. Luckily, there's no R in those
Oh,
names.
there is.
Oh, so we got Yuda that's gonna be on the XP lane, and of course Zack that's gonna be jungle, Blade in mid, Seiji in goal, and Wappy on the two. Wappy Dude
Is here, of course. Rapidude is here as well. And speaking of this guy, Rapidude is actually making his name right now from previous seasons, and now here in Ignite Gaming is performing actually pretty well, especially on the games yesterday. He was on a chip, great positioning. I'm looking forward for his playstyle once again.
Yep, Rapidude has been showing quite a lot of promise since last season. So honestly, I would say that Rapidude, he definitely have got quite a lot of promise. Last season, he was in Absolute Zero.
Yes.
Now, he's in Ignite. So, okay, that's gonna be fun, right? Because this is gonna be a point in time where Rapidude is going to face off against his old team.
Exactly.
And as we speak, random map draw, dangerous grass! We have all the maps today!
There you go.
We have all the maps today!
And what a sight to see, especially right now. Of course, Abstract, you're expecting this one. Dangerous grass on the map changes, and the playstyle I've been waiting for Rapidude, of course, to execute here. He loves this kind of setup. Rapidude, of course, for those who is not aware, he is actually a former Onyx PH player. Way back. So he has the experience for the side of MPL. Now, I believe he has the experience here to prove himself, and he has an aggressive playstyle as a roller. So again, Ship was his staple pick yesterday, and now it is being banned here by Absolute Zero.
Yep, so we'll see how that is going to end up like. We've got the first pick coming in, and that is going to be a Kalia. So, of course, Vendetta, Kalia. We don't even have to talk so much about that. Vendetta, XP laner, Kalia, XP. The moment you see Vendetta in them, Vendetta is going to play XP.
There you
or
go.
rather play the Kalia.
And now they are been picked here. First time we are seeing the Yesenshin has been banned, the chip has been banned. Usually these are the first party picks here. Now we are going to see new heroes coming up, and that is going to be now the Hayabusa. Been waiting for this assassin to go through here, and it's going to be picked by the side of Absolute Zero this time around. And these are higher tier picks here. Ignite Gaming on the other side. Arlott also has been one of the most contested here. If not being picked, it's going to be banned. And now going to be Zushin to double it up with the Fredrin as well. Pretty good here. Try hero picks coming in from RNG.
Looks like the drafting is actually going pretty darn fast
Yes.
for both of these two teams. So this is really fast. Now, of course, when it comes down to IG, this is a very staple kind of first 3 picks,
Always
right?
on the
They've got a
way.
good amount of crowd control.
Your team is
In
banning.
fact, literally all 3 of them are crowd control, and they will leave the damage dealers for later on after looking at what AZ is trying to go for. Understandably, when there is a clear on the hands of the enemies, you can always assume that it is going to be a pick-off composition, and indeed it does seem as though, because there is a Hayabusa as well as, of course, the Lunox that will make full use of the Tsunami Slam.
Yep.
So now we gotta look for utility for AZ and damage for IG.
Correct. And speaking of IG here, I love the Eve pick here, to be honest. Here, they're great. Crowd control coming in from the side of IG, having the Eve to follow it through with slows, with the pokes. They can
Your
be
team
a
is
half up
banning.
here for the same composition. On the other side
the
here,
smell of
it is a
good
great
power
ban coming in from the
smoke.
Matilda and, of course, the Franco as well. So they are going to take it down here on the side of AZ. But so far, right now, of course, they need the follow-up initiation or burst damage rather here on the side of Kalea. This is also a flex coming in from the Linux. Can be a gold Linux, can be a mid as well. But again, of course, the Zushin, they can go for the burst damage, especially with the Kalea combo. We have mentioned this one. Once you have a Kalea in your team composition, you just need a certain synergy here for the
Experience
composition.
the euphony of suffering.
Okay, it's gonna be Granger. It's been a long time.
I have long
Granger
awaited
and
this
the
glorious
Lapu
day.
Lapu. So of course, when it comes down to all of this, Nomad is gonna be playing as the. Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, EXP mid Linux here, gold Granger.
Oh wait, the Kalia is gonna go rogue.
Ready to engage.
That is so not Vendetta.
So far right now.
That's so not Vendetta. Oh man.
And Rapodit here is going to be on the Hylos instead. So Hylos here, they have the mobility right now. And remember, this is the dangerous grass. So I think the Kalea could benefit this, of course, map change right now. They can go for the pick-off comp. They just need a great burst here. But for me personally, AZ relies so much on damage over time here. They don't have that bursty heroes they're in. But is it enough though for this Kalea to go for Tsunami Slam and follow through with this DPS damage? That's the question.
Yeah, I would like to believe that as long as they are able to kind of pop off early and allow Regina to kind of get out of lane fast, especially since they do have got the Kalia in mid together with the Lunox, I think that they should be able to leave lane pretty decently. It is, after all, gonna be a Hylos and
Yes.
the Juicin. So a lot of DOT, they need to stay in lane until the entire creep wave is gone. While in the meantime, for the members of AZ, they can just kind of throw it out and start to leave the lane. So lane priority wise, AZ in the middle lane does seem a little bit better, as a matter of fact.
And of course, speaking of which, Nomad very low. Flicker's been used.
Oh my goodness, but that is gonna be a trade. Not even a trade actually. Nomad didn't even die. So Regina getting their first kill onto Blade is definitely gonna be a little bit of a pain for Ignite Gaming.
And surprisingly, of course, Blade never used, of course, the Purify. Just at least had a single movement speed as well. And the CC immunity there. Just sacrificing herself here, but still lane priority in the mid.
Does seem like we do have a stun down on Regina. Didn't really manage to clock up even more amount of stacks onto. Oh, never mind. Take that back. Did manage to bring Regina back again, but still not quite enough to actually get the kill down.
Alright, two flickers has been used here. It is going to be Regina, of course, taking into account that he has no battle spell already or no escape mechanism until his level 4 can be used at this moment in time. But so far, Ignite Gaming is just lane priority right now. We're expecting here on the mid. But once those level 4s will be available, it's going to be Ignite Gaming having the advantage when it comes to sustained team fight, especially for Hylos, Glorious Pathway there.
Looking at the rest of the map, it does seem as though that when it comes down to the XP lane, the Lapu is suffering a little bit because it is early game after all. Lapu don't really have a very good way of shoving the waves. So having the outlet that just slam and dash 3 time, more than enough to clear out the entirety of the lane. Until maybe level 4, then we'll start to see Vendetta playing as the Lapu get a little bit more annoying to the side of the Outlet, perhaps.
Look at these rotations coming in from Ignite. They want to clear the waves as early as possible here. They did that one on the mid, now on the top as well. Now is going to be time for a turtle dance.
Oh, of course, the final flash is going to be landing, but unfortunately that's not going to do too much. Oh, wait, never mind. It did manage to get a kill down the Nomad. Once Zac takes the turtle down, well, Yuna's going to be the next one down on the chopping block. Good amount of kills. 3 kills already for the side of Absolute Zero. Well, Ignite Gaming didn't even get a single.
Yeah, man, damage-wise here, Absolute Zero has the advantage, but then again, Ignite Gaming secured an early turtle objective onto their side. So, economy-wise, not yet that big, much of a difference, but we can see how advantage it is to have the magic damage in the early stage of the game. But so far, when it comes to crowd control here, they have to rely so much for Blade here. He is the catalyst for those crowd controls, especially Zac as well on the taunt. But will they be able to commit here? Again, the lane priority in the map is always in the mid.
Well, of course, in the meantime, I apologize. It does seem like it was a 1-for-2 trade. Ignite Gaming did get Nomad for the very first kill, but that also means that Absolute Zero did manage to kind of turn things around pretty effectively, just so that they can get a better trade. Losing Nomad, while in the meantime getting a kill down onto, I believe, Yuta as well as Rapidun. I'll take that any day.
Yeah, and still kill is kill. Gold is gold as well. Absolute Zero is still pretty much dominating when it comes to damage. And speaking of which, Seiji managed to escape at the moment in time. Now remember, of course, Fate QT is on Hayabusa. This is dangerous grass map here, and we have seen the Palea pick as well. So far, Yuta
almost getting a kill down. There we go. Exactly what I was talking about. The moment that Vendetta hits level 4, that's where all the damage will be coming through. Zac moves on over, but in the meantime, that is also going to be the Tsunami Slam that will enable them. While Zac has a lot of great HP, did not go for the Appraiser's Wrath just yet. No dash coming in from both teams.
This is what lacking about the side of Ignite Gaming here is the burst actually here. Damage, they can't rely so far for the side of Blade as well as Yuta. But so far, crowd control is their one of the advantage when it comes to the team in opposition for Ignite Gaming. Seiji will be the saving grace in the later stage of the game, but here in the earlier the mid, it's always going to be Blade. It can rely on so much on that department.
The turtle spawned. The number 2 turtle. Currently in the hands of Ignite Gaming. Zac so far had got a good retribution above of Absolute Zero, but unfortunately unfortunately both teams are not exactly going to be putting too much resources onto this just yet. It's just a little bit of poke and prod, you know, going for a little bit of chest punches all around. But there we go, the carpet is just going to be popping right out, and of course Vendetta will eat up that spear. But Seiji joins in, gets a stun down right onto Vendetta, not quite enough to get a kill. But the rest of the members from the side of Ignite Gaming, only one will go down, meaning that that's Blade. 1-for-2 trade. They continue on forward, hoping to get a kill on the Vendetta, but Vendetta does have quite a bit of shields and HP that will push the rest of Ignite Gaming away.
Wow, I didn't expect, of course, Yuta to be having so much kills in that situation here. Looking for what is going to be his build in this game, but so far right now, Turtle plus the Avatars on the top side, looking great here inside of Ignite Gaming, especially now Yuta as well having those skills on his Arlot, racking up so much advantage right now here in the early stages of the game.
There's also a free turret up in the northern side, so allowing Ignite Gaming to pop up a little bit more, and perhaps Blade down again 3 times. Not great, but down in the bottom lane, Salas goes down to the hands of Yuta. Even if Yuta were to go down, it's still a very valuable trade, but it does seem like Yuta will get himself out of that. So there's no trade at all for Absolute Zero. Not good.
Is this a damage build Arlot? Are we going to see? He's just wrecking so much here. He has 3 kills already in a row here for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, 4 total.
4 total here, but I really thought I'm looking at Blade to have many kills here this game, but actually this Yuta is stepping up.
Kind of surprised with the fact that Juicin is not having a very good time, considering the fact that they have Rapidun as the High Lord. So High Lord should be able to kind of open up the map, pretty well. So that would give Blade a lot of opportunities. But for now, it's going to be just seems like one person is going to be in the pretty bad spot, and that is going to be Vendetta. He flickers himself away, out of sight and out of mind for Ignite.
Okay, Vendetta no flicker this time around here, and look at Ignite Gaming controlling the lanes here. But in the meantime, it is going to be Outcard been secured by Absolute Zero on the bot side here on the skirmish play. They've taken advantage of the pressure brewing on the left now. The third turtle in the game is now spawning here in the pit. It's going to be a dance once again.
And Vendetta opens things up, round the Rapidude. Unfortunately, not going to land the CC, but he's going to be going right into the face of 3-person. But he's still alive all the way through. As he goes for Slash and Slam, he's still alive. This guy is not going down at all. Absolute Zero held their ground against Ignite Gaming during the fight for the turtle. And this is going to be an absolute win for Absolute Zero, and that's a kill for the turtle.
That is great. Recognizing, of course, Absolute Zero that Utah is the threat. They prioritize this kill here against the Arlot. So without the damage dealer at this moment in time, it's going to be easy for Absolute Zero to secure the turtle at that moment in time. So Ignite Gaming, they recognize this one as well, so they must need Seiji here to scale up as early as possible here, because you know Yuta has been considered as the damage dealer at this composition here. Seiji needs to follow up this one through as well, because without the damage, they do have the sustain, they do have the crowd control. Without the finishing blow, it's not going to be enough here for Ignite Gaming to win.
And Vendetta opens things up, slamming himself around the blade. And in the meantime, we do have the spear. Lands on the Salas. He goes for the stun, but unfortunately wasn't able to pin Salas just yet. Seiji goes back into the fight, but now we're just going to be focusing right on over to Zack. And now he doesn't have a lot of HP back, but Fake Cutie joins in the fray, hoping that he'll be able to get one single slash, and he will be able to get the slash down. No, maybe it was Salas that gets the kill instead. He picked up a triple and might very potentially get a little bit more, because now Vendetta stuns him down!
Oh my!
Gets a Maniac for Absolute Zero.
Oh man, Salas now making name here in this game 1 against Ignite Gaming. That poke, and I do love that tactical retreat coming in from Absolute Zero. It was overstretched already from Ignite Gaming's position in that sequence. They have committed everything there against Absolute Zero, but without poking anyone, it's going to be the counter attack. What?
Oh, wait. A game of RNG, right? Whenever you have your ultimate off cooldown, might as well go for it.
Yeah, and I do believe the Shadow Kill prioritizes low health HP mark target. So, yeah, it recognized there by the side of Fate QT. Now he is still perfect when it comes to his KDA. Absolute Zero rocking up here at this moment in time. And Ignite Gaming knows about this one. So it is now the time for Seiji to step up. Zero.
Got some time. It's only 9 minutes and 30 seconds. Not quite there when it comes down to reaching critical mass just yet. And ultimately, they are down by about 6,000 gold. By the time the Absolute Zero were to get this sword, it might accelerate it even further. Wouldn't be too surprised if there will even be a 10,000 gold lead. But in the meantime, Spear completely misses. That is Moskov that's not going to be joining the fight for the next few minutes. While in the meantime, the rest of the members from Ignite Gaming comes in to stop the rest of Absolute Zero to get the Lord. But in the meantime, they will get stopped down.
Oh, man.
Such Yuta loses his life.
And fortunately, the Spear of Destruction did not hit anyone there, and they were caught in the choke point as well. Ignite Gaming now suffers casualties in the 2 skirmishes in a row. Absolute Zero right now racking havoc here in this game, now pushing through here in the middle lane as well. Salas here freely hitting into the back lines, and no one's there to actually pick him off here in the rear side.
It's going to be a little bit rough. Even though Ignite Gaming have got everyone all hands on deck already. But it is still a lot that's marching in the middle lane while Absolute Zero starts up to 5 as Nomad just goes straight in with the Tsunami Slam. Great pick off onto Yuta. Identifying that Yuta is probably one of the most annoying players from the side of Ignite Gaming. While the Lord single-handedly together with Fake Cutie brings down the turret in the middle. That's a T3 down while the Ogi Shadow Kill slashes down over to Zack and Silence picks up the kill onto Rapidude now.
Oh man, numbers advantage right now here is going to be here now showing the TP of victory. They are going to push through. They want to end this.
And now, yes again, another one of knockups onto Seiji. There's no way that Ignite Gaming could do anything and allowed AZ to get himself the first win.
Oh wow, that was fast.
That was fast.
That was fast.
That was very fast.
That's the beauty of dangerous grass. Man, Hayabusa is still viable, you know?
Damn!
And this is the first time I'm seeing Hayabusa being picked. If I'm not mistaken, yesterday, Hayabusa was not really the priority, if I'm not wrong. And, man, Absolute Zero is different beast here against the side of Ignite Gaming. Actually, remember Ignite Gaming? They won their series, swept here yesterday, and now Absolute Zero here. I thought yesterday was underperforming, but this time around, it only shows here that they are really capable to step up as well. Maybe the pose of Regina is above there.
Regina. He's praying to something, that's for sure.
Spraying.
So, as of this game, Hayabusa has only been pick banned 3 times. That game was the first pick.
Exactly.
First pick, first win, 100% win rate.
So I can say it's not the most contested hero, right?
Not at all.
Only
It has been
twice
banned twice.
Yeah, only twice banned. The first time we were to pick. Still, Assassin, Lancelot, Hayabusa is still very viable, and there's no question about that one. Incredible, and unfortunately, of course, there's no much of a crowd control I can say on the other side. For the side of Ignite Gaming, they do have the sustain, but the damage still lacks.
I'm trying to see when Hayabusa was banned. Second phase, it was once is second phase blue ban, and the other side, another time second phase red ban. It's always a second phase ban. So maybe time to change it up, because Hayabusa in the hands of Fate Cutie has managed to get a total of 5 kills, 0 death, and 9 assists.
Okay, I can say maybe Hayabusa was the least priority yesterday or until now, because Yisun Shin has been banned, Chip has been banned as well. I mean, they have recognized many junglers at this moment in time, but now it only shows here Fate QT can really pull it off here. Absolute Zero having an assassin jungler here utilized so much, especially with a dangerous grass map change. This moment has so many pick-off plays. Here we have Witness coming in from this team, Absolute Zero. Great, incredible opening game here against side of Ignite Gaming.
So, with that all said, total game time 11 minutes and 9 seconds. Let's really take a look at the entirety of the emblems. So, understandable, I don't think that there's anything too out of the ordinary at this point. We got a thrill from Seiji, as well as Master Assassins, nothing too out. Yeah, everything is just all darn and normal. Assassin emblem on the side of Salus, that's fair. Assassin emblem for the side of Fate Cutie. Yeah. Nothing too out.
Yeah, nothing indeed. But unfortunately, here I got to point out, of course, to Blade. I'm really expecting this Zushin will really step up here in this team fight skirmishes here for the side of Ignite Gaming. Unfortunately, of course, he has been punished time and time again. The dive coming in from Regina here, of course, FAQD as well. And look at these itemizations coming in from the side of Yuta. Okay, this is a semi-build. We're seeing most likely it's going to be the Rose Gold Meteor here. Will be the second item. Unfortunately, only he has Oracle and the almost completed Rose Gold Meteor itemization. I thought he has the 3 slotted item already for Yuta. Surprisingly, having those 3 kills already.
Yeah, the only thing, the only damage he has is the Fury Hammer. That really just comes down to the fact that the base damage coming in from the dashes is actually pretty darn nutty.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's just a kill stealer. Yeah, just put it that way. Kill stealer.
Whoa, okay, yes. But anyway, here, look at the damage here. Okay, damage dealt, sure. That's why Yuta has the most damage here into this team. Unfortunately, of course, they lack this capacity here compared to the side of Absolute Zero. There was Regina there. There was Salus in the backlines. Even Vendetta, you know, on the Lapu Lapu, hit so hard. And Fate QT as well on his flanking maneuvers and the solo kills as well. This is just too much damage that can dish out from the composition we have just witnessed coming in from Absolute Zero.
Yeah, I think that the entire game plan for Absolute Zero is a lot simpler to pull off, right? As long as Nomad finds an opportunity, join them in. Salus just focus fires on that person. Regina focus fires on that person. Vendetta just plays whatever that he wants to. Well, for Ignite Gaming, I think it's a little bit more on the difficult side, right? So, because we have mostly been seeing Rapidude with the Hylos, right? Just opening up the Loris pathway. Everyone just runs in. What are some instant gratifications that we can see? Nothing much. It mostly allows Frederick to get up close and personal, being able to soak up a lot of damage and then Appraisal's Wrath onto someone. Although we haven't seen like massively big Appraisal's Wrath and so on and so forth, because he don't really have the itemization to build up that much of HP in order for those grey bars to really do a phenomenal amount of damage. While Jusin, mostly just annoying, hardly painful. And Moskov can't go online just yet, and this is why most of the damage actually was credited to Arlott, because he is by far probably the most damagey person in the team, and there's a lot of crowd control. Juicing can crowd control, Frederick can crowd control, Hylos can crowd control. So it really enables Arlott with all these dashes. But unfortunately, I think that the problem is these dashes are team-wide. It's not focusing on one person. While Arlott is just going all around dealing damage to everyone, no way to execute them. One of your guys has already died, and you don't have a way to end the fight, to kill that one person as a refrag.
Basically, all resources has been expended just to pick off one or just a single player here on the other side.
I would say that use all the resources just to bring everyone to like maybe like 1/3 HP, as compared to a composition that just use the same amount but snipe one person down.
Yeah, that's true. And I can see also on the other side. Actually, I was in doubt with the composition coming in from Absolute Zero. I thought the Kalea Tsunami Slam could not be followed up with such damage, but I was wrong. It was completely different here that I've witnessed here. Everyone stepping up. As you can see in the damage stats that we have witnessed so far, even Stevens on the stats there all throughout for the team, so it only shows here all of them can dish out incredible output damage here against the side of Ignite Gaming. And this is really surprising right now that we are seeing that Absolute Zero, when it comes to aggressiveness here, they want to go double down for those kills, for those pickoffs, especially dangerous grass here.
It just really comes down to target prioritization, right? They'll equal amount of damage, but how you distribute them is a question. It's like how high mechanics team, as long as you understand how to juggle the damage from the opponents or perhaps even from the turret, you can go really far. Because instead of looking at 5 individual HP, think of it as one large HP.
Okay, I can see. But right now, Absolute Zero, with this performance compared to yesterday, they have adapted pretty well. Well, gameplay-wise, because yesterday it could see some kind of a chaotic plays there, but now, as you have mentioned here, they see right now the team fights as a single purpose. I mean, they know there's target prioritizations here, and now Assassin picks as well is very good pick here for the side of Absolute Zero.
Now, with game number 1 done and dusted, with AZ getting himself a phenomenal win, I think that was an 11. Yeah, that was an 11 minutes game.
Yep.
I think that
fastest one, I think.
Probably
for this day too.
Probably. Yeah. I know that the first series was actually pretty fast as well. Match 1, game 1, and game 2. But I think that this is probably fast. Yeah. But Ignite Gaming, let's talk about this. What can they possibly change? I personally feel that, still opening up with the Juicin, Fredrin, and Arlott is actually a pretty decent opening, right?
Yep.
But having a Moskov and then a Hylos, I think that is going to be where the problem lies. These 3 heroes excels in pulling a team fight out as long as possible.
Yep.
So possibly looking out for heroes that allows them to deal phenomenal damage over a longer periods of time might actually make sense. Such as maybe if we want to see, for example, Arlott going over to Rome, Esmeralda is a great pick for an XP lane. In fact, Esmeralda was not taken out. Uranus actually comes into fray into the same style. Esmeralda and Uranus does the same thing. So if it was a Hylos taken out, you put an Esmeralda in, put an Arlott in the room, I think that that composition would have done so much better already.
Yeah, and a double down also damage department as well. I think this is one of the lacking aspects for the side of that game on the team composition. They have to rely only on the early stage game for the Arlott one, and surprisingly, Blade was really underperforming on that Zushin, expecting so much from that hero. But here in our second game, Abstract is going to be expanding rivers this time around. Now it benefits aggressive players, aggressive teams, and I'm expecting Rapidot here himself will be some kind of aggressive roamer here. You mentioned, of course, Arlet roam. Yes, it's possible here, but looking forward for his chip. Either chip, but it's going to be banned here right now. Coming in from the side of Absolute Zero, no chip for Rapidot this time around.
So we'll see how this is gonna go. Of course, Franco was respect banned from the side of AZ, ensuring that Rapido don't get that Franco because we know how annoying he is on that Franco. But the question is if whether they would even want to prioritize that Franco. Because IG, first 3 picks, there's nothing wrong about it. It just lacks that flexibility to play well enough into the later stages of the game, in my honest opinion.
Oh, Yushin Shin is pretty much open here right now. I don't know if Absolute Zero is going to pick it, and they will. And now there's going to be a response here for IG this time around. Now, usually we see the chip, but it's going to be banned here. But IG, what is going to be the response? Arlet again, pretty much open. Yuda is having a great game on that one, but having a good against Yushin Shin this time around. Will they go for the assassins here?
I think might not jump the gun onto the jungles just yet.
Second phase.
Second phase maybe. But if they really want to, I mean, Fredrin doesn't seem all that bad still. But Lunox and Lapu. Okay.
Laner is being secured here, and this
Very
is also
early.
a flex. Here we've seen gold lane, blah, blah, we have seen mid lane, Lunox here as well, and there you go, another main pick and got a gotcha this time around. Wow, so much AoEs and crowd control as well coming in from AZ.
Okay, so Bane and Gatot. So there's a lot of aerial denials right off the bat. Well, we also do have got the Lancelot. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking how annoying really is the Bane's ulti onto Lancelot.
Remember, Lancelot has the iframe, right? So, but it is going to be a challenge
He can
for the
iframe out of
timing.
Gatot, no problems.
Yep. Also with a Deadly Catch, but of course, card patch, Deadly Catch has been buffed when it comes to movement speed. Like they want it to be a surprise attack, some kind of thing, but still can be evaded with a Thorn Rose coming in from the Lancelot here.
Yeah, so we've got a Juicin taken out. We'll talk about the bans in a bit. Let's identify a bit of the pattern that they have for their team, right? AZ, crowd controls, as well as aerial denials. Phobius is something that we might very potentially be able to see because it deals good damage all across the fight. Otherwise, Esmeralda is kind of a hero that can't go wrong, and also will be able to follow up pretty nicely to some of these other crowd controls. What else? Mage, right? Farsa, to be honest.
Yeah,
Farsa.
Eve, they can use this one, and okay, most likely it's gonna be a roam Gatakacha, right? It can also be a flex if they want to, but Joe, I want Joe here, especially for Rapidot here on the other side. At least they can have some harassment here.
Sun rises when I give the
well.
word.
How be able, because having a show, they have the mobility here. At least trying to disperse their way in for this ultimate coming in from Bane. They need to actually evade this burst damage coming in from this gold laner. We are expecting here coming in from AZ.
So now
Khalid been banned. Okay,
yeah.
Great.
So Khalid, Franco, Juicin, and Kimi. I don't think that it's not gonna be that big of a deal. But IG's playstyle, I think that right now is relatively open. They can single target. They can focus fire on one person with a grab. Okay, it's still open to be fairly honest.
Yes. This is the crowd control you need, actually. The burst damage as well.
It's really this just says front to back for me. So a little bit more. Okay, they can't really go more crowd control. They are lacking of gold. Yeah, it's just.
Yep.
Oh no, Lunox can be gold.
Lunox can be gold.
Lunox
they can
could
go
be
for
gold.
bursty mage here instead for the side of IG. But remember, Valentina, they come prepared here for the side of AZ. This is great last picks. Actually, here I commend how this side of AZ will do.
I didn't realize that unless was leaked
Pretty
all
much
the way
open.
open.
Yep. So it's gonna be now Gold Lane Bane, EXP Arlott here, and Ruby.
There we
this
go.
time around.
Okay.
First time
Ruby
we're going
Gold.
to see Ruby, right?
Okay. Yeah. First Ruby of today's game.
Yep.
I do like this as well. I was initially thinking, yeah, they need a little bit more utility, so having another another marksman might actually be a little bit tough. That's why I suggested Gold Lane Lunox. But now that I think about it, yeah, Gold Lane fighters is a thing.
Yes.
Completely forgot about that.
So advantage here, of course, it's gonna be Bane has the poke compared to Ruby here, but the sustain is there. AOE, crowd control, but we need it, especially right now we are witnessing expanding rivers here. It's gonna be easy for lane heroes to actually respond into team fights for those objective pits that we are going to expect later on. And now, what's great about for the side of Absolute Zero? Very flexible here. They have the burst, they have the adaptability here with this Valentina, and also the crowd control from the God of Gotcha.
Yep, so with that all said and done, the final few picks is gonna change quite a bit here, right, isn't it? So Valentina as well as who was the second final pick once again?
For the side of Absolute Zero, it's gonna be Valentina that we have just
Arlott,
and Arlott on the EXP. So now, going to expect, of course, the flexibility, as we mentioned a while ago, with this team composition here for the side of Absolute Zero. Nothing wrong with it here, but Ignite Gaming, I love Rapid being aggressive. Roamer here, playstyle with the Grok right now. I think he benefits here so much. Look at this one. Oh, look at the damage coming in from the Salas. And Seiji here felt that in the early stages.
Oh, okay. So, lane prio, let's talk about that. Double fighters in the gold lane. Understandably, both. I feel as though these two are just kind of fighting it out. This is just an XP game.
I know, but
XP
game indeed. But the crowd controls, they can dish out, especially later on. Expanding rivers rather, will benefit them later on. Now Zach is almost like 4 here. He is the Lancelot. They need some kills here, and this is what you want for the side of Ignite Gaming.
So this is a lot more early game for Ignite Gaming this time. They do have they do have the Lancelot that will pop off pretty early into the game. They can do the same thing with Blade. The moment that the Genius Wand is gonna be the first thing to appear, they should be able to lock down one person pretty darn fast. Either gonna be Salas or Nomad or Vendetta. In fact, very likely it is gonna be Vendetta. It's always gonna be very comical, but in the meantime, terrified on the Rapidude, he flickers himself away. Almost yielded a free kill over to AZ.
Wow, look at the damage here. Despite of course in the wall, so they are not going to risk this one. Ignite Gaming, despite of course the expanding rivers, no contest whatsoever. Nomad is here for the taunt.
Blade with, of course, the power of the Chaos Darkening. He do deal a lot of damage over the Nomad. That's first blood credited over to Blade. While in the meantime, that wild charge lands. Not quite enough to bring Blade out, but that flicker away to the northern part allows him to get out of dodge.
Okay, off-gun kill. It is going to be Utah having the first pick as well against Vendetta onto the top side. Despite, of course, Absolute Zero having the advantage with the turtle takedown. Ignite Gaming having their own kills as well. So this is a pretty even as well for the side of Ignite Gaming and Absolute Zero.
Completely even Stevens when it comes down to economy. Gold lane, we don't have to talk about that. Both of them are just brawling it out. Absolute Zero, now that both of them are level 5, I will say that Yuda will have a bit more priority in terms of having more firepower to kind of deal with Vendetta. So, slowly but surely, I would say that Vendetta, I don't think that Vendetta, okay, because Vendetta used the Lapu in the previous game, he killed Yuda in lane. So Vendetta himself will definitely know for sure that he will lose the fight if they're going 1v1.
Yeah, it is, Yuda is just showing dominance here on the EXP. But so far right now, having the Assassin coming in inside Ignite Gaming, expecting of course an early domination, or early invasion rather, coming in from this team. But then again, Absolute Zero just fending them off. There's so many kids from there. Oh, look at the corner too!
This is very good zoning from the side of Absolute Zero, as they immediately be able to get a kill down the Blade as well as Rapidude as the next one. But unfortunately for AZ, we do have got Zach that goes for creep, one man down. But unfortunately, the entirety of Ignite Gaming, all of them came in for reinforcements. ended up dead.
Oh my goodness, Absolute Zero, that was absolutely fantastic.
That's amazing movements.
Exactly, Nomad with a perfect taunt on 2 here. Follow up coming in with Absolute Zero. The distance they just needed, barely of course connecting here, and didn't so much against the side of Ignite Gaming now. Perfect timing for this turtle takedown this time around. Oh, this is gonna be a brawl once again here.
Oh man, Absolute Zero, they forced the movement onto Ignite, catches 2. So this is the point in time where they can do it absolutely the same thing as we do, and Nomad just gonna be diving himself all the way to the back lines. He will go down to the hands of Blade, but that is more than enough time that has been bought, and of course forcing Blade to go for darkening onto himself.
Oh
while
my.
the Turtle is gonna go down to the hands of Absolute Zero once again. Rapid dude! But for one trade all across the place. But unfortunately for IG, 3 men down, while AZ 2 men down.
Oh my goodness, again, Absolute Zero here won a major skirmish play against the side of Ignite Gaming. And the sustain is just insane as well coming in from Absolute Zero. Remember, Ignite Gaming just trying to zone them 1 out, and Absolute Zero not backing in that situation. Very surprising indeed. Noman was taken down early in the skirmish. They didn't expect, of course, Absolute Zero will win that skirmish play. They are outnumbered. But then again, it was Absolute Zero, especially with Salas joining in the later stages there. The deadly catch just bursted and they won against Ignite Gaming.
Player AZ, he smells blood in the water and just going straight for it. Right onto Yuta. That is a free top lane that they can get for themselves. IG, after realizing that they lost 1, they moved themselves to the middle lane and trying to apply more pressure onto AZ. Force the rotation right onto middle lane.
Oh my.
But that also means that Seiji is going to be having a really tough time. He flickers himself away, only for Vendetta to join into the fray. Gets a stun down. No dash just yet, but that's going to be a really good comeback Wolfgang, but still not going to do much as the final slash lands on the Seiji.
Oh my goodness, Regina, time and time again, that steal on Brax ultimate here, just a game changer here for the combo coming in from Absolute Zero, and we can feel actually the synergy as well coming in from Absolute Zero, the chemistry coming in from this team, from these players between them. It's just immaculate here on how they just go in sync for struck control.
Oh, a little bit too forced down! AZ set a trap card right onto IG and never did realize it. Now they're going into the graveyard.
Oh my goodness, straight indeed. Sharks bite so hard. Burst damage, 1/3 of life left. Finishing blow from the rest of the team coming in from Absolute Zero. And now Ignite Gaming feels the pressure here. No one can stop the burst coming in from Bane.
Yeah, IG, they are too bloodthirsty. They want to look for an opportunity to turn the game around. They want to make the move to make something happen. But speaking of something that happened, Regina went literally right in the face of the opponents with a wild charge that did not land onto a wall. So unfortunately, that didn't do much. But all the way up to the top lane, Cutie actually gets killed out of Seiji. While we continue on to the fight down in the Ignite Gaming jungle, Yuta all in onto AZ, almost getting a kill onto Nomad. So it allows Zach just jump right in, get that kill. And that is going to be a little bit more for IG.
Okay, at least Ignite Gaming somehow get the kills on their own, but the solo kill coming in from Fate on the top side is big as well. And look at the itemizations we are seeing here right now. Divine Glaive, Holy Crystal for the Pain. That's why it hurts so hard right now against the side of Ignite Gaming. We're going for the chase!
Until Flicker and a wild charge brings Fate Cutie down, and this is an opportunity that they can scour themselves all across the map, hopefully to be able to gain a little bit more dominance over the map.
Indeed, enough is enough for you, Fate Cutie, and this is just a full commitment coming in from Ignite Gaming, now going to pressure on the top side as well. Nomad trying to defend here, but unfortunately no avail. It's time for Ignite Gaming to bounce back here in this situation. Salas right now taking the tart as well on the bot side. Brawl here in the mid.
Vendetta gets hooked in a little bit, but he gets himself out of that fight with just a half HP. Both AZ as well as IG, they are trying to play around the map as much as possible now. We're only 8 minutes into the game, and anything could happen based on the objectives. With the lot that will be popping out in 20 seconds, AZ is doing their absolute best to hover themselves around the middle lane. And now, of course, with the expanding river, this is going to be a lot of mobility for the junglers to run around the place.
Yeah, as you have mentioned, of course, Lord is now here at the pit. Zone control is very important here. Look at the vision coming in inside of 0. They're watching to take a fight.
But it doesn't seem like he cares too much about that. Received a little bit of hot shots, but he walked away completely scot-free.
Right.
IG loses the control over the bot pit, while AZ, all of them, just hopping around. And IG, I think that they are going to give this away unless they have something to say.
Yeah, they are going to give it away. Trying to trade here on the push on the bot side here as well. Remember, of course, Linux is out of the team formation. And this is going to be Ignite Gaming's call right now to give this objective into the side of Absolute Zero. They are careful this time around because major clash here, not into their favor, is going to hit them so hard. Maybe end this game here in favor of the side of Absolute Zero.
There's both teams very team fight oriented. They don't have a lot of split push mechanics or split pushing heroes. Technically speaking, you can say that a Lancelot can do that job, but that will also mean that you will yield out quite a bit of objectives that could be available on the map. There's only a very small time frame where Zac can split push in order to apply a little bit more pressure all around the map.
Speaking of pressure all around the map, there's a Lord here in the bot. This is going to be a pressure building up in the mid as well. Look at the presentation here in the gaming. They're scattered all throughout here, trying to defend the pressure here. And now they are going to retreat back, prioritizing and fending off the siege coming in from the Lord. But look at this response here. Absolute Zero. Oh, just like that. It is going to be expanded down here with the help of the Holy Shield.
Yep, so luckily for IG, that Lord did not land a single touch onto the bottom T3 turret. In terms of volume defense, the top lane is still available for IG, but it will pop in about 1 minute and 30 seconds. So AZ, they don't have to really jump the clock or anything. They do have a pretty decent insurance for the late stages of the game.
True.
They do have Fate Cutie as the marksman. While in the meantime, for Ignite Gaming, they don't have one.
Exactly, now that you have pointed out, but they can rely for the team fight chemistry on the crowd control. They have Rapidute ultimate here, they have the Ruby as well, Yuta with the Bravest Fighter, and now they spotted Nomad here, prioritizing this pressure as well into the mid!
Oh, there's what I'm talking about, Vendetta! As we come down, when it comes to, of course, when it comes down to the final slash, it did manage to do quite a bit there. Although it's not game ending, it is impactful enough for them to get tier 2.
Indeed, and that was scary, Abstract. I thought that was indeed a follow-up as well coming in from Salas. I was expecting a flicker, deadly catch combo in that situation. It could obliterate in that kind of skirmish play, but then again, Absolute Zero did not take that risk. But then again, in the end, it was a turret objective, has been secured, but concealed play.
Sneaky beaky like as Ignite Gaming now kind of seems as though they're just going to be jumping themselves right in the face of Ignite. It doesn't seem like things are going to go anywhere for the side of Vendetta. Completely out of that fight. But he will definitely go back in. But in the meantime, quick little taunt right on Rapidute. He flickers himself away. Well, in the meantime, Sage is just going to be holding ground and being the anchor of the team. They managed to push the rest of Absolute Zero away. Ignite Gaming's gamble for that concealed play worked out for them.
Wow, beautiful play indeed coming in from the side there of Ignite Gaming, trying to go for a flank maneuver. Vendetta has been caught!
Vendetta stand, but the Cyclone's eye allows Vendetta to travel right past the Guardian's barrier. But with just Fake Cutie as well, Vendetta, what can they possibly do? Because Vendetta is just going to go straight down to the hands of Blade. Fake Cutie is just running around. It does still have a Cyclone's eye. Oh no! The Cyclone's eye did not allow him to run away! But this is a good thing to a certain extent because Ignite Gaming, they are not focusing onto the Lord. And this is a two-man cycle from AZ. Regina, Salas, and Nomad is already back.
Oh man, Absolute Zero without the jungler right now. There's going to be a big advantage here for Ignite Gaming. But look at this one, disperse remove!
Is it really an advantage? Because Zac right now, he really needs to get himself back. Salas! He gets himself the Lord! And Ignite Gaming, they lost Yuta. Salas is going to be continuing to get himself Salas! My boy! You can't You can't turn around a third time again, Salas! Oh my goodness!
What was that?
What was that?
Pain indeed!
Oh man, nothing tops off that fight from Salas, dude. Nothing tops that off.
That hits so hard. Abstract, they don't need that retribution. They just need pain. Salas, deadly catch, taking the Lord, taking triple kill, taking the big win.
What the hell just happened, Salas?
OMG!
He turned the tide 3 bloody times. He took the Lord, and then he won a fight. He lived with just a little bit. The pursuers died. What?
Those are fighters, mind you, from Ignite Gaming. OMG, Absolute Zero. Man, specifically this guy, Salas here on that Bane, is very, very scary. The power of the Bane.
I don't think that we'll be able to see another Bane gameplay like that anymore, Salas.
Yeah, man.
You little gluttony fool. You have your big belly walking around like as though you can't be fast, but you are pretty darn fast.
Yeah, man. This is not prolonged team fight we're seeing coming in from this Bane. No 4 deadly catches anymore. It is a bursty.
Yeah.
Bursty Bane.
He has 2 Holy Crystal.
OMG, are you kidding me?
2 Holy Crystal, 1 Divine Glaive, 1 Lightning Truncheon, and now he's looking for the final item. I would like to assume that it is going to be, what, the Bloodwigs.
Wow. No
2 Holy Crystal? Huh?
Holy Crystal gives you
a lot of magic power,
Exactly.
but you don't get double of the unique passive. So it does get you somewhere. But is it really
worth it?
Yeah. Is that economically wise?
Compared to Genius Wand. Genius Wand gives you additional magic defense penetration.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, that is right. So is that worth it? Just getting that raw magic power as compared to magic penetration? Because if we are talking about raw magic power, it will scale with everything that applies to him. Healing factor, right?
Exactly.
Damage to turrets, I would like to assume, because I think the penetration doesn't really apply to turrets.
No.
Right?
Yes.
So he is looking for objectives, not necessarily kills. Kills is just a byproduct. Oh, wait, hold on a second. That's a whip coming from Rapidude because the wall charge did not land on anything at all. That could actually be really bad for the side of Ignite Gaming. And Sunshine is going to be the first person to go straight down, and the rest of the Absolute Zero is going to be pummeling themselves over to the side of Ignite Gaming. Well, in the meantime, Big Cutie doesn't have a lot of HP to work with, but he will still be able to help Salas out. You gotta kill down a Yuda.
And no one died from Absolute Zero. And that surprise attack coming in from Ignite Gaming, but this time around, it's not gonna happen here, Ignite Gaming. Oh, Bates!
No! Another one of the trap card happened. Salas has got a lot of burst damage. Takes a look at that. He might be able to do a little bit more. Unfortunately, he's just tiny bit short. He almost reached it, but never mind. Vendetta! He managed to reach it. Vendetta! He do what he can. And Salas, another spit right in the face of Rapidude. The top lane is pushing right in. The mid lane is gonna have a lot that will be marching in. A couple of ballistas just all around the place. They want to get a kill down on Zac, but unfortunately, at the cost of Vendetta himself, the Thorn Rose gets himself right out of the hit zone of Nomad's outfit.
Oh, then I see that the catch is still been committed there, but then again, of course, numbers advantage right now for the side of Ignite Gaming. In the end, Absolute Zero, mission accomplished when it comes to objectives here. They've taken out all inhibitor turrets. It's going to be an open map right now in favor here for the side of Absolute Zero, but man, oh man, Salas.
17 minutes and 26 seconds in Barren Wasteland for the side of Ignite Gaming. With the core is currently down to about half HP. It will be regenerating soon, so no worries about that. With 110 seconds left until the Lord eventually spawns, I would say that Ignite Gaming has got one last chance.
You can see it in abstract. Ignite Gaming is not going to be falling back out here despite, of course, the scary Bane that we are just witnessed coming in from Salas here. They still have the kit. They still have the advantage when it comes to crowd control. They just need the finishing blow, the priority targets here as well. But we haven't seen Salas went down here. The moment he has those kills, it was just up from there. They cannot fend him off. The heals coming in from Salas is just insane as well. Sustain, burst damage, everything is here. Salas is really the main threat coming in from Absolute Zero.
Hands down, just popping off, right? Not only the fact that Absolute Zero has got a marksman in their team, and they should be afraid of, but who knew that Bane is something that they should be so afraid of?
OMG.
We thought burst damage.
Yeah.
Mage Bane, burst damage.
And now I'm seeing, of course, Winter Truncheons right now has been prioritizing here for the side of Ignite Gaming. They want to evade that initial burst coming in from Bane. Man, Absolute Zero right now is just insane.
Honestly, it's kind of tough. Hi, Gamakichi. He's just kind of casually staying there, croaking.
Just staying here.
Is that really
What's
how
the sound? What's the sound of the frog?
Was that really the sound of frog? Because that's the sound that I make. Doesn't sound realistic enough. Is that how frogs croak?
I was saying ribbit. What was it?
One is cartoon, one is reality.
Alright.
Ribbit sounds cute.
Ribbit. And speaking of which, this is not cute for Ignite Gaming as Absolute Zero prioritizing here the Lord takedown right now. Will they be able to go for the contest here? That is going to be a big question. Rapid has the vision.
Not cute. That's for sure.
Cute indeed.
Because Absolute Zero, they're going to be starting right now.
Oh,
as Noman's is going to be putting himself right into the back line, dealing with Seiji. But it's just going to be wandering around.
Ooh.
Okay.
Zoning
Ignite.
out.
They don't have trigger finger. Okay, maybe not. That's
the
why.
Winions.
Yeah, that's why. That's why they don't want to fight.
It's going to be really difficult indeed for the side of Ignite Gaming with the super minions here. Just having a threat as well into their base. They have no choice but to retreat and prepare for this push coming in from Absolute Zero.
This would mean that because of the evolved Lord marching in the middle lane, they need that one big defense where they don't lose too much people. They can't lose more than 3 because the moment that they win the fight, they have 3 people, they can actually run it down and hopefully be able to end the game by then, but it's gonna be tough. But hey, who knows? Because now Yuda is gonna be slamming right in, and in the meantime, there's gonna be the final slash that's gonna be used up. Fake Cutie gonna be the first person to fall. This is all great for Ignite Gaming. Would it be going for the side of Ignite Gaming a little bit more? That's the question. Rapid Dude loses immortality, but they will be able to push Vendetta a little bit out of their base. They are fine for now. The Lord is still gonna be too busy on one of these creeps. Yuda, a little bit too deep. Is it really worth it? The lightning, the winter truncheon is with the crown, sorry. That's already been used already. Yuda, he's still alive!
And they are going to go for a prolonged team fight here. No way!
He's still alive! He's still alive!
The power of the Lapu Lapu, ladies and gentlemen, especially with that passive. The more enemies he's been against with, his defense scales up. And this is the power of the Lapu Lapu that we have just witnessed.
Literally, a 1v5 machine.
OMG.
Yeah, the passive literally says, yeah, go and die 5 people. You might not die. Like keyword might.
Oh my goodness.
You might not die.
And I thought that was the last skirmish that we're to witness here, Abstract, but no, Ignite Gaming. They want to still fight. They are not going to fall down easily here. And with this crowd control, with this sustain, they can still have the advantage here. They can still fend off this aggressive push coming in from the side of Absolute Zero. But then again, as the game drags on, remember, this is Fate QT on the marksman, on a great damage dealer coming in from the Yisun Shin. You have Salas as well scaling up here. And you have mentioned, of course, a while ago, Ignite Gaming doesn't really have this aspect when it comes to later stages of the game. But they do have incredible crowd controls, great synergy when it comes to the skill set.
Yep. And not to forget, of course, AZ in that previous fight, Fake Cutie died first. So I think that's the main thing why Ignite Gaming was able to win that, right? Without reach, it's actually a little bit difficult to end the game because of, you know, range. Regina is not a... I'll be honest here. Valentina is not a range unit. She's not a range unit.
I do believe, but the crowd control coming in from the crack, it's really important for Regina to take. That counter initiation with the crack's ultimate is really important for them also to bounce back, to go for the counter punch here.
We'll see how that eventually goes. Because right now, we already have got one person. Holding himself right onto the Lord. Zack as well as Yuda, hoping that they will be able to get a kill down over to Fake Cutie. Fake Cutie already joining the fight, or rather staying around for this fight with less than half HP, slowly healing back up, so it's not that big of a deal. The Lord though, completely resetted with, you know, a tad bit more than half HP, but
yeah, problem here for the side of Ignite Gaming. The clock is ticking here because the Super Minions is pushing through here across the map. But this is going to be the Lord Dance!
This is going to be it. Rapidude just going to be rushing right in. Unfortunately, the wall charge did not land on anyone. We also do have the deadly catch that's going to be going in. But in the meantime, the big fight is no one is dead just yet. But Yuda is literally in the middle, stunned for days, and he finally goes down. This guy literally put his phone down for 2 seconds and he's still not dead. But in the meantime, Nomad crashes right in, but he did not land on anyone. With 2% down for the side of Ignite Gaming, Absolute Zero continues their onslaught onwards over to Blade. Immortality pop, he comes back immediately dead. Unfortunately, there's still Seiji. 1v5 or 1v4 because West of 5, Big Cutie right in the middle lane. Seiji is buying so much time, or rather the others are buying so much time. Big Cutie is doing what he can to try to end this game right here, right now. It's a 1v1 between the junglers, but it doesn't seem like Zac will stay alive to tell the tale.
Yeah, indeed. This is going to be the ending play that we are just witnessed. Absolute Zero here. Super Minions also is their advantage. They have swept the Ignite Gaming team here in our last series, Abstract. This is just incredible here. The best Bane performance so far that we have witnessed here in our first week.
Salas. There's nothing that we can say but Salas.
Yeah, man.
MVP?
For sure.
Salas.
For sure. Man, that was great. I love how Absolute Zero bounced back here in the series, especially compared to their opening matches yesterday. That was insane, man. The outplays, the incredible the games coming in from Salas. Yeah,
Lot still double outplay. Outplay me. I outplay once. I don't understand. Outplay twice. Yo, something's wrong.
Something's great for the side of Absolute Zero as well. I mean, it almost shows here the performance coming in from Salas. I think this is what he needs. I mean, the confidence as well that he can pull through this one. Yep. Hopefully, he can be consistent all throughout this regular season as well.
Hopefully. That is, of course, hopefully. Because they managed to get two... Sorry?
2 holy crystals.
2 holy crystals. 2 holy crystals, okay?
Put in.
Let's take a look at who is MVP, because it's definitely not Salas.
There you go. Definitely not Salas.
Definitely not Salas.
There you go.
Definitely not 10 kills. To
Free! Holy moly.
It's on his boots for the 3rd crystal. He literally have pockets of crystal. It's like, hey, I've got something good. You're interested in
3
something
holy
green?
molies.
Are you interested in something green?
Oh,
shiny?
Yeah, this is insane. This is insane indeed. So now, wow, what a sweep game here for the side of Absolute Zero. Incredible game against the side of Ignite Gaming. And I have to give credit for Ignite Gaming for stretching this series. I mean, you can really tell that they want to win this game despite, of course, having a major disadvantage already here, especially the Super Minions into the side of Absolute Zero. And look at this one. All the emblems we were so far we are seeing here, it is going to be Mr. Shop actually for the side of Salas here, going to wrap up the scale of his prioritization of those holy crystals easily to be get here in this game.
This is a great game. 24 minutes and 39 seconds is total game time between these two teams. 2-0 victory, and this is the item build. With 3 holy crystals, as we mentioned about Salas, and all across the board, everyone else, literally everyone have got full slotted items. Something that we will, I would like to say is, of course, the interesting build-ups coming from Yuda have got quite a bit of damaged items. That's the Hunter Strike, the Rose Gold Meteor, as well as the War Axe. To a certain extent, it is totally understandable because it provides kind of like hybrids, right? Damage as well as utility, or damage and defense. While in the meantime, Blade, nothing out of the ordinary. But everyone else doesn't really have anything out of the ordinary.
Yeah, I'm just surprised, even though they have the oracles in their inventories, they have the Athena shields. Man, the burst damage coming in from Bane still hurts. 6 slotted Bane is scary.
Indeed. I think that at the late stages of the game, what really made the difference is the fact that AZ had the advantage because of the fact that they have a lot of, I would say it's passive damage, right? Their passive damage such as coming in from basic attacks and spells that have low cooldowns. As for Blade, Blade's damage is literally locked behind an ultimate. Zac is locked behind certain charges whereby are you able to dash around or do you need to get your cooldowns refreshed fast enough. At least Zac as well as Salas, they are almost on par, but you still need to talk about the basic attacks that can come in from Fate QD.
Yep.
Those are quite some damage that you really have to consider.
Yeah, speaking of consider as well, look at the damage taken here from Yura, man. Yes, this Lapu Lapu is soaking so much here. I feel bad coming in from this hero, so having this body, what you call it, sandbag, being the sandbag here, coming in from this team. Unfortunately here, it's not enough for the side of Ignite Gaming.
Yeah, honestly, if you looking at the damage taken, coming in from a fighter that has got decent amount of health pool and survivability, and I would say lifesteal slash
damage reduction as well.
Yeah, I would say that this makes sense, right? Good amount of damage taken. I think that he's still stretching himself pretty decently, but the one that really stretched himself really out there because Nomad playing as the Gato Kacha with a total of 1 kill, 4 deaths, 17 assists with no way of sustainability. Received a total of 232,000 damage. He received that damage without a way to sustain.
Oh wow!
So
he has the revitalize though. He has the
he does have revitalize.
But then again, the comparison, I agree.
You cannot fight with that.
Oh my goodness. Wow, this is just insane indeed. Look at this match highlights that we have witnessed so far. Game 1 between
I just want to
two.
see Salas, man. I just want to see that Salas fight, man.
Yeah, the outplays that they have just witnessed coming in from this team. But so far here in Game 1, Ignite Game really didn't like the composition coming in from the side of Ignite Game. You mentioned the Moscow, Moscow and the Hylos.
Yeah.
Some kind of
second phase picks wasn't really up to par.
Exactly, and I love Rapido to actually have this hyper aggressive
play style.
But this time around, it's more of a defensive one. Really maneuvered by the side of Absolute Zero. But here, kind of on par in the early to mid here. But then again, the burst damage, Salas is just insane here. And we're going to witness his outplay later on. This one, all silent, ladies and gentlemen. That's one, that's two. This is the beauty of it. Oh, bam! The slow-mo. Oh, I love that one, Prad.
That is almost half HP gone from a ruby. Disgusting.
It is.
Disgusting.
Oh, man. And I love also, give credit to Regina on his optimization of the Grok ultimate as well.
Yeah.
I mean, the counter plays, he did so much opportunity here for Absolute Zero to recover on such tight skirmishes play.
Salas, good job. That's all I can say. Salas, good job, right?
Great.
Even though it kind of seems as though it's very intuitive for you to, drink up and run, and if they're in range, just spit at them. But to be honest, it's kind of like that kind of moment. Whatever basic thing that you do, even if it's just pressing 2 buttons and spitting right at people, it is still an amazing outplay because you are literally against the wall, right? That is amazing. I loved it. Not exactly like super high mechanics kind of thing, but lovely to watch.
Yeah, it is lovely, and I mentioned it a while ago, that was the best Bane performance so far that witnessed 3 holy crystals in the inventory. Your Athena shields, though your Radiant armor, they're nothing.
Yeah, they're nothing.
Man,
yeah.
This is just too much here to handle coming in from a 6-slotted item Bane right now. It's very scary, and this is why Bane has been the man on the gold lane.
Now that I think about it, that moment shouldn't even have happened. It shouldn't have happened, right? Because this is not. I feel that this is not about like, oh my god, Salas' micro is so amazing to pilot the Bane to that extent. Yes, it's still a very good performing Bane because he stayed very well throughout the entirety of the game. 10 kills, 2 death, and 7 assists, right? Good macro all the way out. But that final fight, it's actually more on the fact that Ignite Gaming should not allow that to happen. Ignite Gaming should not have allowed that to happen.
And now I do believe this is the Steam standing. If I'm not wrong, this is the day 1 team standings that we are witnessing here. But now it's changed here, day 2. Look at how Absolute Zero just bounced back here in the series. Now having a swept game score as well. Now they are on the 4th spot here. Team Evil still consistent with their performance. They have now 2 wins on their matches. Flash HD will be the second one here. Kingdom Esports on the 3rd, Absolute Zero on the 4th. However, it is now a eye-opener for these 2 teams, Ignite Gaming as well as RSG Singapore.
Yep. This is only week 1 though, so let's not pass any judgment too early, because some of these teams have got the honor to face against very strong teams right off the bat, and some of these other teams manage to face off teams that are relatively on their same power levels. It will take maybe 2-3 weeks for us to really get an understanding about how the power levels of some of these teams. But of course, you're free to make your judgment about which team is stronger in your honest opinion. Use a comment section. In fact, let us know which team you think is the best team in MPL SG so far.
I'm just happy right now that somehow Team Evil is now showing dominance here in the season. I do believe
this
that
is their season, huh? I think that this is their season.
I have a feeling, Abstract. I have a feeling, but hopefully... Feelings. That's just feelings only. Feelings only.
Oh, feelings,
Feelings only. Feeling only. So far... low. But what I feel right now is thirst. And speaking of thirst...
You have been thirsty the entire day. You've been drinking a lot.
Yes. IT, ladies and gentlemen.
You want more? More?
Can!
We have more! Okay, of course, when it comes down to IT, thank you so much, IT, for giving us such amazing drinks. And this is the Kadita one, and what's yours?
111. The 111.
The 111 lah.
Yeah, the 111.
Of course, scan the QR code over there, right at the bottom of Deadeye, and these promo drinks is something that you will be able to buy, or rather, these collab drinks is something that you'll be able to buy. And with these two, you'll be able to get yourself a scratch card, and if you manage to get a top prize, you will be able to get yourself a trip for 2 to Jakarta to witness our MPL SG champions fight in the international stage.
Regina Post. Hopefully. Pray.
Everyone, we just hope that we'll be able to get something like that, huh? Dang it. Go and buy all of it. Go and take every single one of their stocks out, alright? And of course, speaking of which, we also do have got the Magic Chess. Of course, when it comes to Magic Chess, we also do have the Rising Star. You want to be the pioneer? You want to be the first world champion for your region? Download Magic Chess and try the game out today and be a pro. You think you're good? Play it.
Play it.
Maybe you are actually good. I'm not here to judge. Just if you see me in game, just don't snatch my heroes. Just don't snatch my heroes. It's that simple. If I'm going Eruditio, don't go Eruditio.
What's important is... Anyway, we're going to witness, of course, we just witnessed actually the first week of our regular seasons here. Wow, so many surprises we have witnessed, so many rookies, of course, stepping up, and of course, surprises for the metas that the teams have been adaptive in this situation. But again, you've mentioned this is still the first week. And so many things going to happen next week as well.
Indeed. With that all said and done, this pretty much wraps up the entirety of week 1 for MPL SG. But before that, we'd like to give a huge thank you over to Moonton, Pulse Nova Entertainment, IT, we've got DX Racer, as well as Future Living and Singapore Esports Association. My name is Abstract. With me, Deadeye. We'll see you next week.